Hello, everybody. Pop culture curator here. Um, it's Tuesday night. I know usually tonight I do my horror sci-fi stream, but I've been a little busy the last few days. I've been spending a lot of time at the doctor's. I know that's no excuse, but I usually put a poll up ahead of time to give everybody a few movies to vote for and to give me the opportunity to watch them ahead of time so that we can review them. I didn't get a chance to do that, and I didn't want to just pick a movie out of the blue because even though I was thinking about maybe picking something mainstream, for example like Alien or Poltergeist, something something mainstream that most of us have seen. But then I thought, well, even if I pick something mainstream, I may choose something that a lot of you have not seen in a while, and I would rather be able to have something that you guys are refreshed on. So my good friend Nemesis of Eden had a good idea, and he said, "Well, why don't you just do a rumblings from the lab, and we can just chat and get caught up." And I thought that's a good idea. We could still talk about movies or whatever else tonight. It'll be an open topic, an open mic. Which reminds me, I'm going to go ahead and drop a link inside the chat. If you have a good a good internet connection, feel free to join us on the panel, and I'll do that right now. Bear with me, guys. And I want to say hello to everybody in the chat. Looks like we've had some people who were here early. Great to see you. Sorry, it takes me a while. I got to type with one hand. But I want to say hello to my esteemed fellow panelist, Captain Infinity. So glad that you could stop by. How are you doing?
I've been better, thanks, but I'm happy to be here.
Well, I'm happy you're here, sir, and I hope tonight goes better than how your day's been going so far.
Let's hope so.
And I wanted to say hello to the panel. It looks like some of you guys came in rather early, which is great, and I appreciate that. And I'm going to make sure to say hello to everybody as usual. I read it, try to read every chat, and say hello to everybody. I'm just typing up this link here to put in the panel here. And there it is. And I'll pin that to the top. So if you feel like it says, if you have a good mic and a good net connection, feel free to join us on the panel and give us more people to talk to, which is always a good thing. The more opinions, the better. First of all, I want to say hello to Gap After Dark. Hello, Gap After Dark. Gap says, "Hey, Pops, how are you doing?" I am doing good. Thank you, Gap. I've been hanging in there. I've had doctor's appointments off and on. Fortunately, I did not have to today, so it was nice to have a break from that. So I kind of rested up and then ran some errands really quick before the stream, just catching my breath. But I'm glad to see that you're here to join us. Peter Notfinity. Hail, Peter Notfinity.
That's me.
And that's you. And Peter Notfinity says, "Hi, Pops. Twitch Watt and their arbitrary DM limit of 3 a day. Yes, I would love a link, please." Well, and you got it, and here you are. Scotty R37 says, "Good day, Pop. Good to see you, Scotty." And Mad Scientist, my good friend Mad Scientist, go, good to see you. Glad you could join us. Mad Scientist says, "Good evening, all." And you don't need to read my chats. Suzanne Eckstein, good to see you, Suzanne. Hello, Pop. It's so good to see you, Suzanne. I'm glad you could be here. Hello, Scotty. Welcome to the panel.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I love a rumbling from the lab.
It's been a while. It's going to be good to get caught up with everybody. And I'm still reading Scotty's chat. It is a good excuse. Yes, it is. It's always a good excuse. And Suzanne says, "Scotty, hello." And hello. Scotty R37 says, "Poltergeist kind of sucks."
I do think that.
Especially the remake. Hopefully you didn't suffer through that.
No, but the original, I thought Poltergeist 2 was a little more intense, but the first one, I don't know, man.
Would you say overrated?
I would say overrated.
Okay. Well, it's kind of there's a lot of history behind that because, we don't know who really directed it. Was Steven Spielberg or Tobe Hooper? Everybody said Tobe Hooper was on cocaine, so it's kind of hard to tell.
Well, it was the 80s.
Maybe if I was, if we were reviewing it tonight, if I was to give it a rough review. I would say it's good, but I guess the special effects may have kind of oversaturated the horror. True horror, in my opinion, is where the special effects don't stand out, like The Exorcist, for example. They use Exorcist to a fine tuning. I mean, they use special effects to a fine tuning without them really standing out. And I know Poltergeist, they kind of took center stage. So it could have been scarier. It was almost like a haunted house ride, if I'd had to guess, if I'd had to describe Poltergeist. Kind of like
Well,
thrills,
and
chills, and special effects.
did ILM do the special effects for Poltergeist?
Oh, yeah, anything Steven Spielberg does, yeah. Because
Yeah, no, and that makes sense. The more the more overproduced the horror, it doesn't seem to be that much horrific. A ghost story where you can see the ghosts. I don't like that.
Right. Well, there are some, like one movie I'll be covering in the future is called Ghost Story, and that's where you do see the ghosts. It's done better. Sorry, what's that, Captain?
You can see the ghosts in Ghostbusters. I quite like that movie.
But it's not a horror movie.
Isn't that classified as a comedy?
Not exactly a musical, is it?
Well, no, but it's a comedy.
And Scotty says, "Hey, Suzanne." And hey, Suzanne says, "I hope you're feeling a little better, Pop." I am, Suzanne. That's one of the main reasons why I'm doing the stream tonight, because this is the best medicine that I could get my hands on. It's anything but, it's better than anything the doctor can give me, and it's definitely the best pain reliever. And Suzanne, we don't need your unsolicited testimonial. And Suzanne says, Captain Infinity, hello. Sorry, I just fed my dog.
Hello,
guys.
Suzanne. Yeah, I was waiting for that chat to be read. Hello, Suzanne. Greetings to you.
Yeah, it is good to see Suzanne. But yes, Poltergeist, it was very successful. And, overall, it's a good movie. It's an entertaining movie. It's like a roller coaster ride. I guess like a roller coaster going through a haunted house, I guess, if I had to describe it. But, yeah, the special effects, I guess, kind of take center stage over the horror itself. So it may be classified more as a thriller than a horror. Thriller fantasy, perhaps?
Action fantasy?
Action fantasy, leaning / family. But yeah, leaning more on the fantasy side.
Well, once you get into the paranormal, it's all going to be fantasy.
Right.
Unless you believe in the afterlife, in which case I'll get off your lawn.
I don't know if I necessarily believe in the afterlife.
I thought that was the natural subdivision of horror. There's basically two types of horror. There's supernatural horror and there's not supernatural horror.
I think there's more than that, but if I thought about it, more kinds of horror.
Well, that's the whole point of a binary proposition. You can't have more. It's either horror or it isn't. That covers all horror. I mean, it's either
that's
supernatural
true.
or it isn't.
You provided the binary as being supernatural or not, but there must be more.
Well, no, that's the nature of binary. You're reducing it to two options.
You provided.
No, you're just arguing for the sake of it, Scotty.
No, you set up you said something.
Talking
and
over
I'm
me
responding
help,
to it.
Scotty, talking over me isn't going to help the conversation.
You're interrupting me, you monkey's uncle.
Well, I guess it makes more sense because I was thinking all the different genres of horror, of which there are many. But you're right. It's either supernatural or it's not. So
thank you.
With that, you're right. So I guess if I had to say what is not, I guess it would say like takes place in real life.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre, not.
Yeah, definitely.
There you go.
Yeah, like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Friday the 13th, and all that stuff.
Oh, Friday the 13th gets kind of supernatural later, though.
Jason goes to hell and back in a handbasket. I don't know how many times. And then
sad, incredible Hulk music.
Pretty much. And then I guess we have something that kind of borders supernatural when we get to like Dawn of the Dead or Night of the Living Dead.
Zombies are supernatural, aren't they? Or are they like chemically weird?
I guess it depends on how they're brought back to life.
Well, what? No, you can't raise things from the dead. Zombies are supernatural.
Well, no, not real life. Zombies are supernatural, yes. Like a ghost, right? It's in the form of like a genre like Ghost.
Mm-hmm.
Except there's probably more chance of a ghost existing than there is zombies.
True. I would agree with that assessment.
That's one thing I hope I see one day is a ghost to prove it to me. So I know, like right now, I don't know. I don't know whether to believe it or not. I'm not going to totally disprove it. I know a lot of it is just like with UFOs, a lot of it are hoaxes and people thinking they see things. But like with UFOs, I always have the same opinion. It's like, oh, I won't believe it till I see it. And then when I finally did see one, now I believe it. So I feel the same way with ghosts. I think if I saw one, I probably would not be frightened. If I knew there was a true haunted house that they say is haunted and somebody says, well, you're welcome to stay the night there, I'd say, sure, I'll be right there. I'll bring my sleeping bag and a pillow and a camera.
Like, out of the three things that you just described, if I had to choose between an alien, a ghost, or a zombie, I'm taking ghost.
Ghost, right? Because they can't physically assault you. Well, listen,
Exactly.
Unless poltergeists are real, they can physically throw things at you.
Well, they can throw physical objects at you, but it's not like they're going to stab you. Like they can't punch you.
No, and ghosts can just.
That's a subtle
scare
distinction.
you.
They can hang on. They can throw physical objects, but they can't stab you with what? Why can they throw an object but not stab you with one?
I guess they can stab you.
They can throw a knife.
That sounds poorly thought through, doesn't it?
Yeah, they can throw a knife, I guess.
Or like, make when you're in a haunted house, as we've all been, and there's a suit of armor, as there always is in a haunted house. And so a ghost can like pitch over like a sword and it'll fall on you. And it's a ghost's fault. So yes, a ghost can stab you.
Well, it is funny,
I stand corrected. Or I lay stabbed.
I'm flabbergasted by I believe there's a show called Ghost Hunters that's been on for several seasons. People tune in, it gets ratings, but they've yet to show a ghost. Just like Bigfoot. So it's like, it's another one. If I see it, I'll believe it. But people tune in, week after week after week, just so they can not show ghosts. So I guess
Pop, do you believe in the Bigfoot?
I don't know until I believe it. I'd have to see it to believe it.
But so you have not yet seen a Bigfoot?
No, and I'm from California, where they supposedly.
You've seen Brie Larson.
That's where they're supposed to be, Captain. Do you believe in the Bigfoot? Do you think that there is a sort of giant Chewbacca person roaming, like
I'm
a
with
Yeti?
Pop culture. I don't believe in beliefs, aliens, ghosts, all that nonsense. If I see one, I see it. So I don't disbelieve it, but until I believe it, no. Until I see one, basically, no.
Okay.
The only thing I can say is, like I said, I won't believe it till I see it. But it's interesting that it's been described in different continents, regions, and cultures separately, dating way back. And it's strange how a lot of them seem to describe the same thing, or at least similar. So it could be a connection there. It could be a coincidence. Who knows?
Well, it could be one of those. It could be a generational ancient story about don't go out into the woods because there's a 7-foot ginger Sasquatch.
Right. It could root back to the old days where people just heard noises and saw shapes and shadows in the woods, and their imaginations ran wild, and they just passed the stories on down. It could be as simple as that.
I like that. I like that idea.
Because that's one thing that definitely goes way, way back is ghost stories and things like that.
And it was fog.
It was fog. Loch Ness Monster, I don't think I believe. I think they would have found it by now with the technology.
I'm pretty... You know what? Okay, I have a theory about the Loch Ness. I think that the reason that the Loch Ness Monster became a thing is because back in the olden times, they said, this is a really deep loch. Don't go swimming. If you run out, you'll just keep going down. And so I think they made up a monster. I think they said, don't go in the Loch Ness. Because there's a monster. Anyway, Nemesis.
They could have been doing that to scare their kids away so their kids wouldn't go out there and drown, right?
That's what I was thinking. So I think it's just an old wives' tale.
Oh, really? That's too bad. I've always believed in Nessie. I've always really hoped she existed, but I don't know. I fear you guys may be right. And
I
I'm
want
doing
to
well.
go there. I want
Well,
to go there.
these
It's
days,
expensive.
these days with the advanced sonar and everything, I think they would have found it, or at least some skeletons or something left remaining
There's
behind.
nothing there. Get real.
I think
We
it
can
eventually just
seven.
turned it.
We can send 7 billionaires to go be compressed at the base of the block that is Ness.
Yeah, send down some of those collapsing subs.
Yeah, they're made of cardboard and wishes.
Right, you can get them for $2 out of a comic book.
Yeah.
Well, no, you got to pay for the controller too, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
no,
right.
that's
right.
by Mad Cats.
But I think that it turned more into a tourist attraction. I think it's what maybe the city of where it's located probably thrives on it. Just like like Bigfoot. You go to the sequoias and the Kings Canyons where supposedly Bigfoot exists, and a lot of tourism up there relies on it. Just like Nevada here, we got a lot of cities that use UFO as their tourism, and that's another thing too. Is now that I'm here, I'm only about an hour, maybe an hour and a half away from Sedona, and they get a lot of sightings there. So that's going to be my goal once I get my crap together and start feeling better. I'm going to go out there and start camping a few nights. I've got a infrared camera which sees in the dark because
You might get
sometimes,
abducted.
well, if I do, I'm going to get it on camera and bring it back. I got a GoPro.
Yeah, but if you get abducted, like they'll have the GoPro too.
You'll have to Bluetooth the information
it's not like
immediately.
they're
When
not
they
like they're
get
gonna
you,
pose for
yeah.
selfies.
Eden's right. When they get you, send us a picture immediately. Just hope to God you haven't reached your fucking DM limit on Twits.
I guess what I'll do, I'll set it to where it automatically sends it up to the cloud. That way, you
Pop
can take the
culture,
camera away from
very
me.
important point. Pop culture. Anyone that gets kidnapped by aliens, if they're hot, send them to my house.
Send them to your house. And if they're aliens, they're smart enough to know how to get there, right?
They'll have heard of me already.
They'll have heard of you already.
They know me.
They've been
I'm their
monitoring your
captain.
transmissions.
Come back for me. There's no intelligent life down here.
Suzanne Eckstein says, fantastic, Pop. Still keeping the prayers coming. Well, thank you, Suzanne. I highly appreciate that. That makes me feel better already. And Gap After Dark says, comedy horror is a category.
Oh,
yes, it is.
Though? Is
yeah,
it?
For example, like
Yes.
like American Werewolf in London.
I say it isn't.
Shaun of the Dead.
Shaun of the Dead is what I was thinking too.
Shaun of the Dead is
that's not a
classic.
category. That's 2 categories.
No, but these are examples of a horror comedy.
Yeah, you just
Zombieland.
Not giving me any new information. But I say it's not a category. I'm saying it's 2 categories. 2 categories is not a category.
I don't understand your argument.
Yeah, you're still talking over me, Scotty.
No, but what is your argument? You don't think that horror comedy is a category?
Actually, my greater is based. There is no argument. I really just couldn't. No talking. I don't care about
no talking. It's called clarification. This is how conversation works, my friend.
No, you keep interrupting me when I'm in my flow. It's very annoying.
I know.
Go ahead, Captain.
I don't believe in subdividing films into genres because if you really want it, because I have a very specific mind, I find it's just mush. There's nothing there to actually analyze. You can go subdividing. You've got 10 billion genres. Just show me the front cover, show me the back of the thing, and I'll tell you whether I'm going to buy it or not.
I think, well, no, but like you've seen Shaun of the Dead.
Well, I don't think I finished it. I really liked Spaced, and I thought everything afterwards by them was quite a disappointment. They peaked at Spaced. Well, it's taste, isn't it? It's just opinion. I can't make myself like something. There's no plot holes, don't worry. I just didn't enjoy it. I didn't think it was nearly as funny as I wanted to. I was primed to like it. I thought these are the underrated geniuses of space. They've gone to Hollywood. Now I'm going to love this. And I was like, oh, this was shit.
But it wasn't an attribution towards Hollywood. They made it in England.
Yeah,
Shaun of the Dead is representative of like sort of British comedy.
Right. What's your point?
There's another good British comedy horror movie, and that is
I should have said Hollywood. That was completely irrelevant information. I was very happy that I thought I was king of the hipsters. I discovered Spaced. To this day, the most underrated comedy show ever made by literally the #1 funniest comedy ever by a long shot. Not even close. One of the reasons, no laugh track, live or otherwise, just classy. You can decide when something's funny. Spaced, best comedy ever. I bet no one here has even seen it.
I've been meaning to, which I've been planning on it.
So I retract Hollywood. Then they got famous and made movies, and I found the movies to be a bitter disappointment. I was positively prejudiced towards them. I wanted them to succeed. I was like, my heroes are now making movies, and then I left the cinema going, oh dear, they peaked too soon.
Would you say their movies and their humor got weaker and weaker as they went along?
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's pure taste. So I'm not going to debate it with anyone. It's, the magic thing of how you feel about a movie, no analysis. I don't know how that works, but I was pleasantly surprised by Spaced and thoroughly disappointed by the Cornetto trilogy.
Well, and if I may comment on the question that Pop Culture asked, I don't think that their movies or their comedy got less and less as the movies went along. I think that they started having something to say. Like Edgar Wright has sort of developed into being quite a good and technically proficient, engaging director.
Yes, I agree there.
Like the accomplishments of
Scott Pilgrim is amazing.
Scott Pilgrim, even Baby Driver, Last Night in Soho. Like, there is, since the Cornetto trilogy, Edgar Wright has done a great job. Simon Pegg has sort of capitalized on his celebrity, if I may be so bold.
Yes, I agree. He turned into an asshole.
Well, no, but he's also best friends with what's his name? Tom
Mr.
Cruise.
Scientology.
Yeah, remember
Scientology shrimp.
Peg did that interview out of his car where
the guy
he was siding with the woke movement, and I think that pretty much ended his career.
What did he say? He said the last episode of She-Hulk was like brilliant.
Right, and we're all sexist, and it's all our fault that we didn't like it.
Well, no, but the thing is, I think the last episode of She-Hulk is brilliant. So when everyone went nuts and said, this guy's all woke and bullshit, I was like, no, but I liked it. So it was a difference. It's a difference of opinion.
I used to think fourth wall breaking was cute when Laurel and Hardy did it like 100 years ago. And then Moonlighting.
I'm a fan of Laurel and Hardy, and they're not that old now. Maybe 90 years.
Well, when they did it, that was
they're dead.
Moonlighting, but
that's as old as you get. Is dead.
I was just watching them last night.
Fourth wall breaking is just boring now. So passe.
Thank you, Nemesis. I appreciate you chortling at my joke.
I think
no worries, man.
What is it? I missed it.
Laurel and Hardy used to know how to break the fourth wall. These days, they don't know how to do it.
Hang on, I like doing jokes under the radar that only Scotty gets. I'm not used to being the person missing the joke. What did he say, Nemesis? That was so funny.
I'm going to meet just for a second.
Don't worry about it. Let's move forward.
No, I'm not going to worry. I am going to worry about it. Who are you to tell me? I want to know what the joke is. Shut the fuck up, Scotty. Nemesis.
You missed it. It happened back then.
Shut the fuck up, Scotty. I'm asking what the joke is.
Shut the fuck up and tell me what Scotty said.
Be kind to each other, guys.
Yeah, thank you. Nemesis, can you please tell me the joke that I missed? Because I'm trying to pay attention to everyone as a courtesy.
Yeah, no, I don't remember, bro. It was in the moment and it was funny, so...
It's all right. I'll rewind it myself.
There you go.
Which reminds me, if you're watching this on the rerun, everybody, I hope you enjoy it. If you do, please consider hitting the like button and maybe subscribe to my channel if you haven't already done so. And as a reminder, also, there's a link in the panel, or I'm sorry, in the chat, if anybody would like to join us up here with this crazy bunch. And Suzanne Eckstein says, Phantom, hello. And Suzanne says, Gap, hello. The Phantom Boomer Explorer says, hey, Gap. And Phantom Boomer.
They're dead. That's as old as you get. Well, what about child death?
SIDS?
Well, I guess they don't get any older if a child dies. They just don't get any older, I guess.
Yeah, I think equating death with age, you're kind of missing the point about death there, Scotty. You never seen Donnie Darko?
Well, here's my question: when people for heaven, for what it's described as, does that mean when people die, the old people turn young again, and the young people turn old? You know, did they ever explain that?
Well, I don't know what
Well-
kind of heaven you've been described, but that's not what I read. But
What did
Yeah,
you
I don't
hear?
think that's how it works.
well, I was
because
told
they
that
say you're like for example, they say you'll be reunited with your loved ones and things like that. So will it be like a more like a ethereal form, or will it be a solid form? Like for example, if a baby dies tragically in childbirth and they go to heaven, does that mean they're going to be always be a baby up there? Or are they going to like be an adult? Or if a person dies of old age, of like Picard, for example, several symptoms and all these aging problems. I mean, what happens when you get up there? Does that mean you're just, like an ethereal form, or are you a body? What do you guys think? Are you guys like a physical form? What do you guys think, according to what you've heard?
May I like wax emotional?
Sure.
I would say that if you get to go to heaven, like, let's not forget there is hell. So if you are part of the malfeasance of sin, then you're going to hell.
Right.
yay.
Yeah, exactly. Hell.
Take a
I'd
sweater.
rather laugh with the sinners than cry with the saints. The sinners are much more fun. Only the good die young. Billy Joe. But I'm just saying, like, if you are a baby who dies, and if you believe in heaven, I think that you go to heaven and you get all of the experience and wisdom. You are gifted.
So experience and wisdom as if you had lived your life.
Yeah. I think you get that if you're a baby who dies.
But you're not a physical form.
I think no, you're not. No. But once you go to heaven, you're not a physical form. It's not like you're jogging. It's not like you have to do push-ups. You're always in good shape. It's all about, like, you're supposed to be sharing emotions and understanding about existence. That's what heaven is, right? It's not like you get to go to, we're charge it to the Underhills. We're playing tennis and having shrimp cocktail. That's not heaven.
So the reason why I ask is, from what us humans, man has described as angels are not really people with wings. It's just a transparent spirit, right?
I suppose.
And by the way,
don't know.
anybody listening, we're not trying to offend anybody that's religious.
No, I'm asking questions. I'm certainly not.
Right, it's questions. We're just talking about stuff that they don't really go into detail in the Bible. My problem is I always ask too many questions, and when I was young in church, they would get mad and tell me to shut up.
I sure as hell can't talk about hell without saying hell.
Well, I would ask them. I'd say, well, why do they talk about the pearly gates and all the golden? I can't remember the exact descriptions, but basically it was all revolved around gold and jewels and monetary value. And I would ask, why do they bother about that? When you die, you don't need money. There's no cash registers up there. And they would get upset when I would say that.
Now, like, from what I've been told is, like, that's a very nice interpretation, but from, like, all the Bible stuff that I've read, like, when you die, like, if the baby hasn't done communion, if it hasn't confessed, it's going to purgatory at best, if that's even a thing. If not, it's going to hell, directly to hell.
Right.
I thought a pure soul would go.
You would think,
no, but you're born dirty, sir. There is no such thing as a pure soul.
I forgot. True story. I'm sorry. I mistook myself.
Oh, that's all good. No worries, Scotty. And then, like, when they're talking about, like, going to heaven, like, you are to forever sing God praises. So for the rest of eternity, you will forever be spouting the glory of God. There's nothing else. You are surrounded by angels, which I don't know if you've seen biblically accurate angels, but that's fucking terrifying. And then C, you're supposed to be surrounded and blinded by a light brighter than anything in the known universe forever. So you're going to be blind. Not only that, but the angels, I forgot, are also singing God's praises and forever singing around and chanting. So you are going to be blinded. deafened, and you are forever going to have to be singing eternal praise to this being.
Heaven sounds
It doesn't
like a
sound
drag.
very. Yeah, hell sounds kind of nicer, to be honest. Like,
I'd rather. Well, no, wait. What's hell like?
Watching Lizzo
well, it's certainly
over
not
and
like
over
it is
and
in
over.
Dante's Inferno.
Star
That's
Trek
just
Discovery on a loop.
Yeah, well, to be fair though, Dante made heaven and hell non-binary, didn't he? You've got 9 degrees now, haven't you? The ninth
Dante
circle
wasn't even supposed to be here
the
today.
9th circle of hell, as I was just saying, the 9th circle of hell, that's reserved for virtuous pagans like Scotty here.
I am a virtuous pagan. Thank you for noticing. I'll return in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. I'm going to go huff on a toot.
oh man, god damn it, Scotty, make me fucking want to. Anyways, yeah, carry on.
But he makes you want to as well. Right, let's all have a toot and think of Nemesis, who for some reason that it's not yet revealed can't have a toot.
That's well.
Why
I mean,
can't
it
you
would just
toot,
involve
Nemesis?
going outside and being exposed to like rain and traffic and noise. I mean, I could do it. I just wouldn't be able to participate in the conversation.
Is that what's killing you? Is that it's your own decision to not have a toot?
Yes, that's right. My damn willpower. I tell you. What can I say?
What can you say?
Exactly.
Okay, let me ask you another question. According to the Bible,
Yeah.
you go to heaven when Jesus comes back for the second coming. So doesn't that mean your soul is in the grave until then?
Yeah, everyone who dies is in hell. Doesn't matter if you're a fucking criminal or if you're the purest person on the world. When you die, you go to hell with everyone. And then when the second coming of Christ happens, those people will get risen up and taken to heaven, and everyone else will be left in hell.
You mean hell or purgatory?
Hell.
I think it's purgatory.
Everyone goes to hell. There's no purgatory.
I thought there's
Purgatory is a made-up thing.
Oh, it is? Okay.
What? Heaven
Yeah.
and hell isn't? It's all made
Well,
up.
it's all made up. Yes, it is,
Exactly.
Captain. I
What are the
believe so.
degrees of canon? What are you, Dave Filoni, up in this theological motherfucker? This is great
No,
scene
if
canon.
oh man, if you wanted to
Dante's
have a
not
Dave
exactly
Filoni, you need
Hitler
Scogli up in this
himself
bitch.
either, is he? Neither is Limbo.
Dave Filoni, that's the guy with no lips and a cowboy hat, right?
Well, that's why it's called limbo dancing, because limbo is the outermost region of hell, according to Dante. Dante's Inferno says it's
That's
the
it.
ninth
That's what
one.
I meant. Limbo. That's what I thought.
That's why limbo
Married to your
dancing,
judge.
it's your limbs, it's your outermost bits. That's why limbo, these stupid people tend to talk about limbo as some kind of in-between place. No, it's the edge, it's the outermost edge of hell.
Yeah, but Dante's Inferno is just fan fiction. It was made long after the Bible was a thing.
Yeah, but I'm not saying, Dante's Inferno is not a documentary. Are we back here again? What do you mean, yeah, but? Can I just have a yes, brother, to anything I say? Does everything
Yay,
I
brother.
say have to be met with a negative? I'm not saying
Yes.
it's a documentary, okay, Nemesis? I'm not saying Dante's Inferno is a documentary. Thank you so much.
Well, you're welcome. But most people do think it's a documentary. Most people do think it's
but I
canon
don't,
and in the
though.
Bible.
I'm not most people. So, no, it's a
No,
work of
definitely-
fiction. It's clearly labelled as such. I was just commenting
Definitely a
on
work
it
of
for the
fiction. Yes.
elucidation and entertainment of the audience. I don't need to be reminded that it's a work of fiction. Thank you.
But then remember now, the Bible is also up to grabs as far as if it's fiction. Remember, it was written by people, by human hands.
I mean, if I'm talking about the Vulcan moon, I'm not going to say to Scotty, yeah, but, Star Trek's not a documentary. Scotty, no, even Scotty realises Star Trek isn't real.
What? Star Trek isn't real?
Yeah, your
No, what,
sarcasm is
right?
hilarious, but really the point holds.
Phantom Boomer says, hey, Gap. And Gap After Dark says, hey, Phantom Boomer. Gap says, hey, Suzanne. And Stream Elements, I don't care what you say. Gap After Dark says, Scotty, I was at the house, but they were still pressed. It was an Enterprise model, and all of a sudden started to fly. Oh, interesting about that. Did I read that right, Scotty? I was at the house, but they were still pressed. It was an Enterprise model, and all of a sudden it started to fly. Okay, cool. Gap After Dark says, oop, there was no family crest. And Gap After Dark says, there is a Bigfoot. Ask Brie Larson. I was thinking I was thinking more along the lines of Leslie Jones. I think she's closer to fitting the description. And Ola Greg, so good to see you. Glad you could join us. Says hello, everyone. And
Hey, Ola Greg.
Yeah, Gap Up Dark says, hey, Euler. And Suzanne says, Greg, hello. And the Phantom Boomer Explorer says, at Euler Greg at Gap After Dark, howdy. Oh, that's what I was going to say, Phantom Boomer. I did get your tweet. And yes, the fog, I will be covering that. I love John Carpenter. So I'm talking about the original fog. I'm sure you are as well. And yes, that is a good suggestion, and we will be covering that on our horror streams as well. I'll be offering that up as one of the options for people to vote for. Gap After Dark says Scotty just hasn't been haunted yet. When he is, he will believe. Ola Greg says the footprints in the high altitude of the Yeti are convincing to me. Have you seen them, Ola Greg? Lemon Pie says, hey, Pop, Scotty Captain. Hello, Lemon Pie. Good to see you. Glad you could join us, Lemon Pie.
Hey, Lemon.
Suzanne says, Lemon Pie, hiya. And Gap After Dark says, Nemesis, hey.
Hey, Gap.
Lemon Pie says, yo, Nemesis. And Gap After Dark, Lemon Pie, hi. And the Phantom Boomer says, Lemon Pie, dude. And Lemon Pie says, hi, Suzanne. Let me make sure I cover that. There we go. And Suzanne says, no, you're wrong. Nessie is real. Oh, send me pictures, Suzanne. Lemon Pie says, Phantom, Gap, Euler, Nessie.
Oh, I thought you meant something else.
Suzanne Eckstein says, if I pronounce this right, in Okanagan Lake, they have the equivalent. It's called the Ogopogo.
That noise.
That is
Are
correct.
you playing
Yes.
with your tallywhacker live on air again?
I'm not sure.
Yes. Okay, no, it's in Okanagan Lake, which is in British Columbia here in Canada. There's a creature which is the equivalent called the Ogopogo.
Yeah, PvP brought that up once. And Gap After Dark says, Gap to Enterprise, come in, Enterprise. Suzanne Eckstein says, Bigfoot lives in British Columbia, Canada. Apparently he gets around out there. Maybe he has like a Bigfoot mobile or something because it's been spotted in California, I know at least.
He's got big feet, bro.
That's true. Ola Greg says the only way a Nessie could exist is as a transdimensional creature appearing and then leaving this dimension.
But am I alone? But I think Cthulhu is a pussy.
Transdimensional. That must be it. Transdimensional. It's transition
I don't
from
like
one
Cthulhu
dimension to another. That's awesome.
I think Cthulhu is stupid.
Oh well, yeah, I think you're stupid, Scotty. Jeez.
No, what you're supposed to say is, well, Cthulhu thinks very highly of you.
Well,
oh god damn it! Yeah, that would have been much wittier.
Lovecraft disagrees.
Yeah, the difference though is Cthulhu is fiction, and Nessie and the other things we're talking about is legend.
Oh, Nessie is a hypothesis.
Telling me that Singing in the Rain is not a documentary. Are you get out of here?
Oh, he's been going on about that for a bit.
Oh my god! Under your
Get
breath,
new
doesn't
strings
count
for your
violin,
mighty guy.
You asked for it a year ago.
No.
And Lemon Pie says Suzanne, and he has a summer house in Oregon.
Kermit the Frog has no argument.
I bet you that house doesn't smell very well. Ola Greg says different versions of Bigfoot are reported around the world. Exactly.
An intellectual
pygmy. Gap After Dark says you don't believe in subdividing categories, so as in porn, action, horror, or drama. What do you think about that, Captain? What do you think?
Correct. If I started, I wouldn't stop because there's nothing there to categorize. It's a mush. It's not scientific enough. It's too subjective. So, yeah, that was the great lesson. If it's too subjective, I'm like, yeah, what's the? I mean, it's a rough guy. For example, I don't like
that
horror.
Wasn't a word salad. That was a word
of
salad
sentence.
bar.
Thank you. You're being passive aggressive or just outright aggressive, Scotty. When I'm in the flow, I'm building to a crescendo. There's like a flow to my sentences.
I can't wait,
Scotty. He's doing it again. Pop, can you mute him, please? Because it's just...
Yeah, one at a time, guys. One at a time. Be polite.
There's not guys. He's interrupting me. I mean, he's not making it enjoyable. I'm just trying to talk, and he's just stomping over my words. It's really quite rude. I mean, I'm just trying to have a voice. Thank you.
Go for it, Captain. I'll do my best at being a moderator. I promise.
Now forget it. Now she's in a bad mood. Well done. Well done.
Well,
we were in a bad mood. Well done.
We were answering a question. Which one was it? There it is. Dark
That's
After
what I was
Dark.
going
We
to
were
say.
talking about
I
this.
don't
You don't
like
believe in
horror,
subdividing
but a lot of
categories.
people say that Alien is a horror. Well, I like science fiction, so let's just watch Alien, and you can call it horror. I'll call it science fiction. All I know is we're all having a great time watching Alien. Great.
But can't it be in like a science fiction horror?
Sci-fi horror? No.
There is no but. I said, I don't care. You can call it whatever you like. I don't care. You like to call it alien porn, whatever.
No, it
Okay.
raped in the face.
Robert My Burnett show.
But
yeah, I mean,
no.
it could be considered something, but
But
depends
I'm
on your
just
taste.
saying, like, isn't that a science fiction horror movie? Like, that is a cross-genre presentation.
I think so. I think it's a slasher set in space, except the slasher is an alien.
Right, and I'll use an example. For example, I have a sorry for doubling words
You're good.
in one sentence, but I have a server, and in the horror server, I have horror movie, or in that server, I have a horror section because I've got like, I don't know, 75 terabytes, and a lot of movies I found them very difficult to classify. So I have to have like aliens and creatures, I have to have monsters, I have to have murderers and madmen, I have to have paranormal, vampires, zombies, and things like that. But that's my opinion. And some movies I found very hard to classify, like Eraserhead.
Well,
like, okay, where does that belong?
Well, that's a good question.
So I created a folder called Nightmares, and that's where I put folder.
It's a comedy.
No, Eraserhead is a nightmare.
Yes, that's what I ultimately came up with. Right, so I had to create a folder called Nightmares,
and that's a good qualification. I had the same sort of problem. I was organizing my movie collection. I'm a hoarder, so I have a lot of movies. And I was like, gotcha. Do I put them in their categories or do I put them alphabetically? And then someone was like, well, where are you going to put Predator? Is that an action movie or a science fiction movie? And I was like, I don't know.
That's why I do alphabetically.
Yeah.
Well, that's like you were talking about with Poltergeist. I would say, and I agree with you, I would say the second one is more horror than the first one.
Yes.
So they do. So you can't take Poltergeist 1 and put it in one category, and then Poltergeist 2 and put it in another. You've got to somehow figure out how to put all Poltergeist movies in one category.
I mean, if you want an honest answer, I'm looking at my collection of Blu-rays right now, and I've got a big
all
collection.
4 of them.
Are you done?
I he's got more than that.
I know.
Could you just mute him preemptively because he just interrupts my flow?
I thought we were tussling. I thought we were playing.
Stop defending what you're doing. I don't like it. I'm not joking.
Well, then I'm sorry to chap your ass.
No, just be respectful.
I'm sorry.
Accepted. Go ahead,
Captain. To give an honest answer to the question, no jokes coming because I'm just drained of any ability to joke at the moment. I'm looking at my collection of Blu-rays. And roughly speaking, I have put them by genre. So I guess on whatever subconscious or conscious level, I must be like, well, I guess I'm in the mood for a Western. So I've got my Westerns and my war films. But their war film is historical. We go, oh, Star Wars a war film. No, it's science fucking fictional space opera. So Star Wars ain't in my war section, is it? So really, I look at my war section. It's just a history of humanity, isn't it? It's just basically human history is war. So you can call it a war section or a history section, same thing. Then I've got science fiction, but that includes hard science fiction, soft science fiction, science fantasy. I mean, Star Trek, you have a Star Trek section. What's that? Science fiction, science fantasy. Sometimes it's full tilt fantasy. Sometimes it's a documentary. Valerian, Star Wars, all of that, whatever. So it's loose. So I've got, I guess, if you must, yes, I guess, alphabetically doesn't work by colour. I tried to, but then I've got a whole section for Tarantino. But then I've got Westerns. So what? So I had to buy 2 copies of Hateful Eight, one for Tarantino, one for Westerns. I don't know what to do. Now I'm buying multiple copies of films. It's ridiculous. I don't know what I'm. So I get. So yes. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I do roughly use genre as a guide. So when I'm actually sitting down going, let's watch something, but I wouldn't stand by it. It's not scientifically accurate in any way, shape, or form. It's a loose guide for roughly what I'm feeling like. But I really find the whole concept of categorization of movies into, it's like saying, oh, black people, white people. I really ultimately find the idea quite offensive.
Oh, No, I separate all of my my DVDs and Blu-rays into movies that star black people and other movies that star white people, because I believe in segregation when it comes to my leading men and women.
Oh
It's
my
just
God.
primitive comedic way. Scotty's
I'm
underlined
just
my
gonna.
point. I don't believe in movie segregation. You're all just movies to me. Like, I especially don't care if it was based on a true story. I used to, but I've realised no, it doesn't matter. They're all documentaries while I'm watching them. Why? Suspension of disbelief. Exactly. I'm not film racist. You're all just fucking movies to me. As long as there's no time travel, it's fine.
Well, one thing I
Anyways,
You
think.
know,
I'm gonna
it's
say hi to
so
Jill before we go
Oh,
on any more fucking
yes,
tangents.
yes. Hello, Jill. Let me get caught up on the chat really quick, guys.
hey
Lemon
Jill.
Pies is I have sightings elsewhere
I
in the
guess I get the
world,
last word then.
but I've seen this smelly beast. Oh wow! So Suzanne, if that's true, you're the first person I've ever met who has seen Bigfoot. And if you have, congratulations! I'm glad you made it out alive. Ola Greg says the Native Americans believe Bigfoot was a spirit animal. Perhaps there is things we don't understand yet. That is always a possibility. I'm sure there's many things on this planet that we have yet to discover. The Phantom Boomer says the world's end, comedy science fiction.
I'm just a simple caveman. I don't know your modern ways.
And Suzanne, it's funny how a lot of things that the cavemen came up with have still been passed on through myth, and we still discuss it. Suzanne says, "Lemon pie. I'm not one of those nutters that wants to prove it exists or want to go looking for it. One sighting was more than enough. Thanks." Well, one of these days, Suzanne, we need to have you tell us about it. That would be nice for you to go into detail. I would be fascinated. I love to hearing about things like that. I want to have a Rumblings from the Lab one of these nights, specifically dedicated to paranormal and sightings and things like that. And that'd be great to have you on there. Ola Greg says, "Wow, cool, Suzanne. Tell us about your." Yeah, see, there we go. Ola Greg agrees with me. And Jim says, hello, Jim. Good to see you." Ola Greg says, "Hey, Jim." And Suzanne says, "Greg, nothing really to tell. It was huge, furry, and the worst smell ever." I have heard that. Are you sure you're not talking about Leslie Jones? Anyway, Phantom Boomer says, "Damn it,
Oh
Jim."
no, she's unattractive.
Oh, I just remember a mouth. I just remember a big mouth that when she opens her mouth, her head disappears.
God, you two
Suzanne
must have had
Epstein
quite
says,
a night.
Suzanne says, "Jim, hello." And Jim says, "Hey, Ola Greg." And Ola Greg says, "Hi, Phantom, and anyone I missed." Oh, it looks like we have a good turnout tonight. It's so good to see you guys here. It makes me feel so much better. Ola Greg says, "You're not the first person who has told me they have seen Bigfoot." No, yeah, you're right. There's been a lot of people who claim to see Bigfoot.
I have
And I'm
big
not,
feet.
well, that's a possibility as well. But for anybody who
I'm
says they've
not
seen it,
furry
I'm not
though.
going to
I'm
deny
not a
them.
furry person.
Well, that's
Sorry.
even better. That's okay. Lemon Pie says, "Suzanne, my joke is neutral to its existence or non-existence. I wasn't commenting on your belief in it." Exactly. If somebody tells me they've seen Bigfoot, I'm not going to deny it because who am I to base my ignorant opinion on something that somebody's seen and I have not? I think that's too arrogant. So if somebody says they've seen Bigfoot or I don't know a 200-foot shark, I would be willing to listen. And I'm not going to say no, it's not true because I wasn't there. And like I've said before, everyone is entitled to their opinion. And Jim drops a link there to a video. And Suzanne says, "Greg, it was neither scary or anything of National Geographic greatness." Well, that's good that you weren't frightened. And Jim says, "Hey, lemon pie." Suzanne says, "Lemon pie, all good, dear." And lemon pie says, "When you said it lives in BC, it felt like a person with a residence, LOL, just a joke." And
It is hard
Oleg,
to prove a negative. That's true.
yes. And Oleg Greg says, "Well, you saw something that is really rarely seen, and that is awesome in its own way." I agree. That's how I felt when I saw the UFO. And of course, nobody believed me, but I don't care. I know what I saw. I know I'm not going to disbelieve what my own eyes saw.
Oh,
Suzanne
well,
Epstein
we all
says,
believe
"Lemon
you.
pie, LOL."
I don't.
Ah,
I
well,
kinda-
you're an asshole, so but
Yeah,
that's not
what?
that's not
True
I'm an
story.
surprising.
arsehole. That's not much of it. Really? That's your level
Ad
of counter
hominem?
argument? An ad hominem? I'm an arsehole? Really?
No.
Oh, that's great. I
No,
couldn't
but
get
I
much better
believe,
of
I
you.
No.
believe.
Where have you been? The Robert Mike Burnett
If you
school
think
of
you saw
arguing?
a
That's what he
giant
said about
monkey man,
Doomcock said Descartes a replicant. And you know what Robert Mike Burnett
Oh my
said?
God.
You're a hipster. You're an
I'm not
asshole.
going
That's a
back
good
there.
one.
I don't want to go
Thanks,
back to
Nemesis.
this.
And
No,
of course,
no,
yeah,
but
well, yeah, talking
no,
over me helps. I'm trying to do a comedy bit over here. Why
Well,
do you
you're
always
just
Dude,
talk
like,
over
what are
me?
you
It's
talking
so
about?
rude.
No, you do
See,
this
no,
over your. No.
you're an
No,
asshole. It's
stop.
not really much of an argument, is it? Let's face it. I mean, it's not very
No, it was
funny.
a commentary on you.
no. But let's try
Yeah,
to
well,
And it
get
was
that's
through the
not
supposed to
night
be
really
a
without.
joke,
helpful. I mean, to
and
be
now
honest,
you're all
Let's
butthurt.
let's
No,
all
but
just
I'm not acting
breathe.
at all. I am butthurt. I think being called an arsehole is not helpful
well,
at
I was
all
gonna
in the
say, yeah.
discussion.
Let's try
I
to get
don't
through
do
the
it.
night without name calling. No name calling,
Yeah,
please,
thank
guys.
you. I don't do it to you, even as a joke. So
Yes,
thanks.
you do
I'm
consistently
not
on a
talking to
daily
you.
basis.
Yeah, but not on
Here we
my
go.
channel.
Here we go.
True.
Not on my
Let's just
stream.
ruin the stream, shall we? This is Pop Show.
Right. I just ask everybody respects each other. No name calling. That's not
Yeah, thank
necessary.
you.
There's a way to put your point across. I just
It's
want
not
everybody
Yes.
really
to
a
respect each
counter
other.
argument to anything.
And you are a
Doomcock's
gracious
right. It's an ad
host.
hominem. It's not helpful. It's not germane to any discussion ever. Arseholes are allowed to be correct about things. Thank you.
I
And I
do
don't
want
and you
to.
won't find any on my stream. I usually don't allow assholes on my stream. If I
Yeah,
did, you'd see
well,
Cardinal Sin up on the panel.
but
Oh,
this time you let me hear. And again, I would like to say thank you. Like, because Pop, like I know that we disagree. But when we talk about the things that we love, when we get together and talk about Star Trek, we have a blast. And I adore absolutely everything about it. And so thank you for allowing me on your channel. And
Well,
I will not disrespect you because you have done everything to respect me.
well, I'm glad to have you here, Scotty. And then there's actually just like a Star Trek. You also said you like horror movies, which we both do. So there's a lot of things that
True.
we do have in common.
True.
So there's right, and disagreeing is healthy, as long as you don't
No, it isn't.
disrespect. No, it isn't. All right. So the fourth wall breaking in She-Hulk, says Peter, not Finity. And Lemon Pie says, "Hey, Phantom, Jim." And Peter, not Finity. Why don't you read this for us, Peter, not Finity?
Scotty was saying he liked the end of She-Hulk.
Yes, that's correct. He did. Jim says, "Boomer." And Suzanne says, "Greg, yes, it was if I look back at it. The ending of She-Hulk broke the fourth wall."
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Only the ending? They didn't have it throughout the series?
Oh, no. Throughout the series, like from the first episode, they broke the fourth wall.
Okay, gotcha. So like kind of like winking at the audience?
Yes.
All right, gotcha. Gap after that. Nobody breaks the fourth wall like Oliver Hardy. He's the master at it. And I'm probably the only one who knows that name. And very few people do.
I know Oliver Hardy, and I wouldn't say he's the master of breaking the fourth wall.
Oh,
I
don't know.
adore Oliver Hardy.
you almost
I
learned
think,
to say his name.
well, because he's the one I know who can break the fourth wall without saying a word and still make me laugh.
Well, what about Harpo Marx?
What about
Yeah,
him?
yeah. I like the Marx Brothers. Not as much Lauren Hardy, but I do like the Marx Brothers.
I
I
like
like- I'm more of a Marx Brothers fan than
Yeah,
I
no,
am a
Carl's my
Laurel and
favourite.
Hardy.
He's massive.
Although I
Fantastic.
do appreciate Laurel and Hardy.
And total respect to you were like for the Marx Brothers. I no problem with that. I do like the Marx Brothers. For me, it's on.
Are we gonna arm wrestle about our classic 1930s comedians?
No. I was gonna say, like I know, like there's people that prefer like Abbott and Costello, like,
Yes.
but I prefer Laurel and Hardy more than Abbott Costello. But some people like Marx Brothers more than Abbott Costello, and that's fine. They're all different, varying levels depending on your humor. And
At least we
that's
can
really
all
respect.
agree that anyone who likes the Three Stooges is dumb.
What?
No, I
I
like
love
the
the Three
Three
Stooges.
You're
so
dumb.
No, I definitely put them. I raise them up there at top.
That
You
was
like-
an intentional
comedy.
joke.
No,
Never said
pop
to you,
culture.
not
Wait,
laughing
hang
at
on.
me.
I do have a question. Pop culture. Are you a fan of the Three Stooges?
Oh, let's put it this way. I was watching a short just before the stream.
You are a fan. Okay.
Big fan. I read the books that were written by Mo Howard and some of the family, and also biographies. I read a lot of books on Laurel and Hardy, silent films, Buster Keaton, the Three Stooges, and things like that. Yes. So Three Stooges. And I know it's you could say it's like potty humor, but it's something I grew up with and I respect because I think they were masters of timing and their genre.
I'm not even an expert, but already Harold Lloyd stands out as being some next level super genius out of all those cats with the house falling over and the right.
That was Buster Keaton. That was Buster Keaton with the house falling over.
Yeah, I meant him.
Harold Lloyd was with the man hanging out off of the clock.
All you white people look the same to me.
Well, just remember Harold Lloyd had the white straw hat and the round glasses. That's the best way to describe it.
Then fuck that guy. It's Buster Keaton's the hero. The guy with the house, that's genius. There's no CGI. He had to risk his neck for a joke. That's my man.
But these pioneers, I don't think that you can say forget one and embrace the other. I think that they were all pioneers in terms of comedy and filmmaking.
That was right. That was my point.
Performance.
I mean, earlier you thought binary thinking was too simplistic. Now it's too complicated. You can go mono thinking. Yes, they're all good. Or you can go.
I would like to expand this conversation, and you wish you'd call me a dummy. I wish you would
be helpful when I'm making
one
a
at a
point.
time, guys.
Yet again.
It's not my fault.
This time, Scotty.
Yeah, it's not my fault. Captain Finity is not a captain.
No, but
that's why I changed my name, Scotty. I changed my name for you, and still you complain. That's how you're looking for a problem. It's Peter. Did you not check my fucking name, genius? Because you don't like false ranks. I dropped the captain. Happy now, bitch.
I am happy now, and I am a bitch.
Now, are they?
Gentlemen, enough.
Ding, ding, ding,
enough.
Ding, ding.
Oh, when I'm doing it. Now, hang on a minute. When he does it, it's a joke. When I'm doing
no,
it,
it's not about you.
Sorry,
it's about let's both calm
funny.
down.
But when I'm doing a comedy bit, then it's got to be. By saying enough, you're lowering the tone. Maybe I'm just doing a comedy bit, and I'm fine. Why is it got to be enough when I'm talking and not when Scotty's interrupting me? I'm fed up with being victimized around here. Apart from
that's why I said. No, that's why I said. That's why I told him. I said, "Hold on." I said, "I did." I told him,
Pops, you're fine, but I'm sorry, Nemesis. You too. You be aware of your own passive-aggressive behaviour. If you don't like me, then keep it away from Pop's show, please. I'm trying to have a good time.
We could always move forward.
Will you stop interrupting me, please? It's so rude. You're so ignorant.
Yes,
but you're so ignorant to your own self, dude. You everything you've just said applies to you too, Captain.
Wait. Hold on. No criticizing, guys. No criticizing each other. Sorry, that's another requirement on my channel.
Thank you. Interrupting is ignorant. Thank you.
No, I just ask that everybody respect each other. Don't talk over each other. No name calling, and no judging or criticizing is all I ask. There's no reason. There's plenty of time here for everyone to talk. And by the way, if I break my own rules, please tell me so. If I talk over somebody or interrupt them, please remind me. I'm definitely fallible, and sometimes I'm not perfect. Obviously, it's just that I want to be sure everybody's treated equally. And definitely, if you can, please do not talk over everybody. If somebody's talking, don't turn into Admiral Teague. All right, so yeah. Gap After Dark says if there's heaven and hell, then there's a Sasquatch. Ooh, that's a good point there.
Yeah.
Peter Not Finity says, so I was trying to respond to Scotty's point. Gap exactly, says Suzanne. And Peter Not Finity says, and bring up fourth wall breaking. Exactly. Phantom Boomer's Explorer says, no push-ups. Phew. Peter Not Finity says, one arbitrarily comment about death, and the entire conversation is turned.
You know what? I really don't like it when a person on the panel uses the chat.
Well, we can talk and communicate within the chat. I do that sometimes.
No,
if people are busy talking in the panel, I know, but like on the panel, for example, if two of you are talking to each other, rather than talking over you or interrupting you, And if
Anyway,
somebody
it's
says
just
something important in the chat, I will respond to people in the chat.
no, I know, but like if you and I are having a conversation, like we are, and we can respond to each other verbally, and then I put like sort of a sub argument in the chat, it seems like a backsided, an underhanded argument if you're sort of appealing to the chat when you have the use of your own voice.
So you're saying, like, for example, if you and I are having a conversation and I put something in the chat regarding you.
Yes.
Right. Sometimes that's not right.
I think it's not right.
Right. And especially if you're having a disagreement. But like, for example, let's say you and I are talking about something that we both enjoy and we're both laughing. I'll write in the comment and I'll say, Scotty has a great point. I thought that was hilarious.
Exactly. I'll be like, I love Pikachu.
And I'll Pikachu, but not right now.
Yee! I can't believe you said Pikachu. That is a thing that I never expected to hear Pop Culture Curator say. Pikachu.
I'm not sure what that is, but okay.
I was just going to say, does Pop even know what a Pikachu is? But that's okay, yeah.
You tell him.
Oh, it's a Pokemon, bro. He's iconic.
Pokemon I've heard of. And I've got a friend who's into all that stuff, so he's probably like about ready to knock me over the head saying, what are you doing when you should know better? So yeah, I'll definitely, I will claim myself ignorant on that point. Gab After Dark says, Scotty, you were born dirty.
True.
And there we are. Finally, I get to Jill's chat. Hello, Jill. I'm so sorry it took me a half hour to get to your comment, but it's so good to see you. I'm glad you could join us, and I hope you're still here. Gap After Dark says, hey, Jill. And Suzanne says, Jill, hail. And Jill says, of course. And Jill says, hello, Gap. And hello, Suzanne.
Hey, Jill, can you send me a picture of your feet? I swear we'll make money.
I have a feeling she's got nice feet. Unlike Brie Larson. Jim says, hail, antiderivative Jill.
Why do you have to compare her feet to Brie Larson's feet?
Well, whose is worse, Brie Larson or Sarah Jessica Parker?
No, Jill's feet are the best. All I was doing is celebrating Jill's feet.
Jill, I'm not remotely part of this conversation. I'd just like to.
I have no comment regarding Jill's feet. I've never.
I think Quentin Tarantino needs Jill's feet.
I mean, if anything, if I were stuck on a powerless raft, I'd probably want to have Brie Larson and Sarah Jessica Parker to help, power it.
Yeah, definitely.
No, but if I were on a raft, I think that if Jill were to kick and make us go forward, because she's got powerful feet. I'm on Jill's feet.
Helps. Every little bit helps.
Surface area, yeah.
Yep. Jill says hi at Jim's Landscape.
Hey, Jim.
And Jim
says, Jim.
Hail, Suzanne. And Lemon Pie says hi, Jill. And Jill says hello, Lemon Pie. Suzanne says wrong. And I just says, really? Sounds like a raw deal. And
is that because of your feet?
And I derivative Jill is laughing. And I don't want to show stream elements, so I apologize for that. Gap After Dark says, you mean to say purgatory is like a waiting room? That's what I always thought, but I could be wrong. I thought it was like, there's two doors, heaven and hell, and there's somebody right in the middle saying, step up above here, let's embarrass you in front of everybody. And I derivative Jill says, it is literature. And Suzanne Eckstein says, no one I know believes that Dante is real or in the Bible.
Dante isn't even supposed to be here today.
No, Dante's not here. And I derivative Jill says it's not real, but it gives us hope for our real future. That's a good point, Jill. And I derivative Jill says they do have drones that look like the Enterprise. Yeah, did you guys see? I don't know. That reminds me. Thank you, Jill. This guy posted a video. I know it's an old video, but it's Snoopy on his doghouse, and it flies. It's a drone. I thought it was so cool.
Oh, 1, 2, 3 more versions or more. Come on, Snoopy versus the Red Baron.
Yep. Suzanne said, Pop, it's been interesting, but I'm not into people speaking on theology. Have a great stream. Peace out. I'm sorry about that, Suzanne. I didn't mean to offend you.
One of my most, and Suzanne, I apologize for exerting this, and I apologize to
I
you as
agree,
well.
Suzanne. That's why I was trying to bring it back to me.
I think one of the most fascinating questions that I ask, just for myself, is the nature of God. I just want to know the nature of God. And if it upsets you when I ask, well, your God doesn't seem to have much defense if I can't even ask. I love asking about God.
I didn't mean to insult.
I did, because God is without insult. God cannot be insulted.
But there's people though that I don't want to hurt their feelings, so I'll ask questions. No, I'm saying there's people in the chat or listening now or who could be listening later. I don't want to. I don't know religion they are. I don't want to offend them. I like to be able to ask questions, but I don't mean as an insult and that I'm doubting their beliefs. I don't want them to feel that I am, and I apologize. That's why I'll touch lightly on the subject, but I won't go into a lot of depth and detail because a lot, as we all know, that religion is interpreted differently with everyone. So that's why I don't, I'll like I said about, what form, are we up in heaven? But I don't mean that to insult anybody, and I'm not saying that because I'm doubting it.
I think it's also a branding issue because it's a pop culture channel. It's a pop culture show. I mean, because as it happens, I love theology and I love physics, but I'm not interested in physics or theology when I'm talking about science fiction or fiction in general, or pop culture.
It's pretty much because you know that you're going to hell.
I'm already there right now. This is it.
Well, it's New Zealand, yes.
That's not what I meant.
But it's accurate.
I have a quick question.
No,
This is off.
New Zealand is heaven. YouTube is hell.
I have a quick question. It's off topic. Captain, how is that internet working? That star, what is it? The Elon Musk thing. How good is that? How reliable is that?
All I'm saying is I like capitalism because the day I ordered Starlink, a fucking engineer, you've all seen me 3 years complaining about the internet. The day I ordered Starlink, the other company sent an engineer, so I've decided to keep both networks.
Well, what do you know? What a coincidence! After all that time, they finally sent somebody out.
I'm on both networks concurrently. I'm on the one network broadcasting to you, and I'm watching you on the other network, and they're both like plenty of gigs to spare.
Beautiful. That's just the way it should be. I'm glad because for the longest time you couldn't even come on my panel and we couldn't hear you. So I'm glad it's working
capitalism. The day the monopoly was over, suddenly the prices went down and the gigabytes went up. Amazing, isn't it?
Oh yeah, fascinating, isn't it? Peter Notfinity, would you like to read this for us?
Let's have a look. When I spend months thinking up an original take on Dante's insight into Dante's Inferno, the response I'm looking for is not, but it's fiction. Thank you so much. That is assumed.
All right, thank you.
That's it, you, Nemesis.
The Phantom Boomer says, didn't know there was a remake of The Fog. Oh yeah, Steer Far Away. It's got Tom Welling, the guy from Smallville.
Isn't oh my God, who else is in it?
I don't know. I never saw it. I just remember that it had the guy.
I saw it and I forget. Like I feel like Jessica Parker or something.
Jessica. Sorry.
Who played Buffy? Wasn't she in it?
Sarah Michelle Gellar.
Was she in The Fog?
Or are you talking about the movie Buffy?
There's no movie. Oh no, that was Christy Swanson.
I was going to say yes, there is a movie.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
And that had Pee Wee.
Series, right?
Rest his soul.
Phantom Boomer, didn't know there was a remake of The Fog in the confused categories. Ghost of Mars is a science fiction vampire movie. I would agree with that.
I want to see. You know what? I've never seen Ghost of Mars. It's directed by John Carpenter.
Yes.
I want to see that movie. I haven't seen it yet.
I've never seen it either.
Yeah, I would say like myself, I'm a Carpenter fan, so I have to see everything he makes. But in my opinion, I wouldn't say it's one of his strongest. I'll say it that way. I don't want to.
Well, do you like John Carpenter's Vampires?
No,
I do. I love that movie.
I know a lot of people do. It's really sad because it just seemed like his career. I don't know. He got to where he was making some really bad movies. But I think the Ward was one of the last ones I saw, and that was horrendous. I don't mean by scary horrendous.
It's a funny situation with John Carpenter is that the later his career goes, and you see interviews with him, you can tell he's like, I've made enough money. I've stopped caring.
Oh, that's for sure. All I used to do now is just sign checks. Yes.
Yeah. And we've had this conversation before, Pop. And it's like, if you're just doing it for the money, then you're not an artist.
No, but he does deserve when somebody hands him a check because they want to remake one of his movies.
Halloween.
I think that's right. I think that's okay, as long as he doesn't just sign off on everything, which unfortunately
he does though.
Sometimes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He does. He tends.
But how do you? What is pop culture? What is your opinion of John Carpenter? Like on a scale from 1 to 10.
Oh God!
I love his original his movies. I thought he had a unique style. You could see that a lot of what he did was influenced by Hitchcock, which I'm a big fan of. Mm-hmm. It's just that it seems like he got more mainstream as he went along, and then that's. But I don't want to knock his his later movies.
Mainstream,
they were
really?
My thing. Yeah, like I said, The Ward and Ghost of Mars.
Memoirs of an Invisible Man.
Yeah, that's a good example of mainstream.
See, and I've never heard of any of these movies, so I don't know if it's really mainstream or not, man. It's.
Oh, well.
Well, it goes like he said, Memoirs of an Invisible Man. Okay, as we all know, Invisible Man was supposedly originally horror, but imagine with Chevy Chase. So that kind of gives you an example of that movie.
Chevy Chase was good.
I remember it for the effects. I liked the. I know that's
well, and also it had what's his name? The guy from Jurassic Park.
Sam Neill.
Sam Neill. Yes.
Yeah.
And he was also in The Mouth of Madness, another
Carpenter movie.
Yes.
And that was a good one.
And so it was all over the place. And he had.
I would agree with that. Yes, all over the place is a good way of surmising.
I appreciated that he was trying to make things happen, and also he had made his money, and he was trying to find success. But he also, he veered off. He didn't get it all the time.
Well, but I think that's why.
Even They Live is considered a financial failure.
Oh yeah, so was the thing. So was Big Trouble in Little China, and look at him now.
Bingo, yeah.
That's the problem is when he did try to step outside the box and make things that he knew and we knew that they were masterpieces and they were unique. The studios didn't get them. They didn't promote them, they didn't push them like they should. He knew they were unique and we know they are. But I know there are people that don't like some of those movies I just mentioned, so that's fine too.
Yeah, but who cares? When it comes to John Carpenter, when you find the movies that you like about his, I love Starman. I think it's a really good movie. I
like Starman as well.
It hugs me. It hugs me. And
I also like Assault on Precinct 13. That's another one.
I've never seen it. I've never seen it.
Karen Allen.
Yeah, Assault on Precinct.
We should watch it.
Red means
it's a really good movie. It's one of his
Amber
early
means go really
Throw it on one of your Wednesdays.
It's not horror sci-fi. I could cover it. Because, I do try to blend in and make a variety. And I would consider a thriller, which would be enough to categorize it to...
It'd be fun. Come on.
Scotty, you could do it on your channel.
I don't have a channel, you monkey. I am a contributor.
I will do that one of these nights, one of these weeks when I have my poll. In fact, obviously, because I haven't shown any John Carpenter movie yet. So I do want to cover John Carpenter. Obviously, I mean he's one of the
I'll do
masters of horror.
Starman. Fucking Karen or Alan, are you kidding? Thing about you humans is when things are at their worst, you're at your best. So you fuckers need things to be at their worst a bit more.
Beautiful Karen Allen, I love her.
Always
She
beautiful.
is adorbs.
Any
And she
Raiders
still
film
looks
without
great.
Karen Allen is shit.
She looks great, and not with she doesn't have all that plastic botched garbage like a lot of the actresses do. The Phantom Boomer says
Nothing killed Crystal Skull.
Karen, no, she got under the. Oh, really? Full scalpel. I thought she was better than that. Karen,
Right,
you so beautiful, Karen.
Crystal Skull was garbage, but she just did what she was told, so I'm not going to.
Karen,
Oh,
no, it was way better than Temple of Doomcock. Get the fuck out of here! Come on, we've been
Pop Culture.
Temple of Doom not even canon.
Pop Culture. Did you see Dial of Destiny?
No, I did. I sailed the high seas, and I got through about 2 minutes of it, and I didn't like the bad CGI, uncanny valley, and bad lip syncing on the audio.
Fair enough.
So too many technicalities.
Do you still have it on your hard drive?
No, it wasn't a good copy anyway.
All right.
But I don't want to get as far as Fleabag because I know I wouldn't be able to tolerate that.
No. The only reason I bring it up, and the only reason that I'm attempting to appeal to your romance of the series, is that Marion shows up at the end.
Yes, I heard, and I heard they actually made her.
It's a scene worth seeing. It's a scene worth seeing.
I guess, but I like the way they wrapped it up at the end of even though I didn't like Crystal Skull, I like the way they wrapped it up at the end of Crystal Skull with them.
They do it the same way again at the end.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Dial of Destiny.
Yeah, I mean,
they
had them divorced.
If you don't want to see it, I understand, and it's not a big deal.
Right? It's out of my
Karen
respect.
Allen was supposed to have more screen time, but they cut it. That is specifically why I'm never giving a penny to that movie, film, because you cut Karen Allen's screen time, you fucking morons.
That is a shame. But yeah, it's out of my love and it's out of my love and respect for the character of Indiana Jones and the franchise is why I won't watch the movie. And we're talking about the new one now, the Dial of Destiny. I won't watch it because it's almost like physically digging up a dead body and putting strings on it and using it like a marionette. And that's
I don't think it is that way.
Oops.
That's fine.
I think that every movie of Indiana Jones is sort of a chapter in Indiana Jones's life.
It's like fucking.
Okay.
I agree with Indiana Jones fans who think that riding off into the sunset at the end of the whole Last Crusade,
name of it,
the one that I just mentioned. Shut the fuck up! I'm making a point. That's what he says all the time. Why can't I say it?
Funny when I do it.
It's just
Shut your fucking head, you New Zealand monkey nut.
Warning, Scotty, please don't. There's a way of getting your point across without doing that, please.
When you get to... All right, let's go to the chat.
Anti-derivative Jill said, hey, I just don't like when people talk to people like that, please.
Yeah, but he makes he makes shows about me. He makes shows. He calls me an idiot all the time.
That's a discussion for another time and another place, please.
And you're saying that I can't be aggressive towards him, but he is aggressive towards me.
No, I'm
90% of the time.
No, I'm asking everybody not to be aggressive towards anybody. Is what I'm asking. I will do. I'm not singling anybody out. I just don't like.
I'm just saying
when people use words like that against each other. That should be pretty simple to understand.
He's a monkey.
Let's respect pop culture. Let's respect the audience, and let's pretend to.
Let's respect the audience.
Yeah, well, you should try.
Anyway, I apparently am getting too worked up. I have to go. I'll see you guys in the future.
And that derivative Jill says, "Oh, if you are really going, I will see you soon, Suzanne. I respect your decision on that matter, Religion and politics are sensitive topics that should be respectful. Yeah, I guess I should avoid them altogether. I really, Suzanne, if you're listening, or if you do decide, I hopefully to come back to my channel. I didn't mean to disrespect you in any way, and I apologize. And I guess I should keep religion out of the discussion altogether. Sean Carter says, "Hey, they're all lurking from work. Good to see you, Sean. I'm glad you could be here. Glad you're listening.
Hello, Sean."
And I drew Jill says, "Don't mean to terrify you, but I have only seen the remake, The Phantom Boomer." Are you talking about The Fog, Jill? Suzanne Eckstein says, "Jill, thank you." And I drew Jill says, "Hello, Sean Carter." Sean Carter says, "Hi, Jill." And Sean Carter says, "Hi, Lemon and Phantom." And Jim says, "Hail at Sean Carter." And Gap After Dark says, "Hello, Sean Carter." And Gap After Dark says, "Hello, Jim." So we have people saying hello to each other, which is wonderful. And Suzanne says, "Because you fools have not seen or experienced something, you believe only your thick minds are right." Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It appears that way, Suzanne. I try not to think that way, but I apologize, Suzanne, if it appears that way. And I drew to Jill says, "You're alone because Cthulhu will destroy the universe and all its particles. It actually don't care about you either." And Phantom Boomer says, "Well, we got some.
Cthulhu is ambivalent to your suffering.
We've got a lot of upset people tonight. I guess I'm doing something wrong."
It's not you, Pop.
Captain, what is that? Sure, that. Tell us about it, Captain. What is that?
That's Cthulhu, and proving that the real evil is ambivalence. Just Cthulhu doesn't care one way or the other, and that's the real problem.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Phantom Boomer says, "And editor Jill, was Carpenter involved in the remake?" Definitely not. That I know for sure. But did he make money off of it? Probably so. And Anti-Derivative Jill says, "Captain is traveling through the eddies of his subconsciousness until he finds his flow." And Jill
we were all
says,
doing that. I thought that was what the meaning of life was. My bad.
And Editor Jill says, "I enjoy the mixing of genres." I second that, Jill. So do I.
As do I.
Yes, like referring to like the comedy horror. If done right, yes, it can be very enjoyable. And Editor Jill says, "No, it wasn't good. I need to see the original." Well, then, yeah, if Jill saw just the remake and says it wasn't good, then you know it had to be bad. Because for us to saw the original, or saying that because we can compare.
I saw the remake. It's all good, buddy. Yeah, I saw the remake, and it was, like it wasn't awful, but it wasn't anything to write home about. That's for sure.
Well, it's like with Poltergeist. Somebody tried to remake a Spielberg movie. You know, someone tried to remake Carpenter. Yeah, like you can do better than Carpenter. Phantom Boomer says, "And Editor Jill, down the road, I will be doing a watch party on the original." Very cool. The Phantom Boomer says, "I think that exclamation points." I'm not sure. And Editor Jill says, "Nice." The Phantom Boomer. And Gap After Dark says, "I alphabetize my movies." Gap, you know, I thought about that too. In some cases, I do, but when I'm filing my movies, I'm categorizing. I'm always thinking in the back of my mind, what if I have a guest over and they want to watch a movie, and I say, "Feel free to browse." And if they say, "Well, what do you have?" I said, "Well, I got horror and comedy and action and drama and war and westerns." And that way I can they can browse, they can choose a category. But I know this is going to sound crazy. What throws me off with alphabetizing is when movies are starting with the word "the," and that's what really makes it rough for me to alphabetize movie. So if there is a "the" in the title, like "The Day the Earth Stood Still," you're going to have 1,000 movies that start with "the," and it's going to take forever to get through them browsing. So then I figure, well, do you start with "Day the Earth Stood Still, comma, the"? And I thought, both of those, I don't know why. It's So that's why I would take Day the Earth Stood Still, and I would put it in a folder for aliens and I can't remember off the top of my head the name of that folder, but it's like aliens and creatures attack or something like that. Gap After Dark says there we go. I read that one. And I Derivative Jill says Star Trek is sci-fi and sci-fi depending on the episode and sometimes both. Yes, and it's also sometimes horror like The Man Trap. And I Derivative Jill says, "Oh my God, Scotty, no, you do not." Yeah, I guess you did. Unfortunately, Scotty, you're welcome back. I just ask that you try to keep calm. The Phantom Boomer says, years ago, I built a DVD database in Access, Microsoft that is, sorted by title, director, stars, genre. Way too much work. I don't have enough shelf space for all of them. They're all piled all over the place. That's how I was with VHS tapes, and then that's how I eventually was with DVDs, and then that's when I eventually went with putting everything on a server because I kept running out of room. So I completely empathize with you on that. And Jill is laughing. And then I drifted. Jill says hello. And Jill says yes. Lemon Pie says Hebrewa 927, just as people are destined to die once and after that to face judgment. So there wouldn't be a point of judgment right after death if everyone went to the same place to wait. Bird of Prey says, Kapla, I hope you're still here, Bird of Prey. I hope you haven't been offended. It's good to see you. And I'm sorry it took so long to get around to your chat. Tonight's an open topic, open mic. You're welcome on the panel if you feel the need to join us, which would really be nice. It's always a honor to have Bird of Prey on panels. And Jill says, Kapla, Bird of Prey 5. And Gap After Dark says, Kapla Bird. Lemon Pie says, also the story of the rich man and Lazarus implies heaven and hell exists well before the second coming. Okay, that's interesting. Phantom Boomer says, Kung Pao at Bird of Prey 5. And I actually like that movie, Kung Pao, Into the Fist. Phantom Boomer Explorer says, very many smelly critters in DC. Yeah, I know, unfortunately, people voted for one. Jim's Landscape says, hail, Bird of Prey 5. Lemon Pie says, but Nemesis, I still love you, even if we disagree on even such a deep topic. That's a very good thing. Always agree, but never hold it personal. Lemon Pie
Indeed,
says,
Lemon.
Oliver Harvey. What about Oliver Closeoff?
Heyo.
Yeah, no problems there. Oliver Closeoff, as long as, I don't want to say anything too nasty here. Edge of Time says, Shemp, enjoyer reporting in. And the Shemp is a reference to one of the Three Stooges. Rest in peace, Shemp Howard. Jim says, I'm a big Three Stooges fan. Well, Jim, one of these days we need to spend many, many hours talking about them. I could do that and never get tired of it. And Gap After Dark says, hello, Edge. And Edge of Time says, hi, Gap. Long time, no meow. Meow? Mew? Phantom Boomer says, Dr. Howard, Dr. Fine, Dr. Howard. Gap After Dark says, yeah, been a minute, Edge. And Edge of Time says, I'm up after my bedtime. By that, I mean insomnia. Oh, well, I'm glad you're here, Edge of Time, but I'm sorry you're unable to sleep. Lemon Pie says, hey, Edge. And Jim says, you mean Teagles. Teagles? Edge of Time says, hi, Pie, I miss you. I should drop this whole schedule nonsense. I know, but I know some of us have to do what we have to do. Lemon Pie says, Edge, schedules and extensive YouTube participation don't always mix. Yes, that is true. Edge of Time says, hi, Jims. And Jim says, where's the boxing gloves, Captain and Scotty? Well, hopefully they're not needed here. I try my best to be a referee and to avoid conflict. And I Derivative Jill says, Scotty is a Pikachu. And Edge of Time says, Detective Pikachu. And Jill says, stop doing that. Edge of Time. Oh, my problem is my screen is so small, but it looks like an inspector with a magnifying glass. Bigfoot. Searching for Bigfoot, I'm guessing is what that means.
Bigfoot tracks, yeah.
Yeah. Herc130 says, I can send you a picture of my feet, Scotty. They were featured in the hobbitfeet.com as Big Toe of the Month. And Lemon Pie says, what's not real? And Lemon says, I'm more offended by feet talk than theology talk. I can agree with that.
I will agree with that.
Yeah, feet is not something that that's not one of my fetishes. And Jill says, hello, Edge of Time. And Edge of Time says, knock, knock, open up, it's me, Dante. Jim says, hail, Edge of Time. We got a lot of chat here. And Lemon replies, I'm not offended by feet talk, just making a point, which is totally fine, Lemon. And Lemon says, theology came up, so I responded to some things said, which is totally fine. I understand that, Lemon. Edge of Time says, hail, Jill. And Jill says, I believe she's laughing. And Gap After Dark is also laughing. By the way, everybody, if you see Suzanne, apologize for me. And Edge of Time says, ignore the swelling. That's just my gout acting up. Phantom Boomer, yes, James Woods rocks. I totally agree. I love James Woods. Oh, wow. I was thinking, wonder what my favorite James Woods movie is. Maybe Videodrome? That's another movie we need to cover one of these days. Edge of Time, Ghosts of Mars isn't horrible. And Lemon Pie says, oh, the Bible isn't real. Well, that's quite a broad statement. Do you mean historically or theologically? Much of its history is real, though its purpose is to teach theological truth and reality. Yes, but unfortunately, it's a touchy subject, which I'm going to try to avoid going down the road here from now on. I don't want to upset anybody. I want everyone to feel welcome here. And I don't want them to feel like that they're being mocked. Edge of Time says, hail, Phantom Boomer. And Suzanne says, lemon pie. Boom. Exactly. Agree with you on that. The Phantom Boomer says, the Phantom Boomer says, Dog Star was Carpenter's first flick. O'Bannon's also. Yes, I agree. Low budget, but yes, his first one. I think he may have still been in college at the time. The Phantom Boomer says Chevy Chase was good in Under the Rainbow. That's the one with the little people. And yes, I think my favorite Chevy Chase movie is going to be Vacation. Even though I like him in other movies, but I don't know. The first Vacation is close to my heart. Gap After Dark says Sam Neill was in The Omen too. Yes, he was. That's when he was still relatively unknown. Phantom Boomer says Carrie Fisher was better. Well, I definitely have no complaints there. She was a beautiful woman. Tragic to how she passed away. Phantom Boomer says Carpenter's Prince of Darkness was good. Yes, it was. I completely agree. Lemon Pie says, welcome back, Suzanne. Yes, and I second that. Welcome back, Suzanne.
Oh, Suzanne.
Gap After Dark says, Scotty, has anybody checked your head for the mark of the beast, 666? And like I said, Scotty, you're always welcome back. Just try to please keep your temper in check if you can. Phantom Boomer says, I have Assault and oh, that's right. I forgot there was a remake. So Phantom Boomer is referring to Assault on Precinct 13. And Lemon Pie says, Gap, I didn't see one. Oops, didn't mean to click on Stream Elements. Got to pass that one up. Because we all don't care what Stream Elements says unless it plugs our channels and it plugs your channels. And that's as another reminder. If you come into my channel and you're on my chat or on my panel, and if you see that my Stream Elements bot does not mention you or promote your channel, please let me know and I will add it. I always like to return the favor because if you're going to spend time with me, I will do the same for you. Gap After Dark says Lemon Pie, and Edge of Time says Benson, Oklahoma. And Suzanne says, it's nothing against you, Pop. No, I understand, Suzanne. I didn't take it personal. It's just that I don't want to offend either as well. And I know as with politics, as everyone says, it is a touchy subject with religion. So I try to remain neutral, and I don't want to offend anybody. I don't care what your religion is. Did you want to say something, Captain?
Just the sex, politics, and religion. That's apparently the three taboo subjects for polite company and radio traditionally.
Yes.
I mean, I'll talk about sex, politics, and religion all day long, but arguably not on a pop culture show. or indeed the Pop Culture Show.
And you had a good point earlier. I should stick to pop culture. So that I definitely agree.
I love theology and sex, politics not so much, and physics, but they just got nothing to do with Star Trek.
You're right. And Scotty R37 says, I became. Edge of Time says Cthulhu DGAF.
That's
Scotty
right.
is my mistake. Well, Scotty, I accept your apology. Scotty R37 says, my function tasted of coconut. Edge of Time says, is that what you are calling it? And Scotty says, Cthulhu is a punk. I could kill it with mind bullets. And Lemon Pie says, Scotty Hale. Edge of Time says, great Cthulhu lies dreaming. And I drill just says, Scotty. Lemon Pie says, Scotty fell from the high place into the chat. Which is fine as long as he's still here. I'm glad to see he's still around. And Suzanne says, Scotty, come back. Come back, Scotty. Come back.
I want back up.
And Edward of Jill says, oh no, Scotty, are you okay? Did you hit your head on the way down from the panel? Jill, Scotty came to hang out with the cool kids. Yes, I would say the chat is definitely the cool kids. Edge of Time says, let Cthulhu into your dark heart, Scottford. He has eldritch secrets.
Scottford.
Welcome, Gorillas Red and Thoughts. So good to see you. Hey, what'd I miss? I just got done Chinese MacGyvering my bed. I hope you're feeling well, Gorilla. I hope that sting is going away, and I hope you're having to not take Benadryl much longer. I know that can make you drowsy.
That sting you feel, that's pride fucking with you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I hope you're feeling better, buddy.
Yeah, and if you do, feel free to come on up and join us there, Gorilla. Edge of Time says, hail, Nemesis. Lemon says, hey, Gorilla.
Hey, Edge of Time.
Gorilla says, hey, Scurvy. And Suzanne says, Gorilla, hello. Edge of Time says, hail, Gorilla. And Gap After Dark says, hail, Gorilla. Cinema Gulf, welcome. So good to see you. Glad you could join us. Says, Assault on Precinct is my second favorite Carpenter film.
I knew it.
Now, I hadn't thought about it, but I probably would say it. I agree. I don't know what your first one is, Cinema Gulf, but my first is obviously Halloween. And if somebody was to ask me what my second Carpenter film would be, second favorite, it would be Assault on Precinct 13.
I was thinking about Starman. $20 says it's got to be Starman.
Starman. Well, Cinema Gulf, feel free to let us know in the chat, or you're welcome on the panel. There's a link in the chat if you'd like to join us. Gorilla's Random Thought says, hey, Suzanne. And Gorilla's Random Thought says, Suzanne, we're supposed to tell you if we sell you that Pop apologizes, but I don't know why. Hey, Edge, says Gorilla. And Gorilla says, hey, Gap. Lemon Pie says, I understand wanting to avoid the topic in the future, but I think everyone was civil and no one mocked anyone's positions.
Fair.
But it may not have seemed that way, but I know it's still a touchy subject, so it's best for me to avoid, which I will do.
Maybe we should have an apology night.
That's true. That's true. We can always have one night where we talk about that sort of stuff. And by the way, when we talk about ghosts and paranormal UFOs, I don't mean to offend anybody by using those topics anyway. Or, other. That's something that any topics I bring up, I don't mean to offend anybody.
The thing is, Pop, that entire digression was based on a random word. And I was thinking, we are completely off topic. This isn't even pop culture. Someone might get offended. What if Suzanne and then, And it was that's what got me. That it was one. It's not even that anyone wanted to talk about. There's one random word. And we went way off. Because I brought up Laurel and Hardy as an example of the fourth wall. And now we're talking about death and the afterlife. I'm like, I thought Scotty had made the point about She-Hulk. But anyway.
I know. That's the problem with the open topic. You can go anywhere, right? I guess I need to try to rein it in.
Yeah, I mean,
REIN, guys.
I've already got the counter argument in my head. Well, obviously, you don't want to be a conversation fascist. Things should flow, yada, yada. But yeah, sometimes it's good to, stay on topic and not just be like a magpie. And now I've noticed we all do it as YouTubers, but I'm trying to become, ironically enough, self-aware or more self-aware or somewhat self-aware. I've not a lot of YouTubers are just that reminds me Brie Larson. Oh, I had some Brie cheese. That reminds me I've got to go shopping. That reminds me all the shops are closed because of the recession.
Yes. Gorillas Running Thought says just one topic, so I know what I'm fighting about.
It was
And
She-Hulk, but we never got back there.
oh, duh, of course. What was I thinking? Of course, the thing. Thank you, Cinema Gulp. Yes, I retract my last statement. Yes, I was like, what am I thinking? Of course, the thing is number one for Carpenter.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
So
man,
yeah,
I was a little shocked, but I was letting you be you.
yeah. But what was I thinking? I took a pain pill earlier, so I'm
All
going to
right,
blame
I'm
it
out
on
$20. I was wrong again.
that. And I want to cover the thing real soon on my stream too. I'm
Release
itching at
the
that.
Blade Runner.
If I do Blade Runner, would you be here, Captain?
I'd be offended if I wasn't.
Well, the thing is, I'd have to watch it again. I haven't seen it since its theatrical run, so that shows how old I am.
Well, there's already a question. I mean, I can't even agree whether, I reckon there's 3 versions. I keep getting told there's 5. No, there's 5, but basically there's 2. There's the first one and the last one. See the last one. See the final cut. It's not a debate. Just see the one without the fucking voiceover. Because once you hear the voiceover, you cannot unhear the voiceover. So just do me a favor. Do yourself a favor, everyone. If you haven't seen Blade Runner, if you have, see the version, any version without the voiceover, preferably final cut. That's the end of the discussion. I don't want to hear it, and then we'll go from there.
If I go searching for it, is that what it's called? The final cut or director's cut? Or
Yeah,
what?
it's called the final cut. This time I mean it. Yours sincerely, Ridley Scott. By the way, Deckard's a replicant.
Thank
According
you.
to Ridley Scott. I'm not saying I agree. What?
Okay, thank you. I will. I'll check that version because obviously all I saw was the theatrical version, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, which theatrical version? The 1982 original with the voiceover, or the 1994 re-release, the director's cut, or the 2000 or whatever it was final cut? And that's me saying 3. Problem being reckons there's 5. The US theatrical, the European theatrical.
US
Was there a
theatrical
voiceover?
I saw the US theatrical 82 version, and I don't
Oh,
remember
you
if
saw
it
the
had
one
the
with the
voiceover.
voiceover. No, you should have waited 12 years like everyone else. No.
I know.
Forget that ever happened. Forget the voiceover. It didn't happen. It's fine.
I know. Shame on me for that.
No, the good news is they're all in the same universe, unlike Star Wars, where each version of Star Wars... There's 17 versions of Star Wars just with the original movie, and the way it went down with Greedo is different. But with Blade Runner, there's 3 or 5 versions, but they're all the same universe. It's fine. Move on.
Okay. Gorilla's Random Thought says, you owe me $20 and not those New Zealand dollars, LOL.
Oh, yeah, your worthless fiat currency, your no gold backing up US dollar. Yeah, good luck when that tanks on Tuesday.
Yeah, our US dollar is not really in very good shape right now either.
And it's never coming back neither. Game over.
Yep. Suzanne says, lemon pie. No, but I know my temper. Being a ginger, I walk away before going ballistic. Very smart, Suzanne. Good idea.
The key is to always come back, Suzanne. That's the mark of the grown up.
Yes, as long as you come back, that's what's important, Suzanne, because you're always welcome. Edge of Time says, former captain, any thoughts on valerian root for sleep?
Valerian, what, the movie for sleep? Yeah, watch Valerian and then have a root. You'll be asleep in no time.
Help me out. What is that?
Well, root is Australian slang for sex. So, yeah, watching a movie and a good bunk up, I'm out. Pete, wake me up when it's pizza time.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Thank you for elaborating. Suzanne says, lemon pie, I'm blaming it on being a ginger, LOL. I walk away, then come back with a fresh view. Well, that's always a good thing, Suzanne. I'm glad to hear that. Edge of Time, says Suzanne, it works great for some. And wow, I actually got caught up on the chat. That's a good thing. And as a reminder, everybody, there is a link down there in the chat. Hopefully there is or used to be. If anybody would like to join us, go for it. So any suggestions?
Unarmed, Scotty. Take it. Take the link.
Scotty, you're welcome up here too. Anybody's welcome. I know there's some people that don't go on panels that only are in the chat, which is totally fine. That's what I did for the longest time, many years. That's where I started, was in the chat. So total respect for if you hang out in the chat and in the chat only. I have no problem with that.
Some
Yeah, it'd be
people
great to have Scotty
disappear.
back.
Some people disappear from a panel just at the sight of my very name.
At your time, thanks, Suzanne. I don't know. I disagree with people, but I still will coexist, and I'll be on a panel with them. It's just that if I see people on my channel, I'll try to be a referee, and I'll try to hopefully get everybody gets along. But if I'm on somebody else's channel, and if I see people disrespecting others, then I usually tend to just leave because it's not my place to correct them. Sometimes I might overstep my bounds and correct somebody. And I want to apologize right now to Jill for doing that the other night on her gaming stream. But I promise I won't do it again, Jill. And Suzanne says, we use melatonin for us to sleep and valerian root for calming the dog during storms. Oh, very cool. So valerian root calming the dog.
It's a natural root that occurs.
Yeah. The real answer to your question, Edge of Time, is I don't take anything. I just don't sleep. I just don't bother. I just given up.
Well, that's one way to do it. Just stay awake all the time, right?
Yeah, it's not necessary. I'm not saying it's a good idea, but that's what I've done.
No, I think I have a feeling you'll probably go insane eventually.
Yeah, well, I can't really tell the difference. Can you?
I've known people who don't go to sleep, and yes, I can tell the difference. You wouldn't be able to string two thoughts together. Lemon Pie says, Edge of Time.
Perfect for YouTube.
Yeah, you're right about that. It never gets boring. Edge of Time, don't take it along with alcohol, as I believe it uses liver to metabolize. So this valerian root is something you can buy and consume, I guess. I take it, huh?
Edge of Time has revealed a massive ignorance in the captain's head. I've never heard of the stuff myself.
Is that the brand name, or is that like the ingredient?
It's the ingredient. Valerian root is the ingredient.
I'm just movie and sex. I mean, it's just an enduring mental image. I just can't do movie, sex, valerian root.
Thank you for
Saturday night for me.
Thank you for explaining that, Edge of Time. Do you know what brand any brand names that it falls under? Welcome, PvP.
Imagine watching Valerian.
Nemesis of Eden. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Nemesis of Eden. Do you know what brand names that valerian root falls under by chance?
Mind you,
I do not.
Okay. I was just interested because I had never heard of it before. How you doing, PvP?
Oh, not too bad.
PvP.
Got through a day of work with not too many aches and pains. My shoulders are kind of sore today, though. I noticed.
How's that rug burn doing?
Oh, it's pretty nasty looking. I think it's probably going to take some time to heal.
It's probably a scab by now, huh?
Oh yeah, it's a scab.
Lawsuit.
Yeah. Not pretty, but hey, I'll survive. I've been through worse things, I suppose, over the years. So.
Yeah, but I know those are very painful.
Yeah, if I touch it, I can definitely feel it. But yeah, just a matter of time. Just have to get it healing, I guess. So what's this sleep aid Nemesis is talking about?
Valerian root. Have you heard of it?
No, I have not.
Oh.
Is it
okay,
something?
Good. Then I'm not the only one.
Is it something you get at like a health food store or that kind of place? Or
got me, bub.
Feel free to let us know in the chat there. More on valerian root, obviously, we were interested.
Only there was some kind of computer network we could look these things up on.
If I knew how to spell it, I would.
Well, if it's like the movie, V is Victor, Alpha, Lima, Echo, Romeo, India, Alpha, November.
Okay. I'll just wait for Nemesis to come back and ask him because he seems to be an expert on this stuff anyway.
Suzanne says, Pop, I try real hard to hold my tongue. Well, I hope we don't say anything that you have to struggle to hold your tongue on there, Suzanne. Rilla's Renathought says, my record is 3 days straight. That was the first and last time I'll take one. Adderall. Ooh, you took an Adderall. I haven't done that. Suzanne says, Captain Infinity, this child started work today and he stayed up all night last night as not to miss work. Worked like a man all day. Fell asleep an hour ago.
Good work, Junior.
That's some good work ethic there. Gorilla's Random Thought says, so remember, kids, drugs are bad. McKay?
You ain't taking my coffee away from me.
Yes.
Hi, Gap.
Gap After Dark says, hey, PvP.
Yeah, hi, Gap. Hi,
Lemon
Lemon.
Pie says, hey, PvP. Edge of Time says, practically roll call this evening.
Good turnout.
And Gorilla says, hey, Pop, are you able to be at the Cringe Stock if I set it for Saturday at noon?
Yes.
Well, it looks like we lost Nemesis.
Nemesis may be having internet issues. Sometimes he tends to,
Yeah, I'm kind of guessing.
unfortunately, have that. So, please, Nemesis, you're welcome back. Come back as soon as possible or whenever you can. Gorilla says, noon Saturday. I currently have no plans. I will. I should ask Gorilla, what are you covering, Gorilla, for your Cringe Stock Saturday at noon?
Cringe.
And Suzanne says you can find it in most health food stores or drug stores in the vitamin section, and it's just called by its name. Oh, okay, that's cool. A question, Suzanne. Valerian root or melatonin, which is better? What's the difference? Suzanne Eckstein says, hello, PvP.
Hi, Suzanne.
Gorilla's Random Thought says, PvP, you will suffer through it.
Uh-oh.
I think he's talking about the rug burn. And Suzanne says, Gorilla, if this boy didn't have drugs, he wouldn't be up for a week spinning like a top. Just don't burn your, what do they say? Burn yourself out or burn the candle at both ends. Ola Greg says, I got to go later, Gators. Take care, Ola Greg. Thank you for being here.
Bye,
and I will see you hopefully soon.
Cheers, Greg.
See you, buddy.
And Gorilla says, I should say Pleasant Valley, and also the movie is a sausage party. I'll think about it, Gorilla. I'm not a fan of that movie. I'm not a fan of Seth Rogen, and I'm not a fan of watching things that I don't enjoy. But I may stop by in the chat and say hello. Suzanne Eckstein says melatonin is safer. Okay, well, Suzanne, if melatonin is safer, what's the dangerous aspects of valerian root? What is it? I'm sorry about all the 1,000 questions, Suzanne, but I had never heard of it before. And Suzanne says, Pop, he's been on Concerta, a Ritalin derivative for years. Oh, he's been on Concerta, a Ritalin derivative for years. Okay, gotcha. Well, that's too bad. I hate to hear that somebody has to be on something like that for such a long time. That can't be good. I remember when I was a teacher, the teachers would joke around and say they wish they had a Ritalin lick in the back of the classroom. And they would just send the kids back there. Okay, so what do you guys think about Blue Beetle bombing? I guess it was a bomb and it wasn't exactly a buzz at the box office. So what do you guys think?
Well, I never even heard of the movie until a day or two ago. So it's no wonder it bombed, I guess. Probably a lot of people are like me. It's like Blue Beetle. I don't even remember Blue Beetle, to be honest.
Well, I used to read comic books when I was young, and I don't remember Blue Beetle.
Yeah. He must have been a pretty minor superhero if he had that many. I mean, I don't even know how many comics they would have had out of a character like that. It doesn't sound very interesting, really.
From what I've heard, the people that do like it, if I have this correctly, I think it came out in the 80s, but even they said it's more like a D-list character.
Wow. Yeah, well, I mean, if I don't even recognize the name, and I used to collect comics for years as a kid. And a teenager, for years and years, I bought comic books, and I never heard of the character. So,
right, exactly. I mean, I used to collect Firestorm the Nuclear Man. His head was on fire. I'm like, who the fuck is this Blue Beetle? Zero brand recognition. I'm like, whatever, shrug, done.
It's a shame. is that they're blaming the Latino community, and that's stupid and that's ignorant. DC really needs to get their head screwed on straight.
Well, that's all. Yeah.
In my opinion, all this hype and Mr. James Gunn, who loves himself so much, I think that what's going on right now, because remember now, hold on.
Take your time, Pop.
So, sorry. But James Gunn, the last two movies, he said were the best movies ever. He said The Flash was the best movie ever. Then he said Blue Beetle was the best movie ever. And I'm wondering at this point, since they had now with Blue Beetle lost over $100 million, are they really going to invest money in making another Superman movie? I'm having my doubts.
There's talk. I don't know. Go ahead, Pop. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Well, I was just going to say that I'm wondering if it's going to come to the point where David Zaslav, because when I heard he's a real penny pincher, and he's been giving them warnings, I'm wondering if the hammer's going to come down. And he said, look, we're just going to stop with these superhero movies. They're in bad investment. Because as we all know, and I'm sure most of us can agree on, unless they start writing good movies, they're not going to get any better, and the audiences are not going to come back. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, yeah, that's exactly it. Like, I mean, it's actually rare now that there's an actual blockbuster that's actually good, that people actually want to go and see. It just seems like we're getting an endless string of Hollywood cranking out garbage that nobody really cares about. And they keep wanting to spend billions of dollars producing said garbage. And they must just love to lose money and turn their consumers away. Like, I don't get it. It's like, these people must be so self-delusional. It must be just incredible to be around them. Like, I can't imagine how awful that would be to even know any of these fools. It's just like,
these fantasies are amazing. How do you buy into them?
I just don't get it. I don't get it. That's pretty much, I guess, the way I'd sum it up anyway.
Right. So I'm wondering, is Hollywood capable, or will they ever get back to a story first? Hiring writers that are the best, not based on who they sleep with or what color of their skin.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're ever going to go back to that again. And I doubt it, I guess. I don't think it's going to happen.
Writers who can actually write and aren't actually just writers
right.
in name.
Yes, listen to PvP.
Yeah, I don't know. I just can't fathom what they're thinking in Hollywood these days. Like, this stuff's been going on how many years now, guys? Do you have any?
I'm guessing a ballpark figure is around 10.
About 10 years. Okay, that sounds pretty close.
Somewhere around there, I would guess it started, right? And then it's not just Hollywood, but why are the stockholders putting up with it? You figure the people that have money invested into this would be putting their foot down. Look at Disney. How can all the people that own stock in that company, why are they putting it up with this garbage?
There must be a lot of them that just like this agenda that they're trying to push at us. And I mean, how did they ever make money in the first place and get rich if they're that crazy? Like, I don't know. It's just weird. Very weird. Because why would you work hard to make millions of dollars just to to piss it all away on
piss it all movies? Away? Yeah. And unfortunately, now we got Barbie, which means they're going to think, "Oh, this is what we're going to do now." So now we're going to see 1,000 Barbie movies and things.
I just can't believe they didn't include the song by Aqua. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. I'm not saying it for that reason.
And it's funny because the only place I ever heard of that was from Gorilla when he sang it.
Good work, Gorilla.
So that's the only version I ever heard, and I'm sure it sounds better than the original.
It's not in the movie, so we're not singing the movie. That's it. Come on, PvP, we're going home.
Which means apparently Mattel doesn't own the rights. That means Mattel must not own the rights to the song, obviously, or it would have been.
Did you hear about the origin of the Barbie doll? It was a German call girl.
Yeah, I did hear. Yeah, I heard it was based on a German.
Really?
Wasn't it a German call girl and then a German doll and then Barbie?
You can't make this stuff up. Yeah, obviously not.
Yes.
Yeah, she was real. Then they made, or she was a character. Who knows? And then they made the doll. And then and then it was an American producer took one home that, hey, let's make 1 billion of these.
Wow.
Oh, that's all we're gonna see. It's like when the Matrix came out. and we saw Bullet Time, and it's like, oh my god, we're going to be seeing this for the next 10 years.
Shit, but I just realised the truth is stranger than fiction. Someone should write the actual story of the original Barbie. That's way more batshit crazier than this fucking nonsense.
Yes, that I agree completely.
Guten Tag, ich bin ein Barbie. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Ich bin ein Fantastic.
And Suzanne says, some folks will get real gastrointestinal issues with valerian. Ooh, that doesn't sound good at all. Suzanne XD. So I will avoid it. Thank you, Suzanne.
PvP, have you seen the movie? Sorry.
No, I haven't been to a movie. I haven't. The last movie I went to was Indiana Jones 5.
No, Valerian. Have you seen Valerian?
Oh, no. I don't think I have, actually.
You haven't seen Valerian? With Cara Delevingne, the gorgeous blonde. I'm shocked, PvP.
Yeah, I got a watch list that's too long for sure.
Well, can you do me a favor and bump me to the top of the list because I'm special and I got good taste?
Okay,
Captain, are you talking about Valerian and the City of 1,000 Planets?
Yes, sir. Yes, I am.
Hey, can one of you guys put a link in the chat somewhere and I'll go and check it out?
Oh, Mr. Lazy Bones, King of France in the corner. What, you can't type?
Well, I would show. Let's see. Can I stop this? Can
there might be other, I'm just thinking there might be other people in the chat that might want to check it out as well. So
there we go. Okay. All right. I'm gonna.
Good cover, PvP. Good cover.
Thank you, Nemesis.
You're welcome.
I thoroughly recommend Valerian. It's not like the best. That's what gets me. It's not the best film ever, but it's got such rewatch value. I'm just like. But going back to categories, I'm just ever thinking, what am I going to watch? Valerian, every time. Valerian, just a million times. It has got a French maid in it, but yeah, Valerian, brilliant. Not brilliant. That's it. It's not that good. It's like Flash Gordon, but not funny. Star Wars without the incest. I don't know.
A dark force threatens Alpha, a vast metropolis and home to species from 1,000 planets. Special operatives Valerian and Laureline must race to identify the marauding menace and safeguard not just Alpha, but the future of the universe.
The future of the universe, PvP.
Okay, I typed it in and I'm getting the stupid the herbal sleep aid thing. Lovely. And it's Valerian, right? I think I got it right.
Right, it's on the screen here.
Yeah. Oh, is it like anime or something? Or
nope. There is a comic
in
book
Red Dead Redemption 2.
Okay, I'm just I don't know. I'm just
action adventure fantasy.
I mean, if you want to go transmedia canonical verisimilitude, I've got the comics here. But
so you recommend this movie, Captain?
Yeah, because it's not the best thing ever. Just to manage your expectations, it's not like the next Empire Strikes. But that's what I like about it. It's not perfect. In fact, I can get into specific things I don't like, but it's like I like to mark movies with a sound effect. So I give it a it's like it's not completely crap. It's it's pretty good. Some bits are a bit silly, but it's worth a watch. Bright colours.
Oh, I found it. Here it is on. I just found it on Wikipedia, so I can take a read on this later on.
Yeah, you bump it up.
It looks like it kind of has some potential. I mean, the characters look. I don't know. They kind of look like they're all brooding.
Well, no, for those of you that don't like my recommendation of Blade Runner, Captain Blade Crawler, more like. All right, if you want some more Blade Runner with more look, Star Wars with more jokes. I don't know, just watch it and get back to me.
Okay. Yeah, I should be able to find. I should be able to find it somewhere one of these days. I'm going
to add that to my must-watch list. I appreciate that, Captain.
Thank you. But the reason I bring it up, PvP, is when Edge of Time in the chat started this conversation with, what do you think of the Valerian route? And I was just saying to the boys here, it makes me think of watching a movie and then having sex.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Valerian route.
Right. Okay. Got it.
See what I did there? It's hilarious if you don't think about it too hard.
Yeah.
Right, moving on.
Yeah. All right. Very cool. And Suzanne says, I've been hearing mixed reviews. Yes,
hey, Pop, maybe you should consider putting that movie on your Tuesday sci-fi horror stream one of these months.
Valerian?
It looks sci-fi though, isn't it?
No, it's just fantasy.
Sci-fi.
I think it's more of a fantasy. It looks like it doesn't look like horror.
Oh, okay. Well, I have no idea. I never seen it, so.
And I won't know until I see it.
No worries.
It's science fiction, science fantasy. It's Star Trek with more pew pew.
Okay.
Edge of Time says, I like melatonin, but they quit recommending it due to cognitive decline.
Oh,
I didn't know that. It has a mild sedative effect the next day, but I don't mind. No, I didn't know melatonin did that.
Well, I guess as long as you're not driving or operating heavy machinery, I guess you'll be okay then.
Yeah,
Heavy
absolutely.
machinery.
First
time I took. When I first took magic mushrooms, they were in a shop because it was nice and legal, how it should be, because it was in Amsterdam, and it came with instructions. It said, "Don't operate any heavy machinery." I wasn't planning to, but thanks.
Now that's being a responsible drug dealers, though, I must say.
Yeah, let the government do it. Exactly. Anyway, it's a plant. It's a herb. I don't know what it is. No, it's a. Well, do you know what? The thing is that biologically they can be miles big. They're huge. They dwarf whales. I mean, the biology of the mycelium is quite incredible. It's trying to kill you, and by trying to kill you but not killing you, it gives you wisdom and chills you out and makes you into a pleasant YouTuber. Everyone should try it. But then the one person had a bad trip. They made it illegal again. Oh well, too bad.
I tried it when I was in the military. I would have to say, like, I would not take it and then hang around the house. I would take magic mushrooms like when I'm camping, fishing. We used to go hiking on midnights, like hitting the sequoias in the Kings Canyon. And that's when it's really good to take something like magic.
Don't, because then the whole thing becomes about the perfect thing. And you spend a year going, wow, it's all about where am I comfortable? Wow. Oh, trippy. Who am I comfortable with? Oh, would I trip with PvP? Wow, what would that be like? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I tried.
Imagine PvP on shrooms.
I tried. Well, I actually did try shrooms once, and I was.
What do you like on shrooms?
My best friend and I tried them, and then we were just listening to a bunch of music, right? And man, I just got so energetic. For me, it made me energetic, and I was just dancing around the room for like 3 hours nonstop. It was nuts. It was totally nuts, but it was fun. But back then, I was young enough. Back then, I was young enough, and my heart could take it. I don't think I'd want to try it now. Oh God!
Maybe a smaller dose now.
It sure woke me up. I'll tell you, I was just hopping around like Bugs Bunny, man. Yeah, good times.
I can understand about what you mean by waking you up, because that's why, like I said, I wouldn't do it around the house. I'd have to be out where I can move and do things. Or I would love to try it like at Magic Mountain on roller coasters. That's got to be quite an intense experience.
I think I'll take a pass on that.
That's why.
Yeah, no kidding.
I'd probably hop on the roller coaster if I was on that stuff. It's too frightening a concept. Oh man, oh brother.
I will admit, I did enjoy when I saw Alien the very first time in 1979. I was on acid.
Oh no!
Oh, that is a bad combo. See,
wow!
No, whoa, no!
I had a great time.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Shit! Don't do that at home, kids. Seriously, it's not up to me how you live your life.
Don't recommend it, kids.
Alien and psychedelics, really, you freakazoid!
Yeah.
Oh, I got a newfound respect for you.
Did you have a good or bad experience?
Excellent experience.
Really? So wow.
What?
That sounds kind of. I don't know. I think.
Yeah, tell me more. Tell me about the chestburster scene. Were you coming up on the chestburster?
I've always loved horror. I know this is going to sound crazy, but I enjoy having nightmares, and the scarier they are, the better.
That does sound crazy. Wow. This is the best stream ever. Tell me. Wow. I'm getting my notebook.
This is pretty good.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why I love horror movies. That's why I love horror movies so much. I don't know why.
Hang on. Whoa. Let's just back up a little bit. I want to be listening here. You enjoy nightmares?
Yes.
See,
I enjoy nightmares, and the more scarier they are, the better they are.
What the fuck? I've never really.
I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that before in my entire life.
Yeah.
Sinatra, you were saying there's nothing new under the sun. This is wow. Yeah, pull me up a chair and pour me some popcorn.
Sometimes they're a little lackluster, and sometimes they're a little lackluster and a disappointment.
I had a nightmare. Says Copper Culture. Yeah, it was too mild.
Right. Yeah, not good enough. Not scary enough.
All right, so hang on. I mean, we got hours of material right there, PvP. But I want to go back. Welcome to sticking to the point because I'm a YouTuber. So okay, so you like nightmares? You deliberately watch Alien to have nightmares, and then you thought nightmares, horror, Alien, acid. Let's go.
Let's go.
Right.
Well, to be honest, I never had a nightmare from the movie Alien. I don't tend to have nightmares from movies that I've seen. My nightmares are usually about other things.
California.
Right, California's enough, right? Because I guess that's the point. You live in California, and any nightmare's got to mean improvement over that.
Like Apocalypse Now, you wake up, look out the window, and go Los Angeles. Shit.
Oh, thank God.
So you're saying living in California, the nightmare begins when you wake up.
Exactly.
Right. Yes.
No, I tell you what, is for my forthcoming book, Concentration Camp Anecdotes. Apparently, in the concentration camps like Bergen-Belsen and Auschwitz, if someone was actually having a horrible nightmare, you'd be trained not to wake them up, because then they wake up and go, "Oh fuck, here again."
Oh, really? Yeah.
Well, I think
isn't it?
For me, it's almost like lucid dreaming, because when I have nightmares, I always know I'm conscious and aware enough in the dream to know it's a nightmare.
Hang on, have you had a lucid nightmare?
Yes.
Oh my! What? Tell me. Oh, there's so many there's too many questions.
Yeah. And if it gets too out of hand, I know how to wake up. I know how to wake myself up.
So the alien. What was your mind state when the chest burst? Spoiler alert: there's a chest burster.
I loved it. It was almost like.
Did it come out the screen? Because I'm like imagining you singing it. Did it come out the screen? Sorry, I'm interrupting.
No. What it was it felt like I was in the room, and I thought that was extremely intense, and I loved it.
Wow.
Fuck. You are. What are you like?
I know. So I said it's going to sound crazy, but well.
This is the best live stream ever.
And here's something else. Here's something else I've never told anybody. I want to share with you guys.
Fuck, this is. Hang on, I've got to sit down. Yes,
when I was a kid, I used to hang around with my stepbrother Frank. We used to roam the streets at night, all night long until dawn, and do stuff.
Wow.
And one time I had a dream/nightmare where and I don't know why, because this is not like me, but we had a dream where we killed a kid and buried him.
Oh my God!
And we buried him in a lot where they were building a building, like under new construction.
Hang on,
wow.
Okay, I've got one, but I think you've already topped it.
This is the weirdest stuff I've heard in a long time. What's
interesting is over the years, every now and then, I'll have a dream where it's like during the dream, it's like I'm in the dream saying, have they found his body? And I wonder, are the cops still looking for me? And the cops are asking me questions like it's still in their investigation. Like it's a crime that's gone unsolved for many years.
Maybe that was the reality and this is the dream.
I know, you never know.
It could be.
I had guilt and everything. I remember I had the guilt, and every now and then, every few years, I'll have the same dream again. And I'm like, oh, did they find the body? Are they still looking for the body? Are they gonna catch me?
Boy, it's gonna be hard to top this story.
Okay then. Right. I was in Amsterdam with this lady, perfectly legal, right? We're totally off our nuts on perfectly legal purchase. We saw a policeman and said we'd like to purchase some very strong psychedelics. Oh yes, you do want to go through the red light district, hardcore shake, softcore drugs, go down here, Captain, and have a good time. So so the policeman pointed us towards the psychedelic shop. Very important to point that out. Anyway, so I was with a lady, and then we were talking about Alien whilst coming up on the psychedelics, and we're like, wouldn't it be weird if an alien came out of you? And she went, that'd be great. Why don't we make that happen? And I said, well, I'd have to make you pregnant. So we got married, and I got her pregnant, and then we did that. And then she had a baby, and it was like fucking Alien. There was blood everywhere, and it was actually happening. We made a human. It was awesome. We were going to call it Alien, but anyway. An actual human came out of this woman. I was there. I was covered in blood. It was awesome. Humans are weird. I went in a room with 2 people and I came out with 3 PvP. It was so odd. I thought, now this is trippy.
Yeah, life is pretty trippy.
Right.
It was literally trippy for me a couple of days ago.
How's that? Oh, that's right. And you got a red burn to prove it.
Yeah. Every time I look in the damn mirror.
That was a horror trip.
Suzanne says, Edge of Time.
I'm lucky, actually, that I didn't get a concussion or something.
Oh, absolutely. Edge of Time says...
I could have broken bones for all I know. Like,
Suzanne says, Edge of Time, yes, I feel punch drunk the next day. And I think she means after taking the sleep aid. Edge of Time says, see what I did there? Edge of Time says, wouldn't be surprised if Booster Gold was on the roster before Marvel totally tanked. I haven't heard of that one. Gorilla's Renaissance says PvP, their head is so far up their ass that it's squeezing their brains so they can't think.
Hey, that's a pretty good summation of Hollywood, I'd say. Excellent.
Yeah, definitely, yes.
That's good.
Guys, I know the next movie, tentpole, Blue Beetle. Yeah, let's do that one.
Right. Oh, and if nobody watches it, let's blame it on the Latinos. Suzanne Eckstein, and all genius things starring George Lopez. It's like, oh my God, what genius came up with that, right?
Oh man.
Suzanne Eckstein says you all see Disney getting their asses sued. Hardcore. We hope they can really afford those lawyers, but let's hope they lose every penny they have. Edge of Time says too many activists, not enough writers. I'm not talking mac and cheese. You're right. That is exactly the problem. Edge of Time says too much Mickey Mouse accounting.
Literally.
Right, and that's another thing they're coming under fire for is their accounting. They're going to be sued for that as well. They've been holding out on some of the other studios and creators. Then the prize is Valerian Root, the movie.
I would not be surprised.
Edge of Time says Valerian is watchable.
Oh God!
Edge of Time says Valerian is watchable, except the extreme girl boss keeps rescuing the male lead. Ooh,
I never thought of it like that.
Wokish.
Oh,
is that true, Captain?
That's a real. I don't get into is it woke. I stay way out of those because the thing is, every time you've got a strong female lead or co-lead, then it's woke. So that's not for me to say. I could see both sides of it. The captain's got no skin in this game. Neither is Peter.
Well, the thing is, there's so many strong female characters all through, entertainment history, going back decades and decades and decades. I mean, when I was a kid, I was growing up watching, like Emma Peel, right? In the old Avengers show, and
right.
I mean, she was a strong woman and totally feminine, and
ding dong.
And she respected her partner Steed when they were out, solving the crimes.
That's right. That's what I was wondering these days, in order to be strong, they have to put down the men.
I didn't feel it. I didn't subjectively. That's just very important to note. I wasn't like, oh, that's like they're overcooking that a little bit. No, I mean, I think it's made too long ago. I actually personally found the male lead. He's about 10 years too young. He's basically younger than Anakin. So what's this fucking pipsqueak doing? I can't project myself onto him. Okay. So no, get rid of him. Make it 2 hot chicks next time.
Yeah, I could see that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it just depends on how it's done, right? If they turn the female lead into a Mary Sue and she's perfect and, the only, great character, compared to any of the male characters.
She's not that good. She gets kidnapped by the big warbly creatures and then made to be the princess bride of it's a spoiler alert. No, the thing that gets me is 1 minute that she's catching a butterfly and next, anyway, it seems to be a tonal jump, but I recommend it nonetheless.
That sounds interesting for sure. Yeah.
Well, it's got to be better than fucking Chestburster on acid. What the
fuck? And Suzanne says, oh, hell no. Mushrooms are bad. I was so wrecked on shrooms, I found myself in another province buying a house at 3 a.m.
See, they're different for different people. I've just become a really thoroughly nice, happy, chilled out, helpful person that just wants to love everyone and make a cup of tea. It's just...
Yep. I just wanted to hike and explore the wilderness and look at the full moon.
Yeah, that's what I did. I liked it so much I moved out there. Exactly. I'm in the wilderness right now. It's great. There's no people. I'm loving it.
Edge of Time says, heavy machinery operations, my next screenplay.
I don't even know why that's funny.
It would be funny if it's a horror movie with a lot of gore. I'd like that.
Oh, of course you would, because you like gore. Oh my goodness. There's more to... I want to go back to the trip and who are you with?
Suzanne says, Halcyon is another bad one for me. If you don't go to bed as soon as you take it, oh boy, it has the opposite effect. I ended up in a restaurant ordering everything on the menu. Munchies.
Suzanne, you sound like you've had some interesting experiences while tripping out on
yeah,
on
it sounds like she was a heavy partier.
Sounds entertaining.
Everybody's friend.
Oh boy.
Edge of Time says, sings Halcyon days, Halcyon nights. And Suzanne says, Edge of Time, that is what doctors gave me to sleep.
Oh my goodness.
And lemon pie, don't mix lemon with eggnog.
So thanks, Lemon. Yeah. I'll remember that.
Yeah, well, watch out, Lemon, with PvP. And Gorilla's Random Thought says, last person I heard the light nightmares was Jeffrey Dahmer.
Oh, brother.
Suzanne says, yes, I dream like that.
Having nightmares isn't... I've heard of people having nightmares, Suzanne. Sorry to be a tedious pedant and a hair splitter. I have no issue with people having nightmares. It's people deliberately trying to have and enjoying nightmares. That's what's got PvP and I so fucking tickled.
That's what I like. I find him a challenge.
We've all had nightmares. No, they're great for, story ideas, but
I usually don't enjoy nightmares. I don't have them that often, thankfully, but when I do have one, it's usually so bloody weird and twisted that I'll wake up going, what the fuck was that? It'll just a chain of events. A chain of events that usually make so little sense I can barely remember half of what I just experienced, right? I wish I could lucid dream. That would be awesome, but
the last 2 days sound like weirder than your lucid dreams, PvP.
Sometimes, sometimes real life is weirder than a dream. Yeah.
Well, I do expect my nightmares to have a good plot. Otherwise, I'm severely
mine usually have zero plot. A lot
more than Star Trek.
My nightmares are just random insanity, basically. It seems just.
Oh, well, they're written by J.J. Abrams.
Yeah, probably.
Right? No, that's a nightmare I don't want to live through. Thank you. Anything but that, right?
Oh man,
so good.
Yeah,
right,
this is a good stream tonight, guys.
Edge of Time says, as a former night fighter, I cannot endorse nightmares. Lucid dreaming is cool, though.
Yeah, I like
Suzanne says, my dreams are so real that even after waking up, it takes me a bit to realize I was only dreaming.
I love that. Or hate it.
That sounds like lucid dreaming almost. Edge of Time says, I might be dreaming. I'm awake now.
Well, there is a difference between lucid dreaming and a false awakening, even though a lot of people use them synonymously. But that's a bit of a rabbit hole.
Work 130 says, okay, I have been at the workbench actually getting some work done listening to the show. You guys had me laughing so hard I just gave up. Back to the chat.
Yay!
Just don't get in trouble. Watch out for the boss.
Yeah, thanks.
If Herc's not here, we don't exist. We need him here.
Suzanne says, boys, I got stories. Well, we'd love to hear them, Suzanne.
Yeah, you can tell us.
Yeah, Lemon Pie says, gore are those movies about the former VP.
Oh, brilliant. I like Al Gore movies. Yeah, they're allegories.
Mr. Personality. And Gap after that says, right, hey, Herc 133.
Allegory 2, Return of the Greta. How dare you?
Lemon Pie says, Herc. And Suzanne says, my nightmares have evolved. They used to be scary. Now they are violent and gory. Ooh, my. Oops, there we go. My favorite kind. And Lemon Pie says nightmare verisimilitude.
Nightmare verisimilitude.
And Herc 130 says lemon. And Herc 130 says Stephen King banks on his nightmares.
Yep, so do I.
And Suzanne says Herc hail. Gorilla says everything is a simulation.
Hey, where is Gorilla
this
tonight
is a
anyway?
dream. Oh no!
He's taking it easy. He got it because of that sting he got. He's on Benadryl.
Oh, he's still suffering from the wasp.
Oh, he doesn't know which reality he's in.
Well, I'd say he's suffering / recovering.
He must have a mild intolerance to wasp stings or something. It sounds like.
Oh yeah, he said he has had allergic reactions in the past.
Bitten by a Protestant.
That's not good.
Herc 130 says hello, Suzanne, and Jim says, "Hail, Gorilla's Random Thoughts," and Gorilla says, "Hey, Jim," and Jim says, "Hail, Herc 130," and Stream Elements. I don't care what you say.
Hey,
and Herc 130
when
says,
you say that.
But I will promote Captain's channel. So everybody, yes, there's a link to Captain's channel. Everyone, please do check it out. I highly recommend it. It's
I
second
subbed a
to
long
none.
time ago. Already done.
Same here. Herc 130 says salute to you, Jim.
It's trying to be as good as this show. See, it's the combo. It's the combo, folks. You need Dr. Hibbert in the house.
I try. Sometimes I fail. Sometimes I fall flat in my face, but I try.
When you succeed, boy, do you succeed.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Well, as they say, get up and, every time you fall down, get up and do it again and again and again. Right?
Yeah, fortunately,
exactly.
that's
the joy of it.
Yeah.
Why we're here.
Well, I'm just glad I didn't break any bones, because if I'd done that, then I would have been in trouble, because it would have been hard to work at that point.
I have to ask you this, PvP. You were moving a work computer into your house, right?
I was actually going to take it down because my boss was coming to pick it up because it wasn't working properly. I guess.
No, but what I'm saying is it was work related, right?
Lawsuit is where pop culture's going. You need a lawsuit on this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even though you were home, wouldn't that be considered an on-the-job injury?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, you're the one that said you're working from home. Don't.
Yeah, I actually had my first day today. I just started today, actually.
And how did
so they were moving the stuff on your own time?
It went well, actually.
Lawsuit.
It's weird, like not having to drive to the office and spend my 9 hours there. I actually found the 9 hours here went by a lot quicker. Like, it was still 9 hours, so it's not like it, flew by at, warp speed, but it moved a little better than usual. And that is always a good thing because, my job is extremely boring, repetitive over and over again. Right. So
now I've heard this. There's some companies that are installing software where it'll count how many keystrokes per hour to make sure you're on that computer. You know if they're doing that?
Oh, they monitor every call we make.
Okay, that makes sense.
Like there's a list. See, the thing is, we make calls. I make calls for all the agents I'm calling for, and at the end of the week, the very last thing at the end of every work week, I have to send in what are called call reports, right? Uh-huh. So you have to basically type up a general just to get a general overview of how your week went. How many bookings you got. If you had any, if there were like maybe a lot of wrong numbers or not in service numbers, you'll probably mention that, in the call report, and then you send it off by email, to the agents, right, and also to the support at work too, right? They get a copy of everything, so. And they know, you look in the calls made tab, and it's got all your calls there that you made, for that agent. So yeah, they can count them pretty easy, and they can probably figure out the time of the calls, because we use a software at work that actually times the calls. Like, it tells you how long you're on the phone.
Right.
Because generally, if I'm just leaving messages, it might be 30 seconds, but if sometimes I don't even leave a message because we kind of alternate that week by week, right? But sometimes you'll get on the phone. Like I've been on the phone probably as long as 10 or 12 minutes with some people sometimes, because some people, they just want to talk your ear off, right? Which is a pain in the butt.
Especially
But,
the old retired people that are lonely. Yes.
Or the angry people. I've only had maybe in my whole time, I've maybe had 5 or 6 that were like completely nuts, right? That they had some kind of axe to grind, and they just wanted to tell you all about it, and fill your ear with
Can you put the
their
phone down on them?
unhappiness.
Do
You
you have
can't.
to put up with that?
You've got to. Oh
Why?
yeah. If I talk rude to a customer, I
didn't say being rude. No,
no,
just
but even if
these days
I'll
okay.
try to tactfully, tell them, oh, thank you very much. Glad I could get in touch with you. You're not interested in scheduling anything. So I'll let you go, so I try and tactfully back out of it. And
oh, you're
a lot of
calling
the time,
them. Oh, well, I don't blame. That's different. Oh, you're
oh
calling
yeah,
them.
I'm,
You're getting
I'm,
all up in their personal space. That's
I'm
what you're
making,
asking for it, aren't
well,
you?
that's my job. I make cold calls, but
Well,
the
you're a
agents want,
scumbag. Oh, I
the
didn't know.
agents,
Now I hate you. You want
the,
to trip balls and think about your fucking life.
no, but the agents, that's my job. I mean, the agents have
Well,
more
that's what
time.
the Einsatz group has said when they went into Belarus,
But
burning fucking Russian villages.
that's why the agents, want us to make calls for them, so they have more time to actually meet with folks, right? So
Well, it's not for me to
most
judge,
people
I
are
guess.
fine, though. I mean, seriously, I'd say about 98, 99% of people I talk to are perfectly, fine, rational people. And as I say, I very rarely have a hostile person on the phone. Most people actually seem to enjoy
I think,
talking with me,
well,
because I
I
guess
don't
I've
know.
got a manner. I'm pretty good at it now, really.
Oh
So.
no, yeah, you'd have to be good at it because the whole thing is an intrusion inherently. I mean, you have to be a blonde with big tits or something,
Oh,
wouldn't you?
you're always very polite, you say, hello, can I
I mean,
please speak
yeah,
with so and so, and they'll
to
either
each to
say
their
sure
own.
or they'll say no.
Well, pop culture likes to, pop a few magic mushrooms and then watch a horror or LSD. I like to pop mushrooms and think about the morals of cold calling because I think everything is about personal space and how much.
Well,
Why do you think I'm on here? Right, I'm invading your consciousness right now with this sentence, aren't I, Scotty? That's the whole thing. This is what it's all about. Everything's a cold call, but the question is, what are you selling?
I'm pretty good. Well, I'm not selling anything. I just book
No, not
appointments.
you specifically in your job. I mean, like all of us here now.
Oh, we all have something, I guess, in a way. All have our own little personal space and agendas, I guess, I suppose.
Mm.
I mean, not necessarily anything, massive or dark or anything. I'm just saying we all kind of have our little ways of going about life, right? So.
I think a lot of people aren't even conscious of these issues, and that is the issue. But hey, that's just my observation.
Oh, you realize doing my job how how it's just like people is so there's so many people that just don't even seem like individuals on a certain level, because you'll get the voicemails, right? And it's like probably 90% of the voicemails are all pretty much identical in their wording, right? It's like,
Yeah,
hello, sorry I couldn't take your call today. Please leave your name and number and I'll call you back as soon as I can. I don't know how
yep,
many thousands of times I've heard that sentence,
yep,
you know.
yep, yep.
And it's just like every once in a while, though, you'll get an individual that's kind of goofy, and I can't remember now. It's been a long time since I worked for this agent, but I got this one guy once, this answering
Skip to the
machine,
end.
and it was like some weird sci-fi themed thing, like some robotic voice talking, and it was quite strange. I wish I could remember it specifically, but it was pretty
So
So
like
do
funny.
they were
I.
using a filter on their voice.
Well, it just sounded like maybe some kind of software program or something they
Well,
used.
yeah,
Yeah.
some people do that. Like women, they'll buy one so they sound like a man, so they
Yeah.
don't get crazy phone calls, stuff like that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, that's the majority. Is I don't get people on the phone that often because most people screen their calls now. So I've got
Yes.
numbers on some of my lists where I've been working for an agent for like 3 years. I've got numbers that I've called 30, 40, 50 times. Right. Because you
Damn, you
got to.
want to let that girl
You're
go?
the one. Oh, now I was wondering. Just kidding.
But that's the job, right? So I just
Yeah.
work with the lists I have. And there's one guy, he's a great guy to work for, like a really nice guy, because I've chatted with him on the phone a couple times. And he just never updates his damn list, though.
But
It's
sales,
years
but you're so
old.
charming. You should be a stand-up comedian or something.
I don't think I've got I don't have the repertoire of jokes, to be honest.
But you've got the charm. Oh well, anyway.
Oh yeah, I got the
I'm
charm.
not your careers advisor, I guess.
I just suck at telling jokes generally, I think, basically. Some people are really good at it. I don't think I've ever really been particularly. I mean, I can make up a quip, put a little sarcastic twist on something that's on my mind. But as far as doing stand-up, no, I don't think I'd ever manage that, to be honest. So, anywho, enough about my boring job. You guys are
well, the whole communication.
We should probably catch up on the chat.
Yeah,
good idea.
Yeah, we're nothing without the chat. Come on.
After Dark, there's new show this fall: Lucid Dreams and Carpet Burns.
Oh my God.
Lemon Pie says we have a few wounded in our community.
Yeah, like everyone.
Right. Sorry to hear that. And Gorilla says PvP stairs and eggnog don't mix.
No, I actually don't. I never take the stairs with my old knees. But I wasn't even on the stairs. I was just going down the damned hallway and trying to, push this damn heavy machine along because it is quite heavy. And then I guess, I slipped, lost my balance, and bam. So anyway.
How much eggnog did you have that night?
I didn't have any eggnog.
All of it.
I don't know.
Okay.
It just sucked.
Suzanne says,
dude, that's brutal.
Suzanne says, really nice to see the stream turn around. It's awesome now, Pop. Well, thank you, Suzanne. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself.
Yay!
130 says, the night is still early, Suzanne. Yes, it is. And Gorilla says,
sure is.
Don't worry, PvP. I tell you guys,
I like to comment on that point. We are all together in charge. We can spend the whole time arguing or the whole time laughing. That's it. I don't think some knuckleheads don't get it. It's up to you. It's up to us collectively, isn't it? Whether we want to have fun or argue.
I'd rather have fun personally.
I vote fun. I'm with PvP.
Same here. I'll third that.
I mean, there's enough arguing in the world outside there going on every day, so I don't really need any more of that.
Right. We don't need conflict.
Exactly.
We know we're all friends, and I usually try to keep it that way.
Yeah, I think we are. Yeah, of course.
Gorilla's Random Thought says, "Don't worry, PvP. I tell you guys, fuck you. I'm suing for harassment."
Well, I got to seriously look into the pension thing anyway, because one of these days I'm kind of thinking I probably want to retire, maybe sometime in the next six months or a year or so, because I am really getting tired of this job, to be honest. So it's not like it's going to go on forever anyway. Hopefully.
Well, there comes a day where you deserve it. You need to take a rest and just enjoy life.
Yeah.
Look at you, Rick Deckard. You got sick of the business.
Yeah.
Lemon Pie says, "Hurt."
When I walked in here.
Lemon Pie says, "Hurt, you're wrong for that one." And there's Nemesis Bean saying, "Haha, totally hurt 130." And Suzanne says, "PvP, I used to work as a phone salesperson. I would get folks to buy credit cards and do balance transfers. LOL. I was freaking great at it." Oh, that's something I tried sales, and I just, it wasn't for me. I guess I couldn't do it.
The thing is,
for those of you that do, I give you credit.
Worst job in the world.
When I first started it, though, I was really nervous. Like, I'm actually I've always been, I think, more of an introvert than an extrovert, though you guys probably wouldn't guess that now. But
no, I can see both.
This job has changed me, I think, considerably since I started it. You just, after a while, you just kind of get, I guess you just develop skills where you can talk to most people, anybody that's reasonable and half sane. And you just get better and better at it as you go along. And now it's to the point, of course, where it's like, it's pretty much automatic now, right? I just read the scripts, they give us to read. And it's just like, it's just the worst part is I've gotten so used to doing it and, reasonably good at it that it's just bores the hell out of me some days, to be honest. Even though I know at my age, it's probably the best job I'll ever find, because there's not a lot of companies that want to hire, older people, seriously, which is one reason I respect my boss, because she's that kind of person. There's people with disabilities working in our company, and
so you hate your job, but there's no other choice.
Well, yeah, it's not. I mean, I remember when I was unemployed for quite some time before I found this job, and you send out resumes and go to interviews and you never get called back, and it gets quite depressing after a while. So
they should at least call you back, but that's a whole
yeah, well,
thing.
there's a lot of companies that basically don't give a damn, and you're just a number, which is something I'm not.
I would say most companies, right? Most companies don't let you know.
Well, it's a whole nother thing, but since you brought it up, I worked in recruitment. They said, well, let's hire one of our designers let's get one of them to become one of us. What about young captain? We need a big mouth. All right, let's get the captain. but working on that point of view, because I work from the point of view of well, the temps are the people that make you your fucking money as this massive company grows super quick. And so, respecting that was our thing. We just totally respected the temps, and it was brilliant. It was awesome. Everyone was happy. It was like best capitalism ever. It's a whole nother thing, but I've never had a chance to talk about it. But it can work because that's why good capitalism works. If you're good, then you should be rewarded. If you're bad, you should be punished. Everyone should be rewarded for ability, and attitude equals money. That's how capitalism should work, right?
Well, the meritocracy, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm brilliant at what I do, and that's how I make my money, because I'm fucking amazing at what I do.
That's the thing. I mean, that's why I stay with the job for now, because, well, for one thing, I need the money, and I need to pay the rent, of course. But my boss is a genuinely good person, and it'd have to be something I'd really have to really think over quite a bit before I actually did decide to make a drastic move like retirement. So I'm going to be doing this for a while, I think, still. But I do feel a lot of days like, it gets to the point where you just you go through it every week. You do it because you have to do it, to survive. But it gets to the point where it just gets harder and harder at times. But anyway, enough about talking about my job.
I know who you're telling us. I'm like,
that's the last thing.
To us or himself? This is fascinating stuff.
That's the last thing I wanted to talk about. I don't even know how we got off.
Yeah, here we are.
Sorry,
all right. See, and I always thought you were some sort of like hardcore sci-fi hacker PvP. I'm thoroughly disappointed, bro. What the fuck?
Suzanne says, "Hurt." Suzanne says, "Hurt, don't you dare jinx it." And Hurt says, "Ha, Suzanne Eckstein." And Gap After Dark says, "Night all late where I am. Fun stream."
Night, Gap.
Well, if you're leaving, Gap, have a great night, and thank you for being here. And Nimbus Savine says, "Have a great night, Gap After Dark." There we go. Caught up on the chat. That's always a good thing.
Now that we've seen the glory, there's no going back. It could be like this every day.
So, opinion, guys. I'm thinking about maybe covering. I've been wanting to show the Blob, and I know I brought up the remake on my poll, but I was thinking about maybe we'll cover, because due to popular request and/or demand, we should cover the '58 Steve McQueen version first. What do you think?
Oh God, no! Let's watch the '80s version, please.
I think I prefer to do it chronological, personally, myself.
You didn't like the original there, Nemesis?
No, it was no. It's fine. Don't get me wrong, but like, I'll sit through it again if I have to. But I much would prefer the '80s version.
Well, yeah. If you were to compare the two against each other, they are like polar opposites, right?
Oh, are they really? Oh, because I've never seen the '80s one yet. So.
Oh my God, PvP! You've never seen the? Oh, dude.
That's
man.
I got that watch list. It's a mile long. I keep telling you guys.
Yeah, well now it's not further down because you fucking topped it up with Valerian, haven't you? With your
and unless you start watching it, that list isn't going to get any shorter.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you ever thought about watching movies, PvP? You ever try that?
It's finding the time. That's the hardest part.
Yeah, it seems like I've always got something I need to do. Yeah, and I actually do have a lot of stuff I should be doing, but it's just rather just relax here for a while.
That's the name of your autobiography. I should have been doing something else.
Yeah, that's true. I won't argue.
But I mean, like, ultimately, it's like, do we want to watch like the '50s version of The Thing first, or like Do we just want to watch The Thing? Because
That's what I was going to ask.
It's the
next.
masterpiece.
That's what I was going to ask next. And the same with The Fly. Should we watch the original Fly before we watch the new one?
The thing is, I guess I grew up with them, so I guess the older versions I don't mind. Or to me, I enjoyed them as a kid. I haven't seen them in so many years that I probably forget half of what is in them. So I don't know how much I'd enjoy them now if I rewatch. But
well, that's the point of our streams, is to revisit them if you haven't seen them in a long time.
I'm perfectly happy to do whatever you go with, whatever you decide, Bob. Like, so either the originals or the remakes, I don't mind, as long as they fit the stream. That's the main thing, I guess.
It's true that we didn't have more time. We could do both in one night, like a double feature.
Yeah, it would be nice.
Yeah, but then you're doing a disservice to the 80s one. Like, we can breeze through the 50s one, no problem, or at least I could. But, like, to talk about all the special effects and stuff in the 80s and the deaths and whatnot, dude, like, it's just PvP. If you want to talk about amazing special effects that rival The Thing, you need to see the 80s version of The Blob.
Okay, that sounds really good.
Just like the remake of The Flag, we'd be going on and on about the special effects.
Yeah. I like the remakes. Don't get me wrong, like the remakes of The Fly and the
other one.
The other one. I mean, I thought they were fantastic. So, yeah, I'm all up for watching the remakes for sure. Yeah, but I mean, I'm okay with watching the originals too. Because I mean, they're shorter films, right? The originals. I mean, The Blob is what? It's not that long, is it?
Hour and 22
length is an issue, because I was just thinking I'd do it with June.
Is it that long?
Yeah, they're about the same length.
Oh God, I didn't realize that.
And it's on. I noticed too. It's on YouTube, which makes it easier for some people to watch.
Oh, that's good.
Right, like PvP. If you like the 50s charm and aesthetic, you will love the original Blob. It's not for me.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't think it's an all-time classic. I just think it's an entertaining little. Basically, it's a little sci-fi horror flick. Creature feature that I can watch it, but it's not like it's nothing I need to rewatch. Let's put it that way. I mean, I've seen it once or twice, and if that's all I ever do see it, that's fine too, right? So.
Well, and I've seen it like, I don't know, 5-6 times, the 50s version. Like, I've watched the piss out of it. Like, oh, dude, it was, yeah, it's. If I have to watch it again, I will. Why exactly? I don't know. I lived out on a farm with no internet. I lived off of the movies that I had.
Good Lord! I mean, why rewatch something 5 or 6 times that you don't enjoy? That's heading towards Pop's alien story.
Right,
dude, I know.
Strangeness.
I watched.
Because you watch them back to back.
Discovery 3 times because I hate myself.
Oh, that's painful. I got through 1.5, 2 episodes, or 1.5, I think, of Discovery when it first came on, because I thought, oh well, I'll give it a shot. Oh man!
No, that was sarcasm. That was like my go-to example of
yeah, I didn't think
that is for me. That is horror. That is. I'd rather watch horror than Star Trek Discovery, because it is the complete antithesis of Star Trek, science fiction, or indeed entertainment. I mean, I've tried to suppress these feelings for 3 years, but the Discovery is just everything that's wrong with current pop culture. That's why I'm here to destroy with my new comic book, Captain Infinity. All right.
I think I got halfway through the second episode and I just gave up and turned the TV off. It was just like, nope, this is just total shit.
3. I gave it 3. Right. No, but that was before The Last Jedi, before anything, before YouTube. That was the whole thing. I was just like, why is this Star Trek so incredibly shit? I'm not even aware of why.
It is. It's crap. I don't even know if I sat through any of the Discovery. I think I made it through about 5 minutes of the first episode of Picard.
You didn't miss much, I'll tell you that, Pop.
You weren't missing out on much.
Well, and I hear people saying, well, you can't get it until you watch it. No, I'm not that stupid.
It's like those people must be the people that it's like if you hit yourself in the head with a hammer enough times, you'll eventually enjoy it. It's like no.
It's just the brain damage kicking in.
You missed my vital spots.
Sounds
Right. If I see a pile of dog shit on the ground, I'm not going to eat it and say, yeah, that was dog shit. I wasn't sure at first, but now I am.
I am
like
in California.
That's like that old. That's like that old Cheech and Chong joke. I remember I had some of their records when I was a teenager, and there's that one joke about eating dog shit, which is pretty disgusting. Really.
You ate my eye. How would you like a butt?
Oh yeah, there's some good.
Right, and like my biggest complaint, well, about aside from everything about Discovery, like it has the best CGI. It was the best looking Star Trek, but it's like putting sprinkles on a dog turd, like you just said. Do you want to? Does that make it more appealing? A little bit, but like not by much.
But all I could think about was the waste of money. You're right. They put. I mean, the special effects look good, but what a waste of money.
The will look pretty amazing. I'm still not voting Hitler.
I don't know. I didn't find the special.
Yeah.
Oh, really? You like Hair Hitler, do you?
I didn't care for the Discovery.
I like his road building policies. I find the Volkswagen's fine.
I thought the lighting was horrible on Discovery too. It's just too dark.
Well, no, that it
like
is as
Crime
well.
for the Will, which is perfectly lit.
But I mean, it's nothing like the original Trek, right? What I love about TOS so much is it's so well lit. It's so well lit. It's so bright. It's so colorful. Well, it's basically so optimistic, which is why it's probably still my favorite show.
Uber Alles, Starfleet. You will join our train federation.
Suzanne says, I asked my 14-year-old boy why he took this job, and he said, Grandma, I'm sick of people saying they can't find a job. Well, good for him. It's hard to get a kid these days that wants to work, so I give him credit for that. I went to work when I was 12. And Suzanne
I was 14.
Says, 14. I did it because we were poor and I wanted money of my own, so I think I started mowing lawns.
We were looking to have a house.
Suzanne said he said people don't want to work, they just want money. Yes, you're right about that. Yeah, allowance is something that I never received. I wasn't that lucky. And Sean Carter says definitely start with the original Blob. And Sean says, hey, Herc. And Suzanne says, Sean, hello. Sean says, hello, Suzanne.
Controversy.
Yeah, that comment about people wanting to make money without actually working for it is so true. Because, like, during this time of year, sometimes it'll be like 90.
Bad reboot.
It'll be 90 degrees out, right? And you'll see these bozos, in the dividers between on the roads, the streets. And they'll be walking along the dividers basically begging for spare change. And it's like, you've been out here all day in 90-degree heat and you think this is an easy way to make money?
Hey, man, you got 10 million for a Star Trek franchise? Come on, man. Give me another series, man.
Suzanne says, I like the originals. And Suzanne says, sorry, Captain Finity, I'm not a mod here to drop your time travel video. Suzanne, if you ever want to be a mod, I can give you a wrench.
Oh, boom. 3 problems solved in one go.
Yeah, I trust
you. Are now, Suzanne. Queen of the mods.
Gorilla says, PvP Picard Season 3 tells Discovery to hold my beer for bad lighting.
Agree. 100%. You nailed it, Gorilla.
Gorilla says, put it this way, PvP. The lighting was so bad in Picard, it was awkward seeing a floating pair of teeth and eyeballs.
Lighting. There was no Picard in Picard. Why is no one talking about that? This Picard is dead. This captain is pining for the fjords. This is an ex-captain. Oh, he's got a lovely plumage. I care about the plumage. This captain is dead.
Yeah, really. Yeah.
I don't know. A lot of people seem to roll over and love it. I never figured that out.
Did they ever? I couldn't believe how many channels rolled over for that.
That is some sub Scooby-Doo shit right there. Am I right, Herc?
It's like, no, you can't trick me that easily. No.
We killed him and brought it, but now he's a robot. It's just like him, but it's not him. Shh, don't think, consume.
Well, the worst part is when everybody started supporting it and backing it and saying how much they love it. They knew doing that is just ensuring 10, 20, 30 more years of crap. But they did it anyway.
What did they give you, Robert Myburnett? Was it a cheap hand job at the back of the theatre? I bet it was.
I know it, right? He's one at the forefront.
Yeah, I couldn't believe how many major channels, like we're talking channels with a lot of subs.
Yeah, I lost
They
a lot
just
of I lost a lot
they
of respect for Dave Cullen too. I used to like his channel,
oh,
but
Dave Cullen, yeah, that was disappointing. And even
yeah,
Critical Drinker fell in line, and
Told
I
you about the
unsub.
drinker.
Yep.
I couldn't believe it, to be honest.
I
How
wasn't surprised.
they just ate it up, like, I couldn't believe how they just
It's
swallowed it
only your
whole.
dignity. Suck it.
Yeah, it was sad. Thank goodness for people like us, and I remember when Jill was on her little crusade, almost there, saying horrible things about Picard every time she got a chance. I thought that was
Good
pretty
bless
funny.
Jill. We are the vanguard of decency.
I remember though, Jill actually tried to do reviews of it. I guess was it with Scotty, if I'm thinking correctly.
Under the radar. No, no, she didn't.
I think they
Clobby.
did
That's
a
not.
few
That's a
times.
rumor.
But they gave up. I think they gave up like after about halfway through season 3. They just stopped, and I was like, I was kind of
Good.
relieved. I was kind of relieved, yeah, to be honest, yeah.
I don't know. I don't understand. Well, I guess I understand, but the people that will cover something on a regular basis, knowing it's bad, but they do it just for clicks. It's like I don't know. That's not my bag. I wouldn't. I couldn't and wouldn't. I mean, there's so much shit out there. Hell yeah, I can make a lot of videos covering about my opinion on how bad they are. But what is the point? Keep promoting them
Yeah,
so they keep making more of it?
yeah, it
No.
makes no sense to me. I think
Right.
some,
Yeah, it's giving them the oxygen of publicity.
yeah,
Exactly.
feeding the flames of crap.
It is.
Yeah,
There's a
you know,
dumpster on fire. You're pouring gasoline on it.
exactly, Captain, exactly. But I'm thinking some of those channels, because they got, oh, there's Nemesis again. They got to have previews, right, like a month before the show aired or whatever. A lot of these channels, they got episodes they could actually view to review
Right.
them. I'm thinking, okay, if you're getting the studio sending you, copies to review in advance, then there's probably a good chance you're also getting some money or some payment to do that, right?
Well, yeah, pretty much like you said. If the studio is sending you an advance copy a month ahead of time, you know what
Yeah,
that means? That means you are a shill.
and you're also an insider in some sense, right?
Yeah,
So,
because they're not going
Right.
to do that if you're somebody that says, you know what, like Paramount. You think they're going to keep sending me episodes a month ahead of time if I tell them their show is shit?
probably not.
No, of course not.
So there you go. The moment you've done it, your reputation is tanked. Your career as a YouTuber is fucked.
I lost a lot of respect for those channels, I'll tell you that. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'd
Yeah,
rather
I
have
lost a lot of
integrity.
subscribers with those channels.
I'd rather have integrity
They
than
lost me
just be a
rather.
shill.
I'll be back in a minute, guys. I got to get some Kleenex and blow my nose here. So I'll be back in a few minutes, okay?
Sounds good. And then, yeah, I know we lost Nemesis. Nemesis, I hope you can come back.
And Scotty West, come on back, Scotty. Come on, join the party.
I think Scotty and Jill went elsewhere. They seem to disappeared around the same time.
Oh, Kelsey Surprise.
What is this today? Tuesday. I wonder if Clobby's having a stream. But there's probably some big YouTubers out there doing something right now. I have bad timing when it comes to my streams.
Well, I do wonder about these things because now we've got this moment of silence. In all seriousness, it is just running off and brushing it under the carpet, pretending it didn't happen. I mean, he was the one that brought the negativity. He crashed the entire stream, and then he left. I mean, we can't keep doing this.
Oh, Nemesis is back. Yeah, he needs to keep his temper in check.
We all need to have a backstage conversation, but just basically being passive aggressive on air is not the way to go, folks.
Yes, I agree. We shouldn't all be passive aggressive, right, Captain?
I almost
Right.
feel like that's
only some of
directed at
us should,
someone.
right?
Well, no, rules aren't for everybody else. Rules are for everyone.
Yes.
No one here is disagreeing with that. That's what rules are. If rules aren't for everyone, then they're not rules, are they? They're just a lynch mob.
Right, and like I've said before, I don't care if people have issues on other channels, as long as they don't bring it here.
I mean, I'd like to expand on that point, because that's the problem with the golden rule, is everyone wants to be treated a different way. Because in all seriousness, Scotty's last comment was he makes videos about me. I wish more people would make videos about me. It makes me famous. So under the golden rule, I think it's fine to make videos about people, because I enjoy it when people like Robert My Burnett make a video about me. I don't enjoy getting excluded, blanked, blocked, talked about, and otherwise being told to go outside and go away. Equally, I don't do that to anyone. There's literally nobody on YouTube I won't talk to. So, in all seriousness, I resent being painted as a bad guy. There's literally everyone on YouTube I'm happy to talk to, on stage, off stage, backstage, front stage, any way you like, as a grown up. The door is always open. So I suggest that anyone that wants to point fingers, look to the people that don't actually want to have an open conversation like a grown up.
Well, now we know why he was so hostile, I suppose. I guess he's well, like I said, I don't know. I can't tell anybody what to do, and I don't like judging or criticizing, but it would be nice if when people get upset, they at least try to maintain their dignity and their temper when they can.
I think we all need to realise that we are all one community. No one's going anywhere. So this problem can continue to fester, or we can solve it. But it's all happening in public in front of everyone. So,
yeah, exactly, right. Because you're going to, whoever you are, you're going to be on a panel with that person again eventually. So why do it, right?
Exactly. So this blocking, banning, phoning people up, going, get rid of this person. Yeah, it's just all disappearing suddenly. I mean, keep doing it. Look stupid in public. Maybe your mum's watching.
Right. Lemon Pie says, "What's wrong with wanting money for nothing?" Just kidding. And Lemon Pie says, "This is an extra card." And Suzanne says, "Hey, all I know is that for a single grandma raising a teenager in this day and time, I'm doing something right." Absolutely. And that is the hero of the day, Suzanne, because I give you credit for that. It's a very difficult job to do. And
yes, props.
You have my support. Yes. Definitely a difficult job.
I have a lot of respect for single parents, actually.
Yep. And the fact that she's the grandma, it's even doubly so.
Yeah, and it's hard enough surviving, on your own in this world. I've personal experience that I found, but to actually be, having to look after another person. Yeah, it's like people.
Amen to that. We didn't let divorce getting in the way of being good parents. I recommend a friendly divorce to ensure good parenting. Think about the kids, you muppets.
Absolutely.
You can always hope.
Agree 100%, Captain. Yeah.
Lemon Pie says Scotty is at home washing his tights. Batman 1989. Love you, Scotty.
I really don't need the image of Scotty washing his tights, actually.
No, but like Scotty says, when it comes to things to talk about, we have a lot in common. It's just that we need to learn how to talk without getting upset or without insulting each other is all.
Yeah, sometimes we do get into it, don't we, on here?
And Suzanne says, go ahead.
I've already got a theory on this. I think it's only when there's some kind of underlying background tension. I think we got the cart before I think the problems are caused by the tension, not the other way around. I think if everyone's happy, we always have a good show.
True.
Yeah, apparently he was already upset. So it's sorry to hear that, though.
Yeah, that's a good comment. That's pretty funny. I've never heard that expression before, Suzanne.
Suzanne says his mom's a twat waffle and his dad is invisible.
Twat waffle is hilarious.
Okay, so here's a question. What classic sci-fi movie, horror or sci-fi, do you guys think is in dire need of a remake that actually could use a remake if it was written well?
I'm afraid of remakes, though. They usually turn out to be garbage. That's the problem.
True.
That's why I'm saying if it had good, where you right, a movie where you'd say, that movie had a lot of potential, but I can imagine in modern day, if it was written and respected, I can imagine doing really well. I mean, it seems like there's probably a lot of movies that could benefit from that.
If, like
I said, they were respected from the very beginning, starting with the writing and the story.
Yeah, I'm just give me a minute. I'm going to have to think about this one. That's a toughie, man.
Herc 130 says, "Did we quit when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? No."
Yeah.
Suzanne says, "Cheese whiz sucking trailer trash, and Dad is a sandwich short of a picnic for one." Okay.
Let me see here.
But I do need to come up with a poll for next week. I got to figure out 4 titles and
I
get that
volunteer.
published here in the next couple of days. Okay, you got any suggestions? Go for it.
I know you said you needed a poll. I thought I'd show up.
Yeah, I'm going to do a poll, and I've got to put some
It's
titles
a
in
joke
there
because
for
I'm
people to
from
vote
Poland. Oh, that one really did land, didn't it, folks?
That's a good one.
Thank you. Okay, who is the most annoying YouTuber? Is it A, Scotty, B, Captain, C, T, or T,
Well,
Tony?
I don't want to ruffle any feathers, but there are a few out there.
So there you go.
Present company excluded.
To agree, yeah.
Yeah, there's some of them where I can't even handle listening to the voice anymore, and it's like, oh,
yeah. There's one that comes to mind in a major way.
yeah. But it's okay because they can do their thing. It's not my thing, and if they go on a mutual stream that somebody that we both are friends like, then and they're on there, it's like, okay, fine, I can respect that, and I'm not going to go on there and attack them or insult them. I just usually tune out and do something else.
Yeah, there's there's one person in particular I just can't listen to. I just can't, because they go into these monologues and it just bores me to tears. So yeah, I won't even bother. If they're on there, I'll just leave. Yeah, exactly.
Nimbus of Eden, there you are. No, you sent Whale and Dolphin to nuke Berlin, says at her 130. And Suzanne says, "I'm not going to tell you how I really feel, LOL." And okay, Pop, if you want to wrench me, I will, says Suzanne. Okay, I'll do that now. Oops, missed one.
Yay.
Edge of Time says, "I feel seen." And Herc says, "Aha, Nemesis, did you ever see the cow and the chicken that bombed Japan on South Park? So funny, and as usual, so bad." And Suzanne says, "Edge of Time, I see you." All right, let me wrench Suzanne here. There we go. Suzanne, you are now officially a wrench. Yeah, I'm going to start asking from now on because there's been a few times where I've wrenched people and they didn't want to be. So I don't want to do that. So
I think I've got a sci-fi film that's coming to mind that I think could use if it was done well, if it had a big budget with big budget quality effects,
done with respect and good writing.
Yeah, exactly. A good director. How about a remake of The Incredible Shrinking Man?
Oh, I would agree with that.
Because I love that film. I mean, that's one of my favorite, sci-fi horror flicks. But it's just the budget was so low, and the effects. Some of the effects I really love, like the giant spiders are cool, but some of the effects are pretty shaky too, right? So yeah,
well, right, and I'm a big fan of movies with giant monsters, creatures, and insects. And these days, whenever they make them, they seem to make it like 8-legged freaks. I was so looking forward to that, and it was a comedy. It was like I was so disappointed, pissed off.
Yeah.
So I would love to see it, and also taken seriously and not turned into a joke.
Yeah, if it was well done and if it had quality writing and direction, I'd be in favor of a remake of that. With higher quality effects.
Right. Now remember, it was written by Richard Matheson. So when we say writing, I'd be very careful about trying to top the writing. I would say stick to the script and just remake the movie, right, with better special effects.
I'd basically say, just stick to the
the original story, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't think there's any topping the original story. Except now these days, there's more they could cover that they couldn't allow in the original movie, like how it affected his sex life with his wife and stuff like that.
Yeah,
they could do that without ruining it.
That would be interesting, actually, if they went in a little more into the detail of that, because that was actually a very interesting aspect of the film, which of course they couldn't really delve into because of its time period, right?
Right, and even in the book, Matheson didn't dwell on it, but he mentioned it. He mentioned how Scott Carey felt very disappointed and inadequate for his wife, and which is, they couldn't, in so many words, they couldn't describe that in the movie, obviously.
Well, I mean, let's face it. When he was shrinking, it gave new meaning to the phrase, being small.
Oh, right.
Hey-o.
I mean, I don't even want to imagine what that would be like. That would be that'd be horrible, man, to shrink like that. Oh.
Names of Eden says that was the reference. Literally watched it last night at Herc 130. What's that, Nemesis? What did you watch last night?
Oh, it was South Park.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I don't want stream elements. I don't know why I clicked on that. Suzanne says, Herc, as bad as South Park is, they seem to have world politics figured out. And what's funny is that they're so cheap to produce that they can usually parody something within a week of it happening. Herc 130
that was the beauty of it. And just their fight for censorship. And the South Park is like a lot more pivotal than people give it credit for.
Yeah, and it's very topical. And when things happen in the press, they're usually pretty quick on it, mocking it. Herc says, yes, Nemesis of Eden, great minds think alike. I don't know what my excuse is. And Edge of Time says, good night, Gap. Good night, Gap. Good to see you. Suzanne Eckstein says, later, Gap.
Oh, Gap leave? Oh, damn.
Yeah, have a great night, Gap. Good. Hope to see you again soon. Lemon Pie, Island of Dr. Moreau is supposed to be bad, so maybe remaking it could. That's a perfect example. They've tried a couple times, and the movies were bad, and that's an H.G. Wells book, which I'm sure done properly could probably be very good.
Well, it's an interesting concept. Is then they wouldn't have to deal with Marlon Brando's ego anymore. Like, I demand having this little midget dude because I find him fascinating, and he's going to be in the film just because I said so. And it's like, oh, okay,
yeah,
all right, we'll write him in, I guess.
Yeah. Those movies were terrible. They're terrible movies.
Yeah, Brando got pretty weird in his old age, didn't he? Like, pretty damn weird.
Well, he got to where he figured all he had to do was stay up here, which it was true. All he had to do was show up and get a check, and he didn't have to go through any effort anymore.
Well, it's like Superman, the 70, 77,
yep.
78,
77, 78.
I mean, I still think that's a great classic film.
It is.
It's a wonderful, my favorite Superman film of all time, for sure. But
it's still one of the best superhero movies.
Oh, totally. Yeah, when superhero movies were actually really good, right?
Yeah.
It's like, wow, what a concept.
Well, that was when we weren't getting any superhero movies, so that's what made it so rare. It was so good.
That's true. Yeah, superheroes hadn't gone really mainstream till then, did they?
And people still hold it up and compare it to the newer modern movies, and it still beats most of them. Like we were talking about Blue Beetle. There's no comparison. Superman 78 was much better.
It was filmed.
See, and I think the only. Go ahead, PvP.
No, I was just going to say, I think it's films like the 78 Superman that actually did introduce the whole superhero genre to a mainstream audience, because you go back even to the 60s, and I can't think of any superhero movies being made in that decade, or even in the early 70s, really, unless maybe there were that I'm not aware of. But
I think
that was kind of... go ahead, Nemesis.
I was just sorry. The Shadow was made back in the 70s, I think, or early 60s.
You might be right. Yeah.
Wait. Which Shadow? The Shadow. Do you remember who was in it? You're not talking about with Baldwin, are you?
No, I don't think so.
Because he made the Shadow, based on the radio show, like in the late 80s, 90s.
Because that was a 30s radio serial, wasn't it? The Shadow originally?
Right. What evil lurks in the heart of men.
In the heart of men, yeah.
But I'm trying to think of the Shadow from the 70s.
Wasn't the Shadow...
but there was like Condor Man with Adam Arkin, which was kind of a hokey low-budget affair.
Okay.
So I wouldn't really classify it. I'm not really sure I'd classify it as a superhero.
Well, wasn't the Shadow more of like a film noir detective kind of guy? Like, he wasn't really a superhero, was he?
But it also had a little, not superhero, but a little bit of fantasy blended in. But yeah, it was not a superhero.
No, that's fair. You are right, yeah.
Yeah. No, I think Superman's probably the most mainstream, the first mainstream superhero movie, because that film was huge when it came out. I remember going to the theater, and it was packed. I mean, I must have gone, I think, 3 times to see it because I loved it so much on the big screen. And the theater was packed every time I went, which you don't see that anymore in theaters. I'll tell you, they're pretty much empty now. So, yeah.
Well, what's funny now is we've had all these Superman movies since then, which all stink pretty much.
Right.
And they're talking about making a new one. And it's like, do we really want to see a new Superman movie without the John Williams soundtrack? I don't think so. I don't think that can be outdone.
Oh, no. Yeah. John Williams is amazing.
Absolutely. That's my favorite. In fact, out of all of his soundtracks, that is my number one favorite.
Yeah, I just think there's a lot of classics that there's no point in remaking them because it's doubtful they'll ever be improved on. There's so many great films over the decades in that genre. So
like Superman Returns. I'm glad that that they did the John Williams soundtrack, but like that wretched Man of Steel and Batman versus Superman. I don't even remember a single note of the soundtracks. So it's like, why bother? It's like all white noise.
Well, it's like TV themes back in the 60s and 70s used to be so memorable and so great and so catchy, right?
Yeah, they used to care when the shows had intros.
I mean, the themes were so good. They actually took on a life of their own, and they'd have like soundtrack, LPs with the theme music and the incidental background music from the shows. And I remember, I still probably got some of those on the shelf around here somewhere. But
that's what was nice when they came out. Remember, they came out with compilations, TV's greatest tunes.
Oh yeah,
and they had the theme songs to a lot of those TV shows. I loved having those.
Yeah, I used to borrow those from the library so I could listen to them. Yeah.
I know it's kind of crazy, but listening to like Green Acres and Beverly Hillbillies, I used to like just listening to the soundtrack.
Oh, it's just so good. Yeah. And then you got a theme like Star Trek or TOS. I mean, that theme is just amazing.
It is. And that, Alexander Courage he deserves so much more. It's tragic. The way he was treated, it's really sad.
Yeah, geez, we could do a whole, well, maybe not a whole stream, but we could do a part on a subject we could do would be talking about TV themes, vintage TV themes. That would be kind of fun, maybe.
Yeah, but difficult if you can't play them. That's the only problem. It'd be nice if you could at least play them if we're going to refer to them. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, maybe that's not a good idea then. Yeah.
Suzanne says, I would love to hear everyone's views of Planet of the Apes and B, the Alien movie. Suzanne, you're probably talking, as far as me personally, I'm one of the biggest Planet of the Apes fans on the earth. I saw all 5 movies at the theaters, some of them more than once. I even liked the TV series when it came out in 1974. So Planet of the Apes, huge fan. B, not so much. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I love Planet of the Apes, especially the first film with Heston. I think that's a classic, of course. The other films, they vary in quality. I mean, they're all watchable. Like, I've seen them all. I probably saw most of them in the theater when they did come out back then. They're all worth watching. But for me,
I think the weakest. Wouldn't you say the weakest is, at least in my opinion, Battle for the Planet of the Apes?
That was the last one, wasn't it? Was that the final one?
I think so. No. Let me think. No, Conquest, I think was. But I think Battle was the one where they were living in the trees and the huts and the soldiers attacked them.
It's been
that's where 20th Century Fox had really cut the budget down, which was sad. They just kept cutting the budget more and more, even though the movies were making more and more.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Well, they knew they had a franchise, and they knew that people would go see it no matter what the quality was, so they didn't care, right? Actually, that's kind of maybe the beginning of what's going on in Hollywood.
Well, now it's the opposite. Now they throw money at it. The thing with the Planet of the Apes movie series is the studio got greedier and greedier, kept cutting the budget, but the writing was still top notch. They still cared when it came to story, and that is what's opposite about today. Today they'll throw money at the special effects, and they don't care about the story or the writing.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think The thing about Planet of the Apes is it's one of the few long stories, full movies that has a twist ending, but then they put the twist ending on the front cover of the Blu-ray, so that kind of ruins it.
Oh, you're right about that. That is, yeah.
That's a terrible idea.
Whoever was in charge of that should be fired. I agree.
That's horrible.
Well, the twist has been, it's so prevalent in pop culture now. It's who doesn't know that ending to it, right?
A new generation. If I was
to
do that,
dude, a new generation is.
I shielded my son from the twist, and he managed to guess it.
Right, like a new generation isn't going to be interested in the Planet of the Apes. I wasn't a big fan of the Planet of the Apes, even the new ones. And it's like no one's going to want to go back and watch the '70s one. Certainly not fucking whatever this newest generation is, or the one after that. Like, yeah.
Okay. Stunned silence.
I'm just trying to think, does a remake necessarily make it better? Because I'm thinking, no, the Italian Job, they made new one of that, and it's shit. I will always watch the original one with Michael Caine, so I'm not sure that argument holds.
You're right about that. The Michael Caine version was much.
Yeah, no, my son's watched the original mainly because of me, but he's not watched the new ones. He's like, fuck that shit.
God, and you guys heard they're going to redo Bullet?
Yeah, I think I heard few months back about that. Yeah.
Good God, the whole thing will be shot in front of
Job. Nice.
Yeah, the whole thing will be shot in front of a green screen.
It ain't going to be
much the last I've ever heard of that.
Well, it'll be shot in front of a green screen. It'll be starring a bunch of beta cuck metrosexuals. It's like, who wants to watch that crap?
Hang on a second. Then with the Planet of the Apes, because I'm happily ignorant here, then that's transplanting the question. So did the new Planet of the Apes movie make it obvious that it was Earth, or was that a big revelation at the end of the movie? And second question, follow-up question, if so, did they give it away on the poster?
Yes and no.
All I remember is floating heads on the poster. I don't remember if they gave anything away. It seems like all the modern day posters are just floating heads.
So and then they give everything away in the trailers.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. I'm curious. Do they care about the twist? Is the twist an issue? Because it's just, as a writer, I'm kind of curious how important. Or they're like, forget the twist. It's Planet of the Humans, really.
I think one thing that really sticks, that really ruined it for me too, was now in chronological order. I could be wrong about this, but I think the last Planet of the Apes movie was one of the first movies with the trope where the little girl who's the secret to everything. And that's what just ruined that movie. And now it just seems like every movie has that plot. Because I remember I was like, what the hell is a little girl doing in a Planet of the Apes movie? God, I hated that last one.
Yeah, I didn't see that one. What was the first remake? Was it the one with Wahlberg or whatever?
Yeah.
I think it was.
Yeah, it's been so long.
It's funny too. I can't remember. I'm struggling to. Wahlberg was the Tim Burton version.
That's the one I saw.
Right.
Yeah.
And then we got the newer crop here in the 2000s.
Yeah, I found the Burton film so unmemorable. I can hardly remember it now.
The only thing I remember about it was great makeup by Rick Baker, and the fact that we got to see Chuck Heston dressed as an ape. I mean, that was the only two good things out of that movie.
I can't even remember that. That's how unimpressed I was with it.
See, and I'm like traumatized by the monkey human kiss, and I remember the twist ending, which was still not as good as the original ending, because once again, I might not enjoy the original Planet of the Apes, but I cannot deny its weight that it's had on pop culture.
Now, Nemesis, you know that ending that you're talking about in the Tim Burton version, that's from the book, right?
Really?
Uh-huh.
Huh.
Yeah, in the book he made it back to Earth, and Earth was overran by apes.
Oh no, someone.
But a lot of people didn't like it. That's what I found. I found that fascinating. The majority of the audiences hated that ending, but that is from the book.
Huh. So Serling did change it considerably when he wrote the screenplay for the 68 film then.
Yes, and also due to budgetary reasons.
Right. Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, no, the book's a whole different... You know, in Blade Runner, in the book, he's a human.
But I think Planet of the Apes, and especially now that, remember now, it was Fox, which is now owned by Disney. I hope they never touch it and make another one again. It's like just leave it, let it die and rest in peace.
Yeah.
Give a new series a chance to like come about. You never know if there could be something good. I mean, we have our fingers crossed, right?
Under Disney, I don't know about that.
That's what
well, who knows? Give it time. It's either going to crash and burn, or someone's going to take it over and make it good again.
Look what they did to Predator.
Yeah, but can we? I mean, I'd argue that like the only good Predator was the first one. Even Predator 2 wasn't. It's okay. And then like AVP was not fantastic. AVP 2 was even worse.
Right, but the last Predator Disney version was girl power. I mean, we're talking about Predator. You know, it's like you
the one with the native girl. I was thinking of the one with the prison people where they're all nuts and crazy.
Oh, yeah. I remember seeing reviews for that, and I thought, nope, I don't want to see that.
No, especially the girl power version. No, it's like, oh my god.
Which is too bad because the design of the Predator in that one was awesome. You're just like, oh, looks fucking brutal. And
as long as it's practical effects, I'm for it.
Well, it's the writing and the agenda that are the two big problems with most films now. So.
Got to have good writing. I'm waiting for someone to phone me up. Hello, we're looking for good writers. Like, they need good writers. Hello, good writer.
Yeah.
No.
They've forgotten it's called science fiction, right?
So.
Well, unfortunately, Cap, I think you need to like go to them, bro. Like, they're already inundated with people who aren't as talented.
No, the problem is that they look out the window and say, "Oh, it's a white guy coming up. Lock the door."
Oh yeah, so and
you can't even get in the door now, right?
It's just 3 years of analysing plot holes. It's like, hey, look, is there any value in a story with no plot holes that follows the established canon? Like, I can do it. Is it really that hard? You know, I'm a genius, or they're idiots. I mean, either way, I'm happy.
Yeah, I was reading an article. Yeah,
I was reading an article just today about how the public just does not give a shit about the strike. None of us want the strike to be resolved. We want them all to be fired, and that's a general consensus.
How about that?
That's what I'm saying. Is everybody feels that way. We don't feel sorry for them at all. And the assholes that want them to hire, I'm sure you guys heard, but they want them to hire an entire writer's room, a whole room full of writers, so that everybody's being paid whether they're working or not. Screw that.
That's a joke.
Sorry, I do not write well with others.
Yeah, whatever happened to, like, getting one person that could actually write a quality script like we had back, not too many decades ago.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. One talented writer that actually has published work instead of look, it's the writer of Rick and Morty. Hire them, and we'll make him the lead writer on She-Hulk. Is a good example. My God.
Yeah, it's like most of my favorite shows, are from the 60s and 70s, and back then I'd see the writing credits, and it was usually one person, maybe two. Maybe one wrote the story and one, developed it into the teleplay kind of thing. But we didn't have these lists of like 3-4 writers, working on something. Like, it's just gotten ridiculous now.
It is. All you can do is watch the credits of like Discovery or any of that modern day shit. And there's 15 producers and 10 writers and all that crap.
It's nuts. Yeah, it's totally nuts. Like, no vision at all.
Nope.
That's why we should probably catch up on the chat.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Nemesis. Thank you.
Good idea. Nemesis.
Great minds think alike.
Edge of Time says, I was thinking about parallels between Dr. Moreau and Heart of Darkness, 1896 and 1899, particularly the ending, probably echoed by Lovecraft, perhaps in that'll open my eyes. Caliphus?
Celophaeus?
Sean Carter, question regarding superheroes. You consider Zorro a superhero in many ways? He does fit the bill to me. I guess he's more like the Batman type superhero, right?
Yeah, that's that perfect description. Actually, that Zorro. Yeah, go ahead.
You first.
No, I just wanted to say, since Zorro's been brought up in the chat, that was the first show that was the first time I discovered TV as a kid, right? I think I was, because that came out, what, 1957, I believe was the first season. So I wasn't even alive yet when it first started. And then my local station, because it only lasted, what, 3 seasons, I believe. And then they had some specials after that, like 4 specials. But they started rerunning it, I think around 1962 or 63. So I probably would have been maybe about 5. And they used to show it in the afternoon every day. I think it was around like 5:30 in the afternoon before the newscast came on. And I was glued to the set because Zorro was so cool. I mean, and this relates to Lost in Space too, right, Pop? Because Guy Williams was starred as Zorro, and he was amazing in that show. Like, I just love him in Zorro. He's great. It is a great show, though. It is very much like superhero stuff, because sometimes when he's on Tornado, his horse, and he leaps across a canyon on the horseback, it's like, wow. And it looks really great too. Like, the special effects in that show are ahead of their time. Plus, just one more comment before I bore you guys to tears. It was probably the first series ever that had continuing storylines, because they generally run for like 15 episodes with a continuous storyline, which I think starting in 1957, that was pretty amazing stuff, because I don't think anybody had ever done it before.
So when
anyway,
yeah, it's pretty cool.
So when they show them in reruns, they have to be shown in sequence?
Yep. It would help.
Oh,
It would help.
Interesting.
It would help.
Yeah.
It would help.
So Baby V, so did you watch Zorro and then Lost in Space, or both at the same time, like in reruns, or how'd that work out?
See, I was young. I was like 5 when Zorro came out. This is like 1962. So this is like, I was watching all the reruns. Like, I never saw it first run. But this is like, what, 3 years before Lost in Space started? And what, 65, I guess it was?
Yep, 65.
So yeah, I'd probably pretty much seen all of the Zorro episodes before I ever saw Lost in Space. And I just think Guy Williams and Zorro, I mean, if you guys have never watched the show, give it a try, give it a chance. Start with the first episode, because the first episode is actually pretty awesome and sets up the whole narrative storyline for the entire series. But I always thought Guy Williams was kind of wasted in Lost in Space. Often he was like a secondary character.
Of course.
But in Zorro, he is like the front and centerpiece of that show, and he's magnificent. Like, and it's great scripts, great intelligent dialogue, great supporting characters, and Guy has he's got such a magnetism. He's got like $1 million smile. He looks so cool. Like, when he's just playing, like, not Zorro, playing, Diego, hiding. He's like Clark Kent, basically. He's hiding his identity, right?
Right.
And he's always got the finest quality suits. He just looks like $1 million. Looks so sharp. And then, of course, when he goes into the cavern and he puts on his Zorro and goes down to his horse. I mean, man, that Zorro costume was very, very cool. Very, very cool.
Nice.
See, and I grew up with Antonio Banderas and like Catherine Zeta-Jones, and that's the Zorro that I'm used to.
Right. Well, you would be at your age, yeah. But you really consider checking it out, because it is available online if you look around. And it really is a quality show. Back when it was Disney, right? That's back in the years when Disney was producing top quality entertainment, and it wasn't a kid's show. I want to stress that it wasn't dumbed down in any way. It wasn't, pandering to a kiddie audience. It was written for adults, because I can watch it now, and it's just as good now as when I watched it when I was 5 years old. I mean, it's held up that well over the years. So yeah, it's in my top 10 shows of all time. I'd probably put it like shortly after Star Trek and the Avengers and the Man from Uncle, Wild Wild West. It'd be up among those kind of shows, right? So
very
anyway,
cool.
I tend to go on too long. Sorry, guys.
Oh no, you're fine. Suzanne says, "Edge of Time, that would be insane." And Suzanne says, "Sean, was he really any different from Robin Hood?"
Zorro?
What do you think,
DDP? Oh, I think he was quite different. Well, the thing is, Robin Hood was like, what, steal from the rich, give to the poor kind of stuff. If that, generally. Zorro was more, well, the thing is, Zorro comes back from Spain, or Diego de Oliveira comes back from Spain because his father had written this kind of mysterious letter about, please come back to California. This is like Spanish California back in the 1800s, right? And so he comes back. He's on he comes back on the ship, and the captain, the ship captain, is telling him about what's been
Yes.
going on. And there's like I guess like the authority there, the governor, whatever. He's a real evil bastard, basically, and he's like sort of taking over. Basically, it's like he's taking the freedom away from the population, right? With rules and regulations and bad shit happening, arresting innocent people and trying to frame them for crimes they never committed, and just a lot of bad stuff.
So it was more like defending the innocent and the poor and stuff like
He's
that.
kind of like Batman in that sense, where he's trying to protect the good people from the evil people, and generally trying to restore democracy, basically.
Gotcha.
So it's very well. I'll just keep raving. It's so good.
Lemon Pie says, "Edge of Time, I see you," and Sean says, "Zorro has a secret identity. Fights evil. Fights for those who can't fight for themselves. Has a costume, a call sign. To me, he fits. So one could say the original 1920 Zorro is the first movie."
It's an interesting question about is he a superhero? Is that the part of the?
Yeah, I think that's what
right. Because I'd say superhero means superpowers. So I would say Zorro has no superpowers, therefore is not a superhero. But then again, neither is Batman.
Well, he's more like Batman, yeah. So maybe technically he's not a superhero because he doesn't have powers like Superman or whatever.
Technically, that old chestnut, you're technically correct, Captain.
But I basically agree with what you're saying. I think you pretty much nailed it. It's like he really isn't a superhero, but he is a hero all the same. Right?
Yeah, he's hero. What's your superpower? I'm rich. Well, Bill Gates ain't no motherfucking superhero, is he?
Well, Zorro's not super rich, but his family is quite well to do, I guess. Yeah, but
yeah,
it's not the money that makes him. It's not basically he's got a mask, a cape, a sword, a horse, and another point. Just quickly, Guy Williams actually trained with, I believe it was a swordsman from Spain. There was like at that time back then, the number one swordsman in the world. This guy was incredibly talented, and so he trained with this dude for months before the show was filmed. I think, if I remember correctly, and the fight scenes, the sword play is amazing. It's like the real deal. So like check out the first episode and just there's some sword play at the end of that episode that I think is very impressive.
Nice. Edge of Time says, "Last night I saw upon the stair a little man who wasn't there. He wasn't there again today. Oh, how I wish he'd go away." Poem featured in this Shadow series. And Herc 130 says, "Musician Mike Post wrote the best Law and Order, The A-Team, NYPD Blue, Rockford Files, Quantum Leap, Magnum PI, Hill Street Blues." Yes, if I was to, if anybody was to ask me, in my opinion, who the favorite best TV composer, I would say Mike Post. Absolutely, he was able to adapt.
Magnum PI, that's a classic. Have you seen Magnum PI? But with Han, look up Han Solo PI, best intro ever.
Yeah, Magnum was a great show. I watch that every week. I love that show. Tom Selleck, man, what an actor!
I don't know. I could never got into Tom Selleck. I don't know why. That's why I'm so glad he didn't become Indiana Jones.
Indiana Jones with Sean Young. Imagine that.
I like Selleck because he could be like hardcore if he had to be. Like, there's even an episode I think where he actually I think he actually kills a guy because it was a Vietnam.
That's what I was going to say. That he seems like one note. I don't know.
So no.
Play a bad guy once.
Maybe you just haven't watched it enough. There's a lot of really good humor. He can be very funny and very witty in the show too.
No, that's what I'm saying. That was the one thing I saw, and I didn't see him as being three-dimensional. I guess two-dimensional as an actor. It seemed like he just didn't seem like he had the acting chops. I don't know.
I thought Magnum's character was quite three-dimensional.
Well, I know it was popular. I know the show was popular.
I like Rockford Files too.
Oh, do you know why the show was made?
Tell me.
Because Hawaii 5-0 went off the air, and they had all the shooting locations already paid for.
Oh, cool. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, so it was almost like a sequel, and apparently there were some references in Magnum PI referring to Hawaii 5-0.
Oh, shared
I've
universe.
forgotten that. No.
Edge of Time says, I always liked the Phantom, including the movie. Yeah, the movie was Billy Zane. It was okay. It wasn't bad, a little underrated, but it definitely went nowhere, and it was quite forgotten. Probably you guys didn't even see it, right?
Yeah, I don't think I have.
That's what I figured.
Nope.
Herc 130, Hunter, Greatest American Hero, Murder 1. I haven't heard of Murder 1. Black Sheep Squadron, Blossom, Doogie Howser, Renegade, Silk Stocking. It goes on and on and on and on.
That is quite a list.
And another one was
Quite
Vic
a list.
Mizzy, good old Vic Mizzy. He did The Addams Family in Green Acres.
AFK
And
BRB.
Suzanne says, my boy loves old black and white movies and super old music. He's into jazz suite. Then you are definitely doing the right job. Well done, Suzanne.
There you go.
Congratulations.
Young people can get interested in checking out the past.
That's absolutely right. With the right encouragement and the right upbringing. So, yeah, we've got a wonderful person here in the chat. So I appreciate that.
That's very cool.
Edge of Time says, I do recommend Laurel and Hardy, Suzanne. Edge of Time. Yeah, I think you would enjoy Laurel and Hardy. Edge of Time says, I'm glad I saw Beneath the Planet of the Apes when I was young and not as skeptical. Suzanne says, Edge of Time, yes, love Phantom. Oh, so that makes two of us. So she's seen it. Lemon Pie, Planet of the Apes, the musical featured in the Simpsons episode is a must-see.
Oh, God, the musical. That sounds pretty entertaining, yeah. I haven't seen that one.
Edge of Time, they should have cast Felicity Rose Hadley Jones, Rogue One as Dr. Zira. She rocks. Chimp face naturally.
I don't think that's a compliment.
And Suzanne says, I think the first scary movie I seen was Swamp Creature or the Swamp Thing. Don't remember the name, just some of the scary scenes.
Probably Swamp Thing.
Swamp Thing? That was from the 80s?
That was the movie with Adrienne Barbeau in it.
Uh-huh.
I vaguely remember it. I think I saw it, but it's been so long I don't remember much.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. Directed by Wes Craven, and we got to see. That's the only time we ever got to see Adrienne Barbeau topless. I know.
Well, yeah, that's worth the price of admission alone, actually.
So. Absolutely right. Lemon Pie says, "Hail, Sean," and Edge of Time says, "Does Zorro have a superpower, or is he just skilled like Batman?"
Skilled, highly skilled.
Skilled, yes, skilled. Edge of Time. Suzanne says, "Edge of Time, all skill." Edge of Time says, "Let it rot" is a popular Chinese attitude. I hope we adapt towards the writer's strike. Yes, I agree with that. And Suzanne says, Edge of Time, I foresee Hollywood collapse and the return of indie filmmakers and quality writers again. Oh, that would be nice.
I hope so. I hope it happens in my lifetime.
I know. What they need to do is totally clean out those studios, starting from the top down, and just get rid of everybody. And it's got to go back. It's got to go back to being a competitive business where only the best person for the job gets it.
If they just start hiring talented writers with skill, and actually that did earn the position, exactly what you said, Bob.
Yep. For example, says Edge of Time, the Joker musical. Be a shame if it never got made. Cats, anyone? I know. I was listening to Midnight's Edge today.
Oh.
And they were comparing about how the DC movies are doing. And they were saying how wonderful the next Joker movie is going to be. And I'm like, are they sure? I don't know. I think it's a big gamble. They're turning that into a musical with Lady Gaga. I don't know.
Yeah, I just have serious doubts. Lady Gaga and the Joker, how does this puzzle fit together?
I know. Talk about it subverting expectations.
Oh, they hit a home run. Actually, they hit a grand slam with that one.
Yeah, well, the first one, but so I guess Lady Gaga playing Harley Quinn?
Maybe she's playing the Joker.
I'm so tired. That's another thing too. Is can we get a Batman movie without the Joker? My God, for once.
Yeah, really. I mean, there were other villains in the Batman universe.
Yeah, I know you wouldn't know it.
Yeah.
And Sean Carter says, Suzanne, sorry I missed the question you asked. I think they're similar but different in some subtle ways. It's basically the same core story, but Robin Hood didn't have a secret identity.
That's true, I guess. Yeah, of course.
Edge of Time says that Marvel musical cameo made me cringe. Marvel musical cameo. I'm not sure what that was. Sean Wright, says Suzanne. And Lemon Pie, hush up, Pooch. Lemon Pie says Mike Post also wrote the theme to The Commish. My mom used to watch that show.
Man, he was a busy guy. Wow.
Oh, yes. And Suzanne says he loves Laurel and Hardy and the Three Stooges. LOL, the honey. Oh, my God, yes.
Wow.
And Suzanne,
nice.
I congratulate you even more if it's even possible.
Yeah,
well done, Suzanne.
You're doing a quality job, Suzanne.
Excellent. I know, you hear people these days like, oh my God, I would never show my kids the Three Stooges. They're dangerous. And it's like, oh, come on, wake up.
I like the Three Stooges. Like, they're kind of like maybe a slightly lowbrow Marx Brothers in a way, because both the comedy teams are kind of goofy and out there and, pretty crazy a lot of the time. But I like the Stooges. I mean, they might not be the most cerebral comedians that ever existed, but they make me laugh my ass off. So they're okay in my book, that's for sure. Especially Curly. Oh my God, Curly. Curly could be so funny. Just looking at him made me laugh. So,
yeah, Curly Howard is hands down my favorite comedian ever.
Oh, he was.
And he literally gave his life to make people laugh.
Yeah.
So yeah a total respect. I went and visited his grave in Hollywood.
Oh, cool. He had a sad ending. Did he have a heart attack or
several
brain illness or something?
Several. He had several strokes.
Yeah, that's it. Strokes. That's what I was thinking.
Paralysis, and then eventually where he couldn't speak.
Poor man.
But yeah, absolutely, my heart breaks for Curly Howard.
Yeah.
And a lot of what he did was ad-libbed. I mean, the guy was a genius. No formal training whatsoever.
I don't think the Stooges get enough respect and credit for how good they were.
No, especially Columbia treating them like shit and underpaying them. No, you're really right about that.
Well, they were like low budget, B, C pictures.
Well, what they were doing was what Columbia was doing was every time they pushed out bad movies, B movies, shitty movies, and all that, they would put a Three Stooges short before it because that's what would draw the audience in, and they knew that.
And the shorts are what, like around 10, 15 minutes or
20
something?
20 minutes.
Like that? 20, okay. I knew it was definitely short, yeah.
Yeah, they were treated like crap. They deserved much more than what they got, unfortunately.
Yeah, they didn't get treated well by the studio, definitely.
No, and I thought another thing too when they got older is they started toning down their act, which I wasn't fond of. Their act got more and more juvenile. So like by the time they got Curly Joe, like they stopped the eye poking, and there were certain things they stopped doing.
Yeah, the different guy. Yeah.
Well, there was several. There was several. There was Curly. Remember, then Curly died, and then Shemp died, and there was Joe Besser, and then Joe Besser was out, and then there was Joe DeRita.
That's a long list. Yeah, boy. But yeah, at their peak, I thought they were quite creative, even though they weren't trying to do high, complex comedy like the Marx Brothers would engage in. They were still very entertaining and very talented. So I always enjoyed the Stooges.
They're still more well known than anyone else, as far as I'm aware. Anyone in my generation and younger still knows about the Three Stooges, whereas
right. Or you compare it to their contemporaries of around the same time, and people will be like, "Who?"
Yeah.
So yeah.
Interesting.
So they will live on longer than we will, which is a good thing.
Dude, I still see Three Stooges merch all the time.
Yes.
That's like Marilyn Monroe merch, right? I mean, some of these people are basically immortal.
Yep.
This is true. Yes.
At least their images are. Thank goodness we have their images on film. We are blessed.
Yeah, now they need to. That brings me to a point I'm going to bring up. I'll make it quick. Laurel and Hardy, they remastered it in 4K, some of their shorts. I was looking at the Blu-rays. You know what they did? They removed the film grain, and then they smoothed it to where it looks like the soap opera effect. Can you imagine that?
Oh, that's dumb.
It is. I'm like, what?
Just leave it the way it is. Like,
right, enhance, right, bring it to high definition using the 4K, right? But we want the scratches. We want the film grain. We want it to look like Laurel and Hardy. We don't want it to look like a horrible nightmare, some
that's part of
fuzzy
it.
memory of it or something.
That's part of the charm, right? Is seeing it in its original, quality. It's
It
like when
is.
they found the lost footage to Metropolis that we all watched a few weeks ago. They didn't, try and digitally clean up the missing footage that they found in Argentina. They left it pretty much the way they found it,
Yes.
so you could actually tell the parts that had been, rediscovered and the parts that had been put back.
Oh, that's
into the
terrible.
film.
No, that's doing it half cocked. You either do all of it or fucking none of it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Like I personally prefer when they like the older stuff, the film grain. That's even the same with music. Not to get off topic, but like I will always take the original cuts over any remastered version.
Me too.
Because I want the originality of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Like there's something that's lost in translation whenever you take away the film grain, smooth anything out.
Yeah,
any sort of remastering loses something.
Yeah, if you tinker with it too much, you're losing the authenticity at some level, I think.
Right, but here's
That's a good word.
Here's my dilemma. Okay, I'm a big Laurel and Hardy fan. Going back to their silent movies,
right?
And by the way, I was looking at the silent movies on DVD, and the only way to get them is $250 on eBay, and I'm almost thinking about it because they don't show them and they're hard to get. But anyway, all right. You know how Metropolis had a big chunk of the movie missing for several decades, and they finally discovered it, put it back together, right?
Yep.
Well, there's a famous Laurel and Hardy short, which was always considered one of their best, and it was called Battle of the Century. And that's another one where the second reel was missing for decades and decades and decades and decades.
Gosh.
So on my server, I have all Laurel and Hardys except for Battle of the Century, because it was just recently they discovered the second reel.
Nice.
And just like Metropolis, it was 16 millimeter, not 35 millimeter. So it doesn't quite match up just like Metropolis. But if I want to see it, I got to buy this damn Blu-ray, this whole set that I was just talking about, that they went and did the upgrades with the blurring and all that kind of shit.
Why would they blur something? That's just sad.
Or why not sell it separately? I've been wanting to see it my whole life. Battle of the Century for a long time was one of those it was at the top of the list when it came to lost films.
Or even
the same with Star Wars. You can't get the original Star Wars.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Why not even make the episode available online, for download or something,
I
for
know.
a small
Oh, someone will. Someone will.
Well,
whether it's legal or not.
Right, because it was a big deal. It was one of their big movies, and the second reel was lost for decades and decades, and they just found it recently. And like I said earlier, I'm a huge Laurel and Hardy fan. I've been watching them for years. I read all the books, the biographies, and to find out that they discovered the second reel, and I can finally see Battle of the Century, which, by the way, has the biggest pie fight scene ever, supposedly, if I ever see it.
The thing is, when they digitally, put it into 4K and remove the grain and smooth it out, which is the part that I really find kind of scary.
That's the worst part. Yeah, that's the worst one.
It's like it's a Blu-ray, right? So you got tons of room on a Blu-ray. Why don't you just add an extra disc where you've got, the remastered digitally, altered version, and then you've got another disc with the original versions.
And see which one. Well, I would say sell them. I would say sell them separately and see which one sells, and you'll find out really quick.
Yeah, sell them separately, or at least make it the option to buy the whole thing, and you can watch the originals.
I think with upgrading to 4K is fine, and that's where they should stop. Right. None of the digital smoothing, none of that crap. Just upgrade it to 4K, which is great. But just we don't. I want to see the little. Because I mean, you can watch those movies and you see little hairs in the shutters sometimes, and little scratches, and it's like I want that stuff. That's what's appealing about all that old stuff.
Yeah, I agree.
The authenticity, like PvP said.
Yep.
Yeah, it's part of the charm. It's kind of quaint, right? To see them, the way they always have been for many decades. So
Yeah, that's what sucks. I want to see Battle of the Century, but I got to buy the whole Blu-ray set, which is like $50.
mm,
And even
that's
though I know I won't watch the other ones because I don't want to see the smoothing, I have the
yeah.
Laurel and Hardy on my server, which looks fine. So I would have to buy that set to watch one short. Oh, but
Yeah,
and one advantage is it has a lot of commentary by Randy Spetbet, and he wrote 2 or 3 of biographies of the. So he's very knowledgeable. He actually met Laurel and Hardy, so
nice.
that I recommend. His books are fantastic. So that's the only thing. I may watch it for the commentary. I may get it. I don't know. First, I have to buy a Blu-ray player, but I was actually considering that last night. That might push me over the edge to buy a Blu-ray player, just so I can watch Battle of the Century.
Can't you get Blu-rays quite cheap now for like $50 or something though?
Yeah, but not this set because it's fairly new.
No. I mean Blu-ray players.
Yes. Blu-ray players are cheap, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Laurel and Hardy were great. I remember watching those guys. I haven't seen them in years, but they had some really. What was that one where Laurel and Hardy? I think they were dragging a piano.
Music box. The music box.
I love that one. That's so funny.
And I've been to those steps many times.
Oh, cool.
In fact, I got a video that I filmed in LA that I need to edit together and put it on my channel.
Oh, wow.
Of the music box steps, yes.
Let us know when you do, because I'd love to watch that, because that's probably the one that sticks out in my memory for me more than any of the others.
That was their most famous because it won an Academy Award. It was the only one of their shorts that did win an Academy Award.
That's cool. I just find it an incredibly inventive idea, and the way they carry it out, the way they execute it, I find it's just brilliant. And that's a real good one. I really love that one.
And of course, the Three Stooges with their little remake of it was an ache in every steak, where Curly had to get the ice up the steps.
I must have missed that one. Oh God!
You don't remember the Three Stooges where Curly had to get the block of ice up the stairs?
I must have missed that one. I don't remember that one, or maybe it's
been just. I recommend it. It's a good one.
Okay.
But it was their version, right? It was the same thing. A big long flight of stairs, except it was Curly. They were delivering ice. They were ice salesmen, right? When they had ice boxes.
Yeah.
So it was a big cube of ice that but it would always melt by the time he got to the top.
Right. Oh boy, that sounds like what's the character that had the biblical character that was pushing a rock up a mountain or something?
Sisyphus, and it's classical, not biblical.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I get mixed up.
Greek. Captain is correct.
Yeah. I wonder if the writer might have got the idea from that, though. Just saying, Anyway, please continue.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get caught up on the chat really quick. Sean Carter says Curly was a dog lover. He rescued hundreds. Yes, that is true. He would bring them home, much to the chagrin of his wives. But yes, he loved dogs. That's why if you watch his performance, a lot of it is barking and acting like that. But yes, he was a big dog lover and cars. He loved cars and cigars. And Suzanne says, LOL, did somebody pop in or pop out? Okay, I heard a pop.
We lost Captain, I think.
I'm looking right now. It shows him. Captain, are you here? Can you hear us? Oh, Captain.
I think the aliens got him.
Well, what's interesting is that I know we can still see his avatar. And it shows that he's on the panel. But his icon Go ahead.
I can't see his avatar. Like, that's just a picture of a person.
Yeah, right, the stock photo, right. There it is. Yeah, he's probably having internet connections. And Suzanne says, LOL, he lives Groucho. And Suzanne says, we watch old Red Skelton skits as well. Very cool. Yes, Red Skelton was the master. Can you imagine these days getting away with ending your show by good night and God bless? Oh my God, people would be up in arms if you tried that. Suzanne says, loves. There we go. She's correcting herself. And Sean Carter says, Be a boy, be icky, be you, B I K I B I Biggie Bo. But yes, it's an old Three Stooges tune. And Curly's a dope. And Phantom Boomer says that's Suzanne Eckstein. What's up? And Suzanne says, my boy has a cane and tries to be Charlie Chaplin. Oh, very cool. Yeah, I'm so glad, Suzanne. I'm proud of you too for teaching him the old good stuff, the good stuff. Suzanne says, Phantom, hello. And Phantom says, Suzanne Eckstein, isn't this interesting? Oops, don't want to show stream elements. Suzanne says, I enjoy watching the old B movies. Oh, same here, absolutely. Phantom Boomer says, definitely fixable, Suzanne. And Sean Carter says, my dad called Stan Laurel when he was little. He used to keep, yes, this is true. His phone number was in the public directory. He used to keep his phone number listed. He asked him to cry for him, and he said, well, I'm a bit old for it, but I'll try. Yes, it's a well-known, famous, that after Oliver Hardy died, Stan Laurel kept his name in the public phone book. Anybody could call him. And I wish, unfortunately, I was born too late because he passed away just before I was born. But yeah, that's how Dick Van Dyke met him. Dick Van Dyke called him out of the blue and went to meet him and told him how much of a fan he was. And Dick Van Dyke said, I steal. Okay, Dick Van Dyke was doing the Dick Van Dyke Show. All right, so that was already on television. He saw that Stan Laurel was listed, and he was a big Stan Laurel fan. And he called Stan Laurel and said, hey, this is Dick Van Dyke. Can I come and visit you? And Stan, of course, saying yes. And when he got to Stan's house, he said, I kind of borrowed a lot of my material from you. And Stan says, I know.
That's very cool. Hey, do we lose the captain? I stepped away for a minute.
Yeah, hopefully he'll come back. He's probably having internet issues.
Okay.
Sean Carter says it was one of my dad's most favorite memories. Oh, me too. I would never forget that. My God.
Wow. Yeah, I can't imagine.
Talking to Stan Laurel over the phone. My goodness.
Talking to a legend. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't think you'll find that now. Can you imagine a celebrity now having their phone in the public directory?
Nope.
Nope. Suzanne says, Sean, that's amazing. Yes, it is. I'm jealous. And Suzanne says, we also watch Little Rascals. Oh, yes. Good old Hal Roach Studios. Can't go wrong with that. You know what? And what's interesting is where I grew up, Central Valley, California, is they show Little Rascals all the time. But they never show Three Stooges, and they rarely showed Laurel and Hardy. And I never figured that out. I was like, I don't know what was going on with that. But it was it was the independent station. And sure, you could always get Little Rascals, but getting them to show Three Stooges, forget it.
They probably had some kind of. I think stations back in those days would buy like a broadcast package with a bunch of shows, and maybe the Rascals was the only thing included in the package they bought, because I think they used to buy like broadcast packages and then they just run all those shows that they purchased, right? So
yeah, it was terrible though. I mean, for a kid growing up, because remember back in the days where we had to go out and adjust the TV antenna, right?
Oh yeah.
So, I would go out there and I could adjust it, get a faraway station. I was in the Central Valley. I could get a faraway station down in Bakersfield towards LA that would show the Three Stooges. It was all fuzzy and snowy, but I was like, how come they don't show that here? I was like,
yeah. Oh, it's frustrating.
Same with the Honeymooners. They didn't show the Honeymooners either. It was like, oh.
Oh yeah, as good as our TV station was in the '60s. By the way, we had rabbit ears on the top of the TV, which you'd have to adjust from time to time. And
right.
I was the remote control, because as the kid in the family, I had to get up and walk across the room to actually change the channel with a little switch on the TV front. But yeah, like we never got Star Trek on the original run here, because my local station, we had one channel. The Canadian Broadcasting Channel, and since I was like 45 minutes down the road from here was where the station was, and so we'd like get it, like be transmitted.
Sorry, go ahead.
it'd be transmitted over the from the mountain, right? So, but it was pretty good quality though. But we never got Star Trek in its original run until we got it in syndication in the fall of '69.
Oh, I guess Captain's doing his own stream.
Oh.
That's why he left.
Oh shit. Oh well. I guess he was.
Oh well.
Next time, say goodbye, Captain.
He does that.
Yeah, no kidding.
He does that at times. But they would basically air the popular shows, right? The top 10, top 20, top 30, the hit shows. So we'd get a lot of great stuff, like Man from Uncle and Wild Wild West and Lost in Space, and we got a lot of really good stuff. But we never got Star Trek because it wasn't highly rated on its original run, of course, right? So anyway,
yeah, little did they know.
Yeah, well, yeah. It's like I bet NBC wishes they'd made a couple more seasons now to sell those DVDs and Blu-rays, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, and I bet you Desi Lou. Remember Desi Lou's fun little. Hold on.
Yeah, take a minute, Cap or Pop. I mean, oh jeez.
It's all good, buddy.
Brother.
When Star Trek and Desi Lou were both greenlit, which was at the same time, they were both designated a certain budget. I think it was around 180, 200,000 per episode. But Mission Impossible had the highest ratings. So they kept taking money from Star Trek and giving it to Mission Impossible.
Yeah, Mission was it was a hit show, basically, was it?
It was. Whenever they had the enemy, whenever I was reading about it in the book here, behind Star Trek, is they had the Emmys and the Star Trek with the table with the Star Trek producers and Gene Roddenberry and all them sitting there. And they're calling up all the Mission Impossible people, giving them awards. And they're when you guys think about it, anybody who's seen the original Mission Impossible, it was almost every episode was shot on location. And they were just throwing money at Mission Impossible. And Star Trek, they keep telling, like today we covered the Amoeba Syndrome. The network kept constantly going back to Star Trek saying, make it cheaper, more bottle episodes. Because they didn't realize what Star Trek was going to become.
Yeah.
And it's a shame. Yeah. It's a shame.
It is, because Star Trek was far more original, far more creative.
Yeah.
Far more intelligent, most of the episodes. A Mission, as much, I used to watch it every week.
And I like Mission too. I'm a fan of it too, but it's like, and if you could watch the show side by side, you'll say, yeah, you could see Mission Impossible was obviously more expensive to shoot.
Oh, yeah. Well, you're right about the location stuff. I mean, that's one of the parts of the show I really loved, right? Also, it had a very, very solid cast, like with Martin Landau, who would later do Space 1999, and Barbara Bain, his wife, and just a really good cast. But the one thing is, as much as I enjoyed it, I thought it was a great show and very entertaining and very well done. But you have to think after a while, the storylines did start to get a bit repetitive, because it was basically like we're an underground intelligence agency going out and taking out dictators, or taking out bad people, basically, right? And so it did tend to get a little repetitive after a while.
Well, yeah,
I've noticed,
like a lot of shows do.
Yeah, but Trek never did, right? Like, it had its tropes, but the stories usually, from week to week were completely different than the week before.
They tried their best to the very end. It wasn't until the third season they just totally started. I mean, like, they went in with an axe and started chopping up the budget.
Yeah.
And then Fred Freiberger, whatever the hell his name is.
Friedberger, whatever.
Yeah, the same guy that buried Space 1999.
It sounds like something on the menu at a Greasy Spoon restaurant.
Yeah, exactly.
But actually, I think season 3 takes a lot of shit, but I think it's actually, I mean, there is a lot of crappy episodes, but I think it's better than some people would admit, because there's probably 7, 8 episodes at least that I think are really, really good in that season.
Well, yeah, I agree. Yeah, there are definitely some good episodes. It's just that, like when you watch the Empath, and the Empath's a perfect example. There's no set. When you think about it, you watch the whole episode and there's no set.
Yeah.
Right?
But I did
just Yvonne Craig the black background, and that's the whole episode. I mean, so
Well,
that episode had to be dirt cheap.
Yeah, there's some technology here and there scattered through the episode, but yeah, I guess basically you're right. But you know what? I still enjoy that episode because it's about the big three. Like,
oh, I know. I'm not knocking the episode or the quality of the episode. I'm just saying is that's where you could really see where they had to slash the budget.
Well, another one, which is probably actually one of my favorite season 3 episodes, is Spectre of the Gun.
Yes, that's another one. I
think that's a brilliantly written episode. I love that episode. The script is really good. The dialogue is great.
Yep.
There's a bit of action, a lot of suspense and tension, right? And but the thing is, even though the sets are, I mean, you could tell that they had the budget down because the sets were very basic, but the writer was smart enough to actually use that to their advantage when they wrote the story.
Yes.
Because the sets worked perfectly in this dreamlike, setting that the crew were in, because the Malcotians, I think it was the Malcotians, wasn't it? They
like that. I don't remember.
They took basically they created the Western town out of Kirk's memories, and of course Kirk, having a totally incomplete understanding and knowledge of the Old West, it figures that the buildings would be incomplete as well, right? So I thought that was kind of awesome, really.
Well, memory is reconstructive, right? Like, it's different every time. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And the thing is, too, is that's probably maybe the best Chekhov episode, one of the best in the whole series, because Chekhov actually has a fairly major part in that episode.
And remember now, DeForest Kelly was also in the movie Gunfight at the OK Corral, so it was nice.
Exactly. That's another nice tie-in, yeah. And also you got Scotty. I mean, Scotty's got some great scenes, some great lines in that one. There's some really good humor, like when Spock is trying to give him the gas to knock him out, and Scotty's.
Right. And another reason too was that was after Paramount bought Desilu, and Paramount didn't want to put a lot of money into those shows either, which didn't help.
Yeah, didn't they buy Desilu out like after the first season?
Oh no, like today, example, like today we covered the Amoeba Syndrome. That was the first episode. At the end, during the credits, it showed the Paramount logo instead of the Desilu logo.
So they bought them out halfway through, like season
midway
2,
through. Yeah, about midway through.
Okay. I forgot.
Phantom Boomer says, Suzanne, those B movies were intended for the second half of a double bill. Westerns filled that slot a lot. I think he means a lot. Also, science fiction. TV programs pretty much started to fill that slot. Yes, Phantom Boomer is correct. And Lemon Pie says, Captain had to go roll that boulder back up the hill. And Peter, not Captain, I guess. Peter, not Finity, says, don't know what happened, but all good. Okay, Captain. Well, you're always welcome back. And Phantom Boomer says, oh, this is a reference to Red Skelton, Clem Cadiddlehopper movie character. Edge of Time says, shut up, liver? Liver? I don't get that one, but okay. Peter Not Finity says, damn, gonna EFOP the entire Scotty segment soon. EFOP. What is EFOP? You guys know what EFOP means?
Every frame a pause is where I know it as.
Sorry,
you're old. Welcome.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, geez, man, stop being so old. Frick.
I know it, right? I need to snap out of it.
That makes sense. I had no idea what it was, but thanks, Lem.
Phantom Boomer says, my favorite skeleton character, I should have said. And Peter Not Finity says, see what kind of energy everyone was bringing to the table. Yeah, I think it's been great. Other than that little turmoil earlier, I think it's been a great night. Phantom Boomer says, wonderful UHF channels in the Big Valley. Oh, yes. Which is where I grew up at least in Central Valley, California. And Phantom Boomer says, we had one of those rotating roof antennas. Oh, you guys were rich. I had a friend, too. They had a rotating antenna. And I thought, well, those are the rich people. Welcome,
we had one of those.
Welcome, Captain. Hey.
Hello.
Yeah, because I was the rotator of the roof antenna whenever we had to change it. And when I met my friend that had an automatic antenna rotor, I was like, what? They also had the microwave before we did. We had one of those rotating roof antennas where we lived in Visalia. I'm from Fresno, Phantom Boomer. So that's 45 minutes away from Visalia, so you understand. So we had one of those rotating roof antennas where we lived in Visalia. One direction to get Fresno, the other to get Bakersfield. Right. And Bakersfield is where I could barely pull in channel 29, the Fuzzy Three Stooges. Barely.
The Fuzzy Three Stooges.
Yes.
Are they always fuzzy?
Well, it was static. You get the snow back then if you got the antenna.
I like
right.
the fuzzy. Keep the fuzzy in. By the way, while I'm here, I'd just like to give a shout out to myself. Hello, Captain Infinity. I'd like to say hello, Captain Infinity. Captain Infinity of the present. How are you? Okay, good. Right, this is us of the past. Sorry, I'm going to be I'm EFAPing myself now. So this now is now, sir. This is the past. Okay, so I'm talking to myself. Oh, this is look. Don't worry about. Hello, me. Keep doing what you're doing, Captain. You're doing a great job, Captain Infinity. This is absolutely for the greater good. It's what everyone needs. All right, back to the show, pop culture. DVB, you know what's going on. Okay.
Okay.
Huh?
What?
Yeah, DVB, you need to explain it to us.
Yeah,
DVB,
please do.
Don't even. This is some 4D chess temporal. Basically, I'm EFAPing the show now. This is us in the past. This is obviously the past, right? I mean, so basically, Scotty and I are going to be listening to the show later, going over what happened, what you might call earlier.
Well, good. I hope you guys learned something from it. Hopefully.
Well, hindsight's 2020. Now that we know the ending, see, it's like watching a show the second time, isn't it? Now that we know what happened when Scotty left, it casts a whole new light, an illumination of knowledge of 2020 hindsight of what happened at the beginning. There were clearly a lot of things going on under the surface, a lot going. I mean, poor PvP's like, what happened earlier? You had no clue, do you, of the dramatic fireworks that occurred earlier? Don't worry about it, PvP.
No, I was still working when you guys started.
You have no idea the fuck. This is today's show. Is what? Oh my word! Woo! So that happened. I'll be. Watch the EFAP later on my show. Is I EFAP what happened to us? It's like time travel. It happened to us earlier, but for you, it's in your future, PvP, because you're like coal. It's in your future, but it's in our past. DVB gets it. Look, DVB, you get it. Don't worry about the others, because DVB, you're you. So, not DVB, not you, PvP. Oh my, this is so. Oh, you guys are a headache, I tell you. Scotty, are you writing this down? Unfortunately, the past isn't malleable, so we can't turn back time, folks, but we can go back and create a new timeline. So there is that.
Okay.
Alrighty,
yeah, that's pretty straightforward.
It is. I mean, yeah, anyone out there that doesn't get it, rewind, play again. There is something to get. Okay, moving on.
Totally made sense to me. So
good. Yeah, sarcasm noted.
Lemon Pie says, hi again, Boomer. And Lemon Pie says, my chat froze for a bit. Ugh.
Ugh.
Lemon Pie, I was wrong. It was Earth all along.
The Earth froze.
Phantom Boomer says, hi, Lemon. I was on earlier with my channel ID, but it looks like it was ghosted or something.
Huh.
Cannot see my comments as the Phantom Boomer explores. Weird YouTube problem.
I'd say it's a StreamYard problem.
I hadn't heard of that before. Oh, you finally made a monkey out of me, says Lemon Pie.
Yeah, monkey.
Oop, don't want to show stream elements. Lemon Pie says, Phantom, okay, yeah, the chat is weird sometimes lately with tech issues. Yeah, that sounds like it might be StreamYards.
Yeah, Phantom StreamYards. Hey, do your job. Okay.
Phantom Boomer says, Lemon Pie, no kidding. I've had the whole thing lock up on me at times, but I still hear the audio.
Well, I remember Gorilla posting, and I think it was the stream posting group or something on Twitter, that he couldn't do the Walton stream Friday because he couldn't get StreamYard to even work at all. So, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I remember reading Gorilla's post. So there's something been going on the last week or so. Yeah.
That might explain what the problems that people are having. Then okay,
Mm.
yeah, I wasn't even aware of that.
Yeah, well, I've been having my internet go out too at times in the last couple of months, like 3 or 4 times now. So that sucks as well. So yeah, there's stuff going on.
Except now you have to rely on it for work.
Exactly. So I'm a little nervous, but anyway, I'm going to try and persevere.
Lemon Pie says, Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas.
And Suzanne says, well, I'm going to go. I'm gone, gents. This grandma needs a few hours sleep. Good night, all. Peace out. Good night, Suzanne.
Night,
Take
Suzanne.
care.
Catch you on the flip side,
yeah,
Suzanne.
it was a blast. Thank
See
you for
you.
chilling with us.
See you later.
And Captain, would you like to read this?
Captain, or sorry, Peter, not Finity, says, coming back. Now.
Well, I'm glad you did.
Me too.
Edge of Time says, sweet dreams, Suzanne.
Indeed.
Ben and Boomer says, my lab instructor for chemistry in college reminded me of Clem. He was very weird. I think he was sniffing the chemicals.
He was sampling the merchandise, was he?
Hello, DBB. Good to see you. DBB says, hey, you pops. Glad you could join us, DBB. Suzanne X-Teen says, I'm back. Boy, that was fast.
Fuck, that was a quick nap.
I wish I could nap
right?
that quickly.
Right.
Wow. That's some time travel shiz right there.
That, right,
like 8 hours ago.
The ultimate power nap, right?
I need to figure out how to do that because that would make work a lot easier if I only needed to nap for like 30
same
seconds.
here.
You need to work out a way of retiring tomorrow.
Suzanne says, DBB, hello. And DBB says, hello, Suzanne. And Edge of Time says, hi, DBB. Lemon Pie says, hey, DBB. And DBB says, hey, Edge of Time. Everybody's saying hello. DBB says, good to see you, Lemon Pie. And Suzanne says, Captain Finity, hello.
Suzanne!
And DBB says, Captain Peter Piracy of Timeline X. There we go.
That is correct.
And Edge of Time says, hello, it's me again, Lionel Richie.
That's on 420.
Lionel Richie?
Lionel Richie.
Lionel Richie.
Vidi Vici. I bring it all the way from ancient Rome to Lionel Richie. Hello.
Ben and Boomer says, at DBB, like your channel. DBB says, Captain has gone all multiverse, LOL.
Yeah, well, and you have to remember this is the past. This bit is the past. Then you won't get confused.
There you go. And Suzanne says, Phantom, I love DVD show. DVB. I didn't say that right. I hope I said that right.
DVB. Okay. Citizen.
Lemon Pie says, hi, future Scotty.
Hi, future Scotty. No, it's present Scotty. Well, I guess to you it's
present
Scotty. Hello, present Scotty.
Hello there. DVB says, hey, Phantom Boomer, thank you. Glad you like it. And DVB says, oh, yeah, the Dr. Zayas song from The Simpsons. LOL. And DVB says, the one where they do the Planet of the Apes musical. Yes. And Phantom Boomer says, the lab instructor dropped a chunk of pure sodium into a graduated cylinder and managed to cut up a few students. Was not canned for that, though. Like in fired. Gotcha. Okay.
I think he's using some primitive Earth dialects from the 20th century, Captain.
All right. So good. We're caught up on the chat. Very cool. Always an accomplishment. Definitely want to pay attention to the chat because without them, I wouldn't be here. And just as I speak, DVB says, yeah, my friends call me Citizen. Everyone else can call me DVB. Know what I'm literally saying?
Literally, like I totally literally get you.
Yeah, because and then I understand the reference because I know you used to be Citizen 333, but I'll try to address when people change their names by whatever their current name is.
Yeah, I totally literally will catch that reference in my hand.
Yeah, sometimes I don't know if the change is temporary or permanent, so I'll go ahead and call you by whatever your new name is. New name.
Sometimes an allegory will go right over PvP's head. No, it won't. I will catch it in my strong arms.
Oh, thank you.
You're quite welcome.
So I thought, I thought the Metropolis stream went well last week. What do you guys think?
I agree. I thought it went very well. I enjoyed it immensely.
Me too,
Yeah,
and I'm happy.
it went really well.
Yeah, and I'm happy to inform you guys I did not get a copyright strike because I remember I was really worried about that. So I did not. So
Nice.
I'm happy.
Maybe
so
that's because it was such a vintage film, perhaps, Pop.
Yeah, well, it's in the public domain, but I've had public domain stuff get stricken before. That's why I was so worried last week. But
Yeah.
Gorilla, and I know some of them were encouraging me, saying, "Go ahead, it's public domain. Go ahead, don't worry, you won't get stricken." So I was really worried about it because I enjoyed the stream and I liked it, and I didn't want them to pull it down. But yeah,
Right.
there's no strike, so I'm happy for that. If I'd have known that, I would have showed more clips from the movie.
Yeah, that's good news. Oh well, it was still great fun, and for a movie that's 2.5 hours long, I think we were 4.5 hours on that stream. I think we did okay.
I know, and I know, and some people aren't used to the silent movie format. I know we lost Gorilla part of the way through it. I know, but it was late for him too as well.
Probably had more to do with that than anything else.
DBB says you can call me whatever you want, Pops, and you're still a virtual friend to me. Likewise, DBB, thank you. Oops, don't want to show stream elements. DBB says, I think the public domain stuff gets fraudulently struck.
It can, yeah.
Yeah,
actually, go ahead, Pop.
Go ahead. Well, that's what I was telling everybody last week is I tried to use some music from Gustav Holst's The Planets, and I got a warning, and I was like, okay, then I'm not really sure when it comes to public domain what to show.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like I sub to a channel over in England. The guy's like a professional guitarist. He's really, really talented and writes original music. And I think he's put out 1 or 2 albums now. But my point is, he often will do like reviews of bands, and he's very knowledgeable. So he'll describe, what's going on technically, right? Because he's got his guitar with him, and he'll actually, play it out and explain, to what the band is actually doing, and he'll play a video of them, performing, back whenever, and do a critique on their performance, right? Anyway, there was a time about a year ago now where he showed some, like, I think it was like a 60s band, and he got this, copyright strike on him. And so he fought it, right? And he said, okay, everybody, because he's got a pretty good, sub base. So he said, okay, go on to this. It was a German company that filed the claim. And I guess it was a TV show they had back in the 60s on where this band had performed in, was the clip he showed. So, I mean, they actually filed, this complaint, this copyright complaint against him. So basically all the channel members went on to their website and emailed him. He said, please be polite and respectful, but just explain that there was no intent here. And it would be greatly appreciated if you were to remove the claim. And I think actually 2 or 3 days later, they actually did remove it, because I guess they probably got thousands of emails and they probably got sick of looking at them after a while. So, but it's nuts, right? It was like, probably a 40, 50-year-old video, and it doesn't make sense, because I see other channels that are playing videos and doing live streams for hours, playing entire songs, and they never seem to get touched. So it's crazy. I don't get the whole YouTube thing. I don't know.
I know, and you never know, because it seems like there's also channels that show copyrighted material on a regular basis, and I'm wondering, well, maybe they just do it because they're not ever planning on monetizing or something. I don't know.
Maybe, but yeah, you're talking like about some of the reaction channels, I'm guessing.
Well, no. I'll give you an example. There's a channel called something Lulu or Lulu something LULU, and they show Three Stooges shorts, and that's copyrighted.
Okay. Well, I mentioned a channel the other I don't know, maybe a few days ago, whenever it was, I can't remember. There's a channel on here that has all of the UFO episodes, complete episodes in very, very nice quality. And they've been posting Wild Wild West season 1 for like 2 or 3 months now. I think they're up to episode 10 or 11. And they're, once again, very nice, high quality, full episodes. They haven't seemed to got any strikes yet. So it's like, go figure, right? Because I think the UFO stuff has been on there for like a year or something. So it makes no sense.
No, it doesn't. It's confusing, unfortunately.
Yeah. So yeah, it's inconsistent. That's the biggest problem.
Yes, I completely agree. That's what makes it more difficult. Yes. Phantom Boomer says, "You can call me Ray," or you. Boy, this is an old reference, which I do remember.
Oh, jeez.
Phantom Boomer says, "You can call me Ray, or you can call me Jay, or you can call me Ray J, or you can call me JJ, etc., etc." Ending with, "But you don't have to call me Johnson." Yes, I remember that there was a comedian that was his shtick. And that was his act. He would come on and introduce himself.
Really?
Yes, I do remember that. I'm guessing early 70s. Gong Show. I think he may have been on the Gong Show.
Oh, that would make sense. That would make sense.
Phantom Boomer says at DVB it does. There's outfits out there that's all they do is bogus strikes. I wouldn't be surprised. My God.
That's
what a miserable life.
The British guy got basically a bogus strike, yeah, because I think it might have been something that that channel had aired, but I don't even know if they had the rights to it anymore. I can't remember, when I read the stream that he posted, but did seem pretty bogus, yeah.
Bogus, dude.
Well, another thing I noticed too on that point is, like, for example, let's say I have a public domain. Let's say a movie from 1908, and it's public domain, and it's clearly public domain. And then somebody on YouTube posted it on their channel, and then I will post the same movie on my channel. That person will complain to YouTube that I stole it from their channel, even though it was public domain in the first place. I've seen that on YouTube as well.
Well, it's either complete ignorance of reality, or they're just being jerks, basically.
Right. Like there's a channel that I like, Trek World. It's a good channel. The guy's got a lot of good Star Trek stuff. Right. And he just recently posted the bloopers, the same ones that I've had on my channel for like a year now.
Oh yeah.
But I'm not going to go and complain to YouTube.
Yeah. Oh, I've seen a few channels that have posted the bloopers. Like they've been floating around the internet for a long time now.
Exactly.
I remember seeing them years ago, and they are pretty good. They're worth watching. They're pretty funny. But yeah, there's no reason why anybody should file a copyright thing for something like the bloopers. I mean, jeez, come on, guys.
No, especially because. Well, what's interesting now is what he's doing at that same channel, Trek World. Is he showing the Blu-ray extras of the remaster of Star Trek: The Motion Picture? And that was what I was talking about. I know those got to be copyrighted. So
hey, can you put a link for that? I'd like to check that channel out, Pomp, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure. Just a moment.
Sure. No worry.
All right. There we go. I'm going to put this in the main chat.
Yep, go for it.
And you're going to find, warning PvP, you're going to be spending a lot of time on this channel.
Oh, is it that good, eh? Okay.
Oh, nice. He found the original Galileo, and he has a series of videos about where the Galileo bounced around from place to place after it left Desilu.
Oh.
And he ended up owning it and all this kind of stuff.
The legendary lost Galileo for many, many years, and then
the actual prop,
right, the actual ship, yeah,
right. Some people had it in their front yard.
That's nuts. And then somebody restored it, then, right after they found it.
Yes, I think it was eventually came into the right hands and was restored.
Yeah, nice.
But yeah, some guy bought it. It's actually it changed hands several times, but there was one point where this guy bought it and put it in his front yard. The neighbors didn't like it, so they threw a brick through it.
Oh, well, Morons. Shame
But
on them.
can you imagine as a kid though having that to play in? Oh my God.
Wow, that would be fun. Oh, I'm seeing the video. I think it's called Left for Dead, Uncovering the Lost Mystery of the Galileo.
That's
It looks like
probably it.
I see it here. This looks like a great site. Wow, yeah.
It is a lot of good stuff. Trek World, yeah, it's a great channel. I recommend it.
Actually, I'm seeing when you watch something and there's that little red line underneath the thumbnail.
Uh-huh.
I actually have watched quite a few of these videos already.
I
I'm
wouldn't be
realizing.
surprised. I
Yeah,
wouldn't be surprised.
there's like about half a dozen on here I've already watched over the last year, so that's cool. Nice.
Let me see. Where did I leave off? You would think YouTube would have a better betting process as DVB. Yes, I agree. Lemon Pie says, what do these strike companies get out of it?
Money.
I know, right? Enjoyment by seeing us suffer. DVB says, I played a public domain video of New York in the 1930s on my channel months ago, and I got a threatening email from someone who had used the public domain footage on their channel before I did. See, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
See, that's an asshole. That's a straight up asshole.
Totally. Yeah. It's just ignorant. It's like, how can you claim something you never filmed that's like from almost 100 years old and attack somebody else who posts the same thing? Like,
right. You pulled it. Oh, my voice.
Take a minute.
They pull it from a public source and then blame somebody else because they showed the exact same thing. It's like, yeah, what a genius.
Yeah, that's sad.
DBB says they told me to delete the video or they would report me, so I deleted it because it wasn't worth the trouble.
Yeah, I guess, eh? Some battles aren't worth fighting, I suppose, when it comes right down to it.
And
that's kind of like me.
Since we're on the subject, I'm going to share another link that I highly recommend, PvP.
Okay. Oh boy.
Oops, I can spell it right. There we go. This is a guy that I've been subbed to for many years. In fact, it's kind of like how my channel is, but I'm thinking I need to do more like him because what he does is, as you guys know, whenever I cover something like Star Trek, Gilligan's Island, horror movies, Lost in Space, our streams are like 2 to 4 to 5 hours sometimes. But what this guy does when he covers things, he only does it for 12 to 15 minutes, and that's what's optimal. That's what YouTube likes, and that's what people prefer. And I need to start getting into making shorts like that on my channel.
Yes, you do, Pop.
What you could do, though, Pop, is just take the best parts of some of our longer streams, edit them together, and post them as shorter videos, maybe.
Right.
The thing is,
it's a good idea. I want to do that. It's just a fuckload of work.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can understand that. But I'm just saying, I guess they usually go, probably average 3 hours, and sometimes they're longer. But the thing that I love about your live streams, Pop, is that they are so much fun because we do have the time to actually have fun together, relax, and actually, chat and share our opinions and thoughts on the things we love. So I really wouldn't want them to go down to 15 minutes. That'd be almost pointless.
No, that's a good point. Here's a good example. Like let's say a specific episode of Lost in Space. With the enjoyment of us doing even though the streams go for 3 to 4 hours, the live streams, that is, the enjoyment is being together in that atmosphere where we're all sharing the enjoyment and talking about it in detail. We get sidetracked, we joke, we do this, we do that, etc., and so forth. Exactly. But somebody on the outside who tunes in later on, they don't want to sit through a 4 or 5 hour stream. So, for example, let's say like we did Lost in Space yesterday, Space Pirate. So let's say we did the live stream yesterday of Space Pirate, and let's say it's 3 or 4 hours long.
Right.
Then maybe what I should do at the same time on the side is do a 10 to 12 minute review of the episode.
Exactly.
Yeah,
do that. Just have your high critical points, the highlights, what you thought of it, and then have it clear, concise, so people can watch that. And then if they do enjoy it and want to watch the 4-hour live stream, they can. And that's basically all you need.
Yeah, Nemesis summed up the point nicely. It's like just do a condensed version with your review for like 10, 15 minutes, whatever, and then post a link to the full long, like 3 or 4 hour live stream for those viewers who are interested enough to actually want to watch the content and watch the discussion about something. So yeah,
right. And basically, right, make this short and say, okay, here's my review of this. But if you want to learn more about it and more detail, more about the background, then enjoy the live stream where you'll find out a lot more where I actually read from the book and so on and so forth.
Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, for sure.
Sounds like a good plan to me. I bet you get more viewers and more subs too if you did that, Bob.
I know, right? Well, exactly. That's just it, right? In fact, I'm going to pull up this channel. So I can
right, like I've had that thought as well for a bunch of stuff for me, but it's like Captain said, it's a fuckload of work, and it's just like, oh my god.
That's right. That's what it is. It's no. I know that I would be getting involved into a lot of work. This is the channel I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So you guys can see why I watch it.
Yeah, I just went and subbed to it a minute ago, so looks pretty cool actually.
So yeah, this is all the stuff you guys know. I talk about classic TV, and that's what this guy does: Gilligan's Island, Batman, I Love Lucy, Adam 12. Hogan's Heroes, I Dream of Jeannie. But all of his videos are like 10, 15 minutes long, 8 minutes, 9 minutes. You can see right here.
Yeah, it looks like
7 minutes, 8 minutes.
A lot of classic stuff on there.
He also has 152,000 subscribers.
Holy moly. Holy moly, so, Batman.
Yeah, so the audience is out there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's amazing how many subscribers some channels have. It's quite mind-boggling, really. It just kind of proves that like things like movies and television are basically dying, and a lot of people are migrating like we have over to YouTube to get their entertainment and their fun.
Exactly. Suzanne XT says, are any of you fellas old enough to remember what an old school cutter sleigh is? I had one from the 1920s that looked like a mini stagecoach. It had a tiny wood stove inside and was used as I'm sure she's probably going to continue, but so far, old school cutter sleigh. I'm not sure what she's talking about. Do you recognize it?
Nope. I have no idea what that is. So I guess I'm not quite as old as.
Yeah, only us young hipsters here. So we're busy discovering the Beatles, a new popular beat combo.
Well, if she said it was back in the 1920s, yeah, I don't think any of us are going to know what that is.
Yeah,
unless you're not scholarly.
No, right, but we've all seen antiques sitting around Grandma's house and stuff. And
oh yeah,
I don't remember that particular thing. And I was always fascinated with antiques, and especially antique technology, like radios and televisions. Phantom Boomer says this is the same mentality that will key your car, pick your pocket, deface property, just general bullying, something wrong inside.
Yep, I agree.
Oops, don't need to see that. There we go. Oh, no, don't see that either. Suzanne says school bus in the winter. There it is. After she's finishing. School bus in the winter to take kids to school in the next town. It took 2 standard size horses or 4 miniature horses.
You in the fucking apostrophe, Suzanne.
Yeah. If it took horses to pull it, and that was the 1920s, huh?
I don't remember that. Yeah, you think they would have had vehicles like buses by then, wouldn't they?
Well, they did, but it sounds like something that was apparently legal for road back then. Of course, now it wouldn't be, but
maybe it was like so rural or something. Possibly.
If it helps you any, apparently this is a true story or a general anecdote or as an aphorism that back when taxis and buses were they required a horse in London. A bus meant a horse, and so the bus driver would be they'd form a bond with the horse, and so on his day off he'd miss the horse and he'd come into work to see the horse on his day off. Hence the phrase "busman's holiday."
And so, yeah, getting back to the cutter sleigh, yeah, I've ridden in a cutter sleigh, so yeah, I know what you're talking about. Now that I've looked up a picture of it, yeah, I totally know what that is.
Wow!
Oh, really? Fascinating.
So the young guy in the panel knows more than the old geezers.
Right, the youngest guy here.
I'm impressed.
I grew up.
Well,
thank you. I grew up in the country, so yeah, it's like what you'd use for a sleigh ride.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at it now. So it's like what Santa Claus is in.
Exactly.
Santa Claus is not a documentary.
Okay, I get it. I totally get
Santa
it.
Claus is a drunken psycho.
Oh, shit.
Robert My Burnett, what?
Makes me glad I didn't have a chimney as a kid.
Oh, my StreamYard is acting up.
You will do.
Phantom Boomer says Suzanne's still awake. Yes, she is. DVB says Pops.
She had a 30-second nap
Pops
earlier.
Yes, a very quick one. DVB says Pops live streams are good because Pops is good.
Lawful good.
Yeah, see, that's it. The live streams are fun because it's like having a party and like having all your friends over. But I do need to, well, like I was saying, make shorts. Make the time to make the shorts. But my problem is I'm not good at spontaneous just giving a review. I'll probably get tongue-tied. So I'll probably have a lot of edits and chops and redos and reshoots and re-record and re-loop. But I don't want to spend the time writing out a script either. I know, like Jill, for example, she writes everything out ahead of time. And I'm not good at that because I have a video that I've been trying to put together for several months now because I'm having difficulty just trying to get the script put together because I'm bad at that. DVB says Pops. Oh, nope, I read that one already. Phantom Boomer says Pop is great. He's a mensch. Thank you, Phantom Boomer. Thank you. Suzanne says Phantom, yeah, just packed my boy his morning snack for coffee time at work today. And Suzanne says DVB, exactly. And Sean says, Pop, you can make shorts as little commercials. Just use a couple of screenshots, give a synopsis like they did on the show for next week, and invite people to join every Monday. Yes, that's a good idea, Sean. Yes.
Yeah, well, there's the 1 minute long short thing that's kind of become a phenomenon in the last year or whatever, taken off.
Yeah, Gorilla is good with those.
Yeah, if you could possibly maybe condense a quick review, quick storyline, basic outline down to 60 seconds and show a few stills, that might be something to think about. Just an idea I'm throwing out there,
Right, and basically not a review, but a general synopsis.
Just a totally general synopsis.
Like this is an episode about this and this and that.
Yeah.
If you want to learn more about it, join us on our like Monday streams at 6 p.m. That kind of thing.
Lost in Space episode, blah, blah, blah. Quick general synopsis, in like 30, 40 seconds. If you want to join us, please come on Monday nights. We're here at such and such a time. Yeah, might work.
Definitely worth a try. It won't kill anybody just to try, right?
And it'd be a lot quicker to edit, right? I mean, you wouldn't have to really do much editing. You just write a short little blurb and, put a few details and just, go for it, right?
Yes, absolutely. Phantom Boomer says, Suzanne XT, I am not that old. And DVB says, probably easier to just make actual shorts.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. True.
Yeah.
Yeah, right, actually, sometimes it is easier to start from scratch.
Right, rather than trying to edit something down. So that makes total sense. And Sean Carter says, that way the work is minimal and it tells people what's coming as opposed to what happened. Gives them a chance to check it out live. Right, that's why, because somebody had recommended a couple weeks back about showing highlights of the live streams, and that's what I was thinking too. I don't know if that's going to lure people in. But I think, like PvP was saying, I think showing a couple clips of whatever episode we're going to cover and then say, stay tuned or join us here, that might work a little bit better.
Yeah,
it might grab their attention.
Yeah, it'd be like a little 60-second commercial, right? For the actual episode.
DBB says, why clip streams when you can just record yourself doing there it is, a 1 minute video talking about any given topic.
Boom. There you go.
And Suzanne says, Phantom, I've seen it and I had to have it. LOL. I trained the horses to take the kids to school and come back home. I bet you they'd love it. When I was a kid, I would have had a blast doing that. DVB, you could make a short saying, don't waste your time with Blue Beetle. They could get thousands of views tomorrow. Right, especially because Blue Beetle's still in the headlines and it's trending. But that's, I'm sorry, guys, about the delay. I'm still thinking about this here, where DVB says you can make a short saying, don't waste your time with Blue Beetle. Yeah, but that's treading into the territory, like I was mentioning earlier, is I don't like to do videos on things I don't like. There's thousands of those on the internet. I usually tend to stick to the stuff that I do like, that I want to promote. So if I'm going to do a short, it's going to be on something that I encourage people to watch.
Yeah, there's a lot of negativity on YouTube already. I don't think we need to add to it, to be honest.
And I don't so much, and like I said earlier, I'm not going to draw attention to bad content, because
exactly.
that's what right, that's what the makers of that content want you to do, and I'm not going to fall into that trap.
Exactly. Basically, it's best to ignore it and hope it dies quickly.
Tell me about it. I wish people would do that with the new Star Trek and with all that crap Disney.
Yep, I agree.
Suzanne Eckstein's. It's like there's a car accident, and that's the person standing there saying, "Hey, everybody, come look at this! Come look at this!"
Yep.
And it looks like, welcome back, Nemesis. Good to see you. Long time no see.
Oh, it's been too long, man, and good to see you.
Yeah, I missed you.
Oh, I missed you too, bro.
Suzanne says, yes, and the country's so rural. Phantom Boomer says, in the 20s in the boonies, they still had one-room schoolhouses with wood stoves.
Oh, I can imagine. I can imagine.
And they will again.
In rural Canada, it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah.
DBB says, YouTube favors shorts over long-form content, it seems. Yes, unfortunately.
They like people with no attention span.
Huh?
Well, they're trying to compete with TikTok and everything else.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, it's what's trendy, exactly.
Well, because the biggest content viewers are kids, and they like that short stuff and going, because their attention span is non-existent.
Yeah, and it doesn't make them think at all. So yeah.
Yep. DVB says you can make about 30 shorts in the same time it would take to make a 10-minute video. DVB says you get it, Pops. Yes, DVB says, well, you could do shorts on good things too. Good things to watch as well. Yes, I agree. That's what I'm talking about, right? I just got to find subjects and things that people are interested in is all. Suzanne
you also got to understand that stuff like that is going to be evergreen content, right? Like that can be stuff that can be on your channel making money forever if you get monetized. If you do the 10 to 15 minute one versus the 1 minute short.
I think that's the big, for me, that's the big dividing line. Suddenly, if you're doing it for money, it's a whole different ball game. Because I've noticed a lot of YouTubers, our friend YouTubers, it's gone from a hobby to, oh, I've been monetized. Oh, so this is a business now. So, because if you're monetized, I don't care how long I've known you, and I give you a shout out, I want a fucking percentage. I'm not kidding.
The worst ones are ones that get monetized. And at the very beginning of the video, it says it's a promotional video, and then they advertise some kind of product.
Well, like, that's where you get into. But there's friends of ours that are getting monetized. And I'm watching this situation very carefully because I am. Yeah, well, for me, the end product is books. Clearly, my show needs editing. Yeah, we clearly don't want the worst of the Captain show. That's established. But thank you. But equally, if you take the best of the Captain show, the best is the best there is. So all I need to do is curate the best 1% of 3 years of broadcasting, and I've got $1 million book. Boom. Thanks, everyone.
Yep, good idea. Suzanne says, Christmas morning, the kids would take the animals breakfast and treats and sit in the sleigh all toasty with the wood stove and have their breakfast. Then come in to open gifts. Oh, that sounds nice. That sounds like a Norman Rockwell painting right there, right?
That does sound lovely, yeah.
DVB says, I might make some shorts eventually, but who knows, LOL. And DVB says, long form videos are much more fun to make, though. Yes, they're right. They're long form, though. Do you mean
10 minutes? I need to get my Back to the Future shtick down to 10 minutes. Then it's going to be a real winner.
That's my problem, is getting all my ideas crammed into such a short amount of time. So I guess just give them a teaser and say, here's what I have coming up. If you want to watch the full video, check it out on my channel, I guess.
Yeah, depends what people want.
Yes, exactly.
Well,
do they know what they want?
Well, it sounds like you're not sure, so why not just experiment with a few different formats? Maybe do, some 1 minute videos, and maybe do, a couple of the 10 or 15-minute ones, when you have the time, and just see what gets the most views and the most interest and subs, right?
Well, I know what I'd like to do, but I can't, and that's TOS. But I can't because Jill's doing it. She picked it first.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, you can do it too, and then you can do things together.
Exactly. No, sorry, now that you mentioned that, so it's Clobby. I thought, you know what? I just decided today I'm going to do TOS from the beginning. So, because I thought, oh, Jill's doing it. I'm sorry, Jill doesn't own fucking Star Trek. So, new announcement as of today, I'm doing TOS. The first time I've ever sat down, done a, because I normally focus on the trope, not the show. So, I'm doing TOS. So, fucking everyone do TOS.
Okay, if you're going to do TOS, I'll do TOS.
Well, I've heard Jill do TOS, and they gloss over all the important bits. I've been on the panel going, I just said, hello, this is...
Well, we look at it, right.
No, I'm doing TOS, because I'm on the panel and I'm not getting fucking heard. So, yeah, I'm doing TOS.
I agree, and I think she'll understand that is she does the live streams, which are 4 or 5 hours, and I'll do the 10-minute or the 5-minute or 10-minute reviews of each episode.
Well, and all of you have unique perspectives on the subject, and it's all going to be, it's Star Trek. Everyone can talk about Star Trek, but you're putting your own spin on it and your own thing. Just because Jill's doing it, just because Captain's doing it, everyone's is going to be unique.
True.
And it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, we can all talk about the tropes and share our thoughts on the tropes, but we can all probably come up with our own take on the episodes as well. I think you're making a good point there, Nemesis.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, baby.
Hey, I just want to mention, I know you don't usually mind me posting a channel in the public chat, if that'd be okay, because I just want to mention, since we're talking about channels that are reviewing TOS, there's a couple of young dudes that have been doing, well, they've actually done the entire original series and finished that, I think, a couple of months ago.
Yeah, you're talking about the two guys, or one of them has a beard too.
Target Audience. Have you heard of the Target Audience channel?
I'm pulling it up right now. I think that's the same one I'm thinking about.
They just finished doing the animated series like maybe a week or two ago, and they're really a couple of pretty funny guys. And I mean, if they don't like something, they're honest reviewers too, which I appreciate, right? Generally, though, they have loved TOS and the animated, I'd say about 90% of the time.
Oh, yes.
So, yeah, very good channel.
I have watched. I watched some of their TOS reviews,
and they're only like usually 15 minutes long, so it's not a heavy slog to watch the review on an episode. And I think it's worthwhile.
The only thing is cringe is because they're so young. There's so much context they don't understand with TOS.
Well, yeah, but generally the chat kind of explodes and kind of fills them in on the background. So they do seem to get the quality of the show, though, overall. So for young guys, I think they do seem to really love and appreciate it.
Yeah, so anyway, I watched some of their TOS reviews. I have not watched their TAS reviews, but I watched
most of them. They love most of them. Well, what was the one with Spock going back as a child? Spock as a child, I think episode 2 of animated. Yeah, they love that one. Man, they just love that episode. Yeah. But they'll highly recommend it if they really enjoy an episode, they'll highly recommend, that it is something worth watching. So I appreciate how they're, sharing and spreading the news about old school Trek with people on YouTube here. Anyway, I just thought I'd mention it. If you don't want me to post their channel, I won't. But
go for it. I don't care.
Okay. Yeah, I think some people might enjoy them, and they do other shows too. Like they did Firefly, and they've done other stuff too. They did season 1 of Buffy, which they actually sadly didn't really get into, which I wish they had, because I would have liked them to have done season 2, which is when the show actually gets good, right? So
yeah, Buffy was great. I liked Buffy growing up.
I love it. Yeah, I used to watch it. Well, actually, I guess Did I watch it? Yeah, I actually saw the early seasons in reruns because I guess I kind of missed out. But the last 3 or 4 seasons, I actually started watching it, every week when it was live, on the first broadcast. And yeah, Buffy's a great show,
Oh,
really
I
great
never
show.
got to see it on the live broadcast. It was always reruns for me.
Yeah, that's probably the best way though, because it's a show you can definitely binge, right? I could easily watch 3 or 4 episodes in a row in an evening and enjoy them. So yeah,
DBB says, or if they get monetized and change their content, textbook definition of sellout.
sometimes, yeah.
Oh, that's true. What they're going
Yep.
to do, but sometimes that's what you have to do, because and I've seen, because that's one of the advice they give you with YouTube. They say start with what you like, try a few things, figure out what people like, and then target that one thing. Like one mistake that I guess it's a mistake that I'm making is, and which I've heard people say not to do, is they say don't have like 4 or 5 different subjects. Stick to just one. Find the one that's the biggest and stick to just that. And so if I was to do that, I would only be streaming about one particular movie or one particular show, or just like the horror sci-fi stream. And I'm not ready to
Right.
do that. I like to cover Lost in Space and sci-fi horror and Gilligan's Island and so forth.
Yeah.
So that's probably my mistake too, is I'm not focusing on one thing.
I think it doesn't actually always add up like that though, Pop, because I'm just looking at target audience. I still got them pulled up here. And these guys started out like I think a year ago, like really small. Like they were, in the hundreds, a few hundred subscribers, in the early months. And I'm just looking here at their subs now. They've got over 6,000 now. Like
That's what happened when they start covering TOS. That's why I've been
yeah,
thinking about
it
it, because I've been out.
exploded. Yeah.
Yeah, my channel's a little over a year old, and that's what I'm thinking. If I could cover TOS, that would really boost it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you should consider it. Think about it. I'm just going to take a quick look if they got their playlist. They got the Star Trek, they got Buffy, they did some Walking Dead.
So there is variety.
Moon Knight. Oh yeah, movie reactions. They did the whole Firefly series. Peacemaker, Star Wars, Clone Wars. Yeah, they're all over the map actually, and I think they just did what was it today? Quantum Leap. I think they watched the first episode of Quantum Leap. So yeah,
Okay.
these guys definitely aren't afraid to experiment and try different stuff. So
I've got to do TOS because if I watch Jill's show, that saves me having to do any homework.
And for me, I would be
No,
doing. I
face
would be
it.
doing both, right? I would be doing both, I guess, because if I did shorts on TOS, I'd still continue doing her live streams.
Yeah, well, if
DBB
it
says,
wasn't working, I'd be on our Tuesday streams too. But it is what it is.
Suzanne
I think
says,
you should leverage your injury for an early retirement and quit tomorrow, PvP. That's where this is going.
I think it'd be a lot hard.
Tell him.
I think you call your boss tomorrow and go, "How about you send me $1 million and I don't sue your ass for putting me
Right,
into hospital?"
right, exactly. Tell him that you're permanently disabled because of what happened.
There you go. I'll smash your kneecaps for you.
I bet you would.
Anything for a favour, buddy.
It's a good thing you're in New Zealand, there, buddy.
Hey, only if you ask me to. Look, for $1 million,
Hey.
you're not using your kneecaps. Come on, get down there.
I'm
Do you
not.
want to work in that fucking? Look, I heard you earlier. You don't want to be in that place. Do you want to be there tomorrow, or do you want to be out there driving, looking for love? Come on.
You make a good point, but I'm not buying your plane ticket.
Oh, I would never ask you to. Please don't insult me. I'll buy my own ticket.
I try not to.
Suzanne in the chat says, I sold the slate at the museum 3 years ago.
Nice.
Please tell us how much you got, Suzanne. I hate to be too nosy. You don't have to share that info, but I'm curious because I imagine it was probably worth quite a pretty penny. Lemon Pie says, wouldn't it be nice if these companies weren't racing towards catering to the shortest attention span? Yes, it would.
Wouldn't it, though?
Exactly. That's what's making everything worse, and that's why the kids are in such bad shape. Suzanne says, Lemon Pie, yes, it would be. And DVP says, I would love to binge watch TOS. And Suzanne says, Phantom, I'll send you a pic of the slate after. Oh, very cool. DVP says, what's more logical, wormholes or malleable timelines?
Obviously, wormholes, because malleable timelines are by definition the most illogical thing in the history of fiction ever.
DVB says that was a trick question because so far both are impossible. Oh, okay.
No,
Gotcha.
they're not even close, bro. They're not even close. Sorry, refer to point 1 of my new time travel book. Yeah, that's right, in print, folks. Star Trek is not a documentary. No, the thing is that you can imagine, you can dream up unicorns, wormholes, anything you like. The only thing you can't do is have the time traveler going back and preventing their birth. Because if they prevent the birth, who the fuck is doing the time travel? Thank you and good night. Oh, you nice try, DVB. Not even close. Yeah, you can do a show about fucking unicorns if you want. You can do a show. You can do a movie series called James Bond: The Unicorn, but you can't do motherfucking malleable timelines. Thank you and good night.
DVB says no because
clip that. You'll make $1 million.
I'm a Trek fan at Lemon Pie, says DVB. And Lemon Pie says, DVB, well, I was going to say, sounds like a trick question. And Lemon Pie says, however, if a malleable timeline has an internal logistic, I'm tired. If a malleable timeline has an internal logical inconsistency, maybe the wormhole.
Oh my goodness, there's no such thing as a malleable timeline with logical consistency. It's literally the only thing you cannot do, even in fic. How many? Someone, DVB, you hold him down, I'll sit on his head.
And fart.
Someone clearly hasn't watched my new video.
And it looks like Suzanne got $1,980 for the sleigh. Very cool.
Nice.
Sounds like a reasonable amount. Yeah.
I would say so, yes. And DBB says wormholes are an excellent concept, Lemon Pie, but they are thus far impossible. But who knows? After all, once upon a time, most people thought the world was flat.
Some, you know what? Unicorns aren't real either. Did you know that? That's right. But we can still have My Little Pony, which has 2 unicorns. Just ask Darlit. I can't because he's not talking to me.
Right. And unfortunately, these days, there are still people with flat heads that believe the world is flat.
I can't believe DVB gave us the most basic of blunders, conflating reality with fantasy. I mean, that's just YouTubing 101. Did you think we were sleeping, DVB?
Can you imagine if the flat Earth was true, though? Just having a whole second world that we just haven't seen yet.
I would believe on an inner Earth before I would a flat Earth.
I've actually convinced flat earthers that it has to be 2-sided, because otherwise, why have I got the fire on right now? Flat Earth is fine, but there's no way it's flat Earth on one side, because why have I got the fire on?
Why is it pouring rain where I'm at? Like,
is there a wall around it? You know, like, okay.
Yeah, well, so even the flat Earth has to go, okay, it's a 2-sided Earth. I was like, thank you. That's all I wanted to know. 2-sided, goodbye. Yeah, but it's flat. I don't care. It's got 2 sides. I'm here. England's there. This is winter. There is summer. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, I don't understand now.
Flat, I don't care. Flat round. 2 sides. 2 fucking
I don't
sides.
understand in this modern era how people can believe that. It's ridiculous, but yeah, unfortunately there are.
I don't know how people can watch Picard season 3, given that there's no fucking Picard.
True, and it's good.
It was fine.
Lemon Pie says, I agree with that. I agreed with that. Read what I wrote, Captain. Read what I wrote, Captain.
I'm not going to read the chat. It's not my show.
Well, I did read it out loud. And Suzanne Epstein says 1,980 each cash, 1,500 in charity form. Oh, that's an interesting way of doing it.
That's almost $3,500 then. Wow.
You want me to read your chat, Lemon Pie? Try dropping by my show now and again.
All right, let me mark that.
That is a sad thing about our world today, though, isn't it? There's never been more opportunity to educate oneself, to do self-education with this vast library we call the internet. And yet there's so many people that just don't give a shit and can't be bothered to even use a search engine to learn anything. It's quite depressing at times, really.
Well,
is.
that's the bit that always gets me. Hang on, why does it have to be quite? Why does everything have to end up with? And it's quite depressing. Surely we can monetize the situation. Here's a bunch of uneducated fools with too much money. Let's go.
Well, just
Send
it.
them
They
to
already are
me.
monetized. That's why Facebook and TikTok and everything, they're getting rich off turning kids into zombies, pretty much.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
seems
we
like
need
people
to.
are very zoomed in on non-essential nonsense, basically.
Well, you've got to be part of the non-essential nonsense, which you are. You're a salesman.
Well, if you want to make money, I guess that's what you got to do.
Well, I book appointments. I don't sell anything, but anyway.
He's the
Oh, so
middleman. He's the
you
one who
book the
gets it done
appointment.
behind the scenes.
Yes,
You book the
exactly,
appointment with the
Nemesis.
salesperson. Then
I'm the
right. Oh, I know you.
middleman.
Yeah, 6
I'm
hours
the
of double
middleman.
glazing chat.
Right. You're the one that I used to rely on PvP because I've had jobs where I'm not a good salesman, so I rely on the salesman to do all the hard work, and then they send me out there. So yeah, so I understand completely.
Yeah, well, the thing is, sometimes I do talk to somebody and I actually really help improve their life. Like, I'll never forget this one time because sadly they don't update these agents. They don't update their call lists and their database. I remember one time I called this lady, and I asked for her husband, and she's like, "Oh, he passed away 10 years ago," and I'm like, "Oh shit." Those are the calls you hate, right? But anyway, she was a very, very sweet, lovely lady. I talked to her maybe for 10 minutes probably. And I said, "Did your husband have any policies? Like, do you know if he had like death benefits?" And she had no idea, right? So I booked an appointment for her
Wait,
to
wait,
talk.
wait, wait. He had been dead for a long time, and she didn't know.
No, she knew, but the damned agent hadn't told me and put it in the call
Oh,
list,
okay,
right?
gotcha.
So it's like his name is still there, like he's a living, breathing person, which
Right.
is pretty screwed up, right? They're very bad at that, some of them. Anyway, I booked an appointment for this lady to, talk with the agent. And I guess it was maybe a week later. My boss says, she wanted to just tell me, hey, the agent called and he said that lady was actually, because she told me she was having a rough time financially, right? When I talked to her. And my boss says, you know, that lady actually was entitled to death benefits and she's actually getting money now every month. And I was like,
Oh,
wow,
very cool.
that makes you feel
Awesome.
really good. That makes you feel really good though when you hear back. It's rare, but every once in a while I get the feeling I've really actually helped somebody's life, and that
Yep.
does really warm my heart a lot. So
Yep. Very cool. And
That's
Lemon
sweet,
Pie
dude.
says
Good for you.
thank you,
DVB.
Nemesis.
Lemon Pie says DVB. You asked which is more logical, not which do we have. So I think talking about the
Oh, nice
wormhole.
distinction. Now it's hotting up.
Right, talking about the malleable timeline and the wormhole.
Actually, no, that's a good general point. As a general rule of thumb, if it exists, it's probably very improbable. I mean, that's what they said about quantum mechanics. If you understand it, then you don't get it.
All right, so let me store that and hide it.
Reality is implausible. If it makes sense, it's probably a lie.
All right, guys, I think I'm going to wrap it up because I can barely keep my eyes open.
Yeah, it's getting pretty late. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I had to get up early this morning for a doctor's appointment, and I got stuff I had to do tomorrow. Unfortunately, I wish I didn't have to, but I do.
Okie dokie. So
It's all good, buddy.
So, but I promise this time I will put up a poll for next week's stream.
Okie dokie.
And yeah, and I wanted to thank all of you guys on the panel for spending time with me tonight. I really appreciate it.
Oh,
you guys really lift my spirits. You make me feel a lot better, honestly.
Are you thinking of doing Gilligan tomorrow with Gorilla? Or?
Yes, I have to. I'd miss like 2 weeks if he's up to it. That is, that depends on how he's feeling.
I'll just check in after I finish my work day then.
Yeah, I'll hit him up after he gets off work tomorrow and see if he feels like it.
Sure, sounds good.
Also, thank you to everybody in the chat. You guys are wonderful tonight. I had a blast. It was a great time. And
rock and roll.
Yes, and I can't wait till next time. I hope you guys can join us again. I hope I didn't bore you. I don't know. StreamYard is showing 10 people. I don't know if that's true or not. If it is, I'm amazed. especially after all this time of flapping our gums.
That's good for this time of night, too.
It is. Facebook is a twat with the dead. They keep sending me friend suggestions for my dead dad of 6 years and my dead uncle of 2 years. Jeez.
Wow.
Oh, God.
Good night, Cruz, says Suzanne.
Yeah,
and
good night,
DVB
Suzanne.
says, yes, I know what I asked for,
Good
but
night.
thanks for reminding me, Lemon. And DVB says, fun hanging out, Pops, and everybody. Yes. And it helps having you guys here, too. And Lemon Pie says, thanks, Pop. It was my pleasure. Thank you, Lemon Pie. All right. So with that, everybody in the chat and everybody on the panel, thank you guys. Take care of yourself. Have a great night or day, depending on where you're at. And drive safe tomorrow.
Yeah. Good night. Good night, everybody.
Bye-bye,
Night all.
guys. Thank you.